that elimination. Now might be the case. They might not have enough information. Is he a solo? Does his teammate lurking around here somewhere? We know that to be true on the minimap, but may not have that information. As we continue to look around, a lot of the teams that have shined here this weekend, Sky and Skrull, AGAL, they're one of two teams playing for more than just themselves this weekend. They're playing for that club championship.
But the question that still remains, after everything that Sky and Skrull had to go through in order to even represent AGAL in these finals, it was just the beginning of the real uphill battle here, because they still have to try and confirm a top 8 position if they want to factor in with those club championship points.
Continue to see Swizzy and Pixie in another exchange, but Swizzy by himself, he gets kind of 2v1 by Goofy and Z-Dog. And that's what I love about today's competition. Every single region that we have in Fortnite is represented by at least one team. And Goofy and Z-Dog's journey here, it definitely wasn't easy, but they made sure to let the world know that we deserve to be here.
Yeah, and it's also a little bit unfortunate even from Z-Dog and Goofy's perspective, because the game that they did win in yesterday's competition, slightly overshadowed by that crazy clutch performance out of Izzy, but the message has been sent. Goofy and Z-Dog are clearly capable of winning a match, and that is going to be one of the most important metrics for today's competition. Lewa and Romero, though, starting to apply a little bit of pressure. They saw some of the action that was starting to brew and decided they wanted to maybe play a little bit of third-party interception here, so Swizzy, Pixie might have a little bit more space. Doesn't look like Goofy and Z-Dog are all that insistent now on trying to re-aggress when there's other bodies in the area.
But fights are just taking around all across the map. We got Acorn Bolts going against Darm and Demas here. There is some good damage on Acorn. Luckily for him, Bolts is going ahead and alleviating some of that pressure. Both of them getting full HP and shield, relatively so, and now trying to angle out Darm is by himself with the 360. He turns and burns to take down Bolts.
Darm and Demas clearly never stopped after yesterday's competition. What a way to make a debut on the final stage, and Darm definitely feeling very confident after that pickup play, because Bolts, he looked like he was certain that was going to go entirely in his favor. So for it to 180 just like that in a flash, and now putting them on the back foot, putting them in a position to where Bolts and Acorn are going to have to reconsider where they actually want to try and stack up a fight. But Acorn, this might be an ambush.
Yeah, he's just kind of stuck underneath by himself. They may not know necessarily the exact location of Acorn, but with Bolts respawning back in, they know he's floating around somewhere. Sky's going to go down. Muzz and Sphinx kind of sticking to their strategy that got them this far. They go ahead and hold the backside of Elite Armory for that launch pad, but now we jump in. Peterbot is down. A situation that we saw to start the group stages. A lackluster performance out of Team Falcons, but luckily for them, they were able to pick it up as the day went on.
Hey, that walkout might have said everything there for Momsy. He's clearly cooking something, and it looks like chicken might be on the menu tonight. Boyo, never one though to give any breaks or leniency, so still a bit complicated here for Momsy to actually try and break into the box, but Frenchie's making their best effort to go for the full collapse, but Boyo still somehow just managing to scramble on out of here.
Yeah, even though Peterbot did spawn once, you see in the feed he was taken down right away by Jaws, so another 12-second clock has been reset for Boyo. Luckily for him, he did hit a launch pad. He is starting to create distance, but Momsy and Skyjump, they don't want to let him out of their sight. They're just quickly on the chase. And again, you see Peterbot back in the game, but he's having some struggles of his own, so Boyo, again, just needs to continue to buy as much time as possible.
Skyjump and Momsy know their dirty work can be left to the rest of the lobby as far as Pete goes, but they can take out Boyo and continue to leave this duo just incredibly weak throughout the early game, and just like that, Momsy's finally going to be able to close things out. Skyjump on the opposing end of things, no real escape path for Boyo, and why not pursue one of the top tier opponents from everyone's point of view? It's the greatest time to shut them down.
Yeah, and it puts Peterbot in a position that you don't see very often. Forced to hide, forced to wait for Boyo to respawn, and he doesn't have to just wait for Boyo to respawn, he has to make sure he's able to land in the zone and start to loot up before he even feels safe to rotate on out. So we know they're going to have some struggles here early on in this game. Can they come back is going to be the big question, but that's what happens when you have so many juggernauts all stacked in the same lobby, just like Vico and Malibuca. They haven't really done much after that first elimination from Malibuca, but they're making sure to stay intact with all of their loot and on.
But hey, Vico Malibuca representing big in this weekend's competition series, the club championship, going to be a big focal point in today's competition. As you can see just how tight it is, 300 points is all that separates Team Falcons from AGAL. And we're talking about a $7 million prize pool if you are in that first place position by the end of the weekend, Jacob. And with how these club results have actually come into play from other titles, this is one of the most crucial finals imaginable currently.
Yeah, and there's even so many spots on that club championship leaderboard to where even Shark and Teeny for Aurora Gaming have a good tournament here. Even if they win it all, they're going to move up that club championship leaderboard. So there's so much pressure on every single duo here today. And Peterbach just doing a good job here staying alive deep into the zone though. So it's not only a matter of how they're going to loot up, how Poyo and him are going to reunite, it's how they're going to make their way there when they finally are set up.
But where are you going to find the opportunity for a bailout? They're going to have to potentially try and get involved with some kind of third-party factor. Poyo even possibly lurking in the box fight that's starting to break out. Khan and Faded in a bit of a pickle here now. They're fully aware of the fact that the rest of the lobby kind of fixating on where they're at. Faded's going to try and use this opportunity while Goofy and Z-Dog are distracted, just trying to keep their walls closed off, don't want to overexpose themselves. They've already got 3 eliminations, so it's a nice little rack up of early points, but we are quickly approaching that 7th zone, and when the reboot shut off, you want to make sure that you are as stacked as you can possibly be, because if you get yourself eliminated at this stage, the recovery point is only going to be that much more difficult.
Yeah, in the 5th zone, you kind of get a pseudo loadout, minis, an AR, an SMG, and in the next zone, you kind of get a little bit more, but no materials and no resources to kind of go along with it, so it's not the spot you want to fall, and that's why you see more and more teams start to box up here, start to play a little bit more of a passive game, because they realize if you make a mistake here, it can cost you the rest of this game. Shark 2 eliminations along with Teeny. A little bit of a slow start here, but that's kind of what we saw in the group stages as well. It wasn't until games 3, games 4, even game 5 where they felt comfortable with the rest of the lobby, we saw them start to frag out.
And that's the thing though, is that there are some elements that we haven't seen since those group stages earlier on. In Group A, it was Shark and Teeny kind of leading the charge in terms of controlling the high ground advantage. And then in Group B, we saw a lot of what was going down between Pixie, but hold that thought, because Poyo, he might need anywhere for Peterbach to show up, but it's just not going to be a chance. Momsy and Skyjump have had his number since the start, and they just refuse to stop following this man around the map. It's a great mentality, though, out of Momsy and Skyjump, because, again, we know just how potent Pete and Poyo can be when left to their own devices.
Yeah, this is honestly something we saw exactly out of Cold and Rapid as well. They had some of the most eliminations in the entire set field of everybody playing. Cold was above and beyond everyone else, but they were just unable to really cap it off with a victory royale. So it doesn't matter how aggressive, how many elims you can actually pick up if you can't stamp that victory at the end of it all. As Cammy, Hari positioned underneath. Unlike some of the other teams that we've seen so far, you see 0 points, 0 eliminations, playing more of a passive gameplay. And they know if they have to start getting eliminations and try to close the gap, get closer to match point, they will, but that's when they have to.
Hey, Hari definitely knows how to frag out when necessary. Same could be said, though, for Cold. We already witnessed it in 4K during their group stage, just how proactive they really were. But even with that walkout that they had with Zeke, they both kind of highlighted the fact that, hey, we're just going to do what's necessary at the time. If it means playing for big points so we can meet that match point threshold, then that's what we're going to do. But when we need to play for the placement to secure the win and win the tournament, that's also going to be the focus. So it's just not about losing sight of what they know is going to be success.
Here in the 6th zone, slowly but surely, looking to close. 30 seconds left. That's when reboots will turn off. So you got to make sure you play this one as close to perfect as possible. You see the whole western edge of the map stacked as can be, and even more teams starting to rotate in as Izzy and No-Sip grace us for the first time today, and immediately the crowd goes wild.
Also already had relative success, 3 eliminations in total, but They're going to need to hope. I'm assuming that it might be Nosif holding on to Whites for utility here, maybe Medkits, but they're going to have to find a refresh eventually, Jacob, otherwise, because a little bit late compared to where the rest of the lobby is stacking up. Some teams, though, immediately making the next push forward, not really trying to delay if they don't have to. They don't want to get stuck in any of the congestion. Elite Armory, what makes this map so complicated in terms of rotations is everyone has all these shifting points of elevation to cross over, and we've already just seen Sky getting dropped the moment he tried to make a move. So now Ball's fully in Scroll's court, but how far can he actually take it as a solo?
Yeah, 4 players already out of the game. Demas, Sky, you heard Taco talk about that, and then Kanata and Victor V, the first team eliminated out of this game. But it just goes to show, 19 teams still up. Top 15 is when you start to get those placement points, and then 3 points per elimination here. And I think it's very, very important, and that's why you see Vico and Malibuca doing what I'm about to say, is just dodging the entire amount of chaos that is down below. Those launch pads, a huge tool in everyone's arsenal.
Definitely going to be a big point of contention here at C-Dog. Everyone's looking directly at him, and there won't be any opportunity to escape. Shark picks up a nice elimination onto Rapid, so Cold and Rapid. Also, no longer going to be a participant towards this first lobby, Sayonara, but Peterbot and Boyo not exactly off to the start that you would have wanted this Team Falcons roster to actually build up because of those early woes from Momsy and Skyjump. Still, it's Pete and Boyo, Jacob. We've seen these guys get the elims when it matters most.
Yeah, they're stuck in a position where they might need those eliminations that you're talking about just to keep themselves going in the game, let alone continue to perform as we know they can. But on the high ground right now, it might not be high up in the clouds just yet, but they're starting to elevate their position. It's Shark and Teeny. This is how they got not one, but both of those eliminations on the twisted minds of Cold and Rapid, sending them right back to the lobby here in game number 1, and immediately putting their position to use. Looking down, everybody flying by, shots are landing, damage is connecting, just making it harder for anybody to feel comfortable.
Like the discipline too from Shark, making sure not to lose sight of where Acorn and Bulge were actually boxed up, feeling like they were in the most threatening position to potentially challenge on height before that last rotation. So now Vico, Malibuca, they're gonna have to take a moment to pause, heal up. But those couple of seconds that you miss out just allows the rest of the lobby to continue looking back at where you're currently situated. But Vico, Malibuca, they might have a separate strategy entirely. The way that they're delaying for so long tells me they might be looking for another launch pad opportunity.
Yeah, but I got that feeling of deja vu watching Shark and Teeny on high ground. 4 victory royales. Peterbot tries to go ahead and get an opportunity on the elimination. He gets cut short. In fact, they both will fall. Faded and Sphinx, 2 different teams inadvertently working together to take down Team Falcons here. They're our 3rd team eliminated out of this game, making it a little bit easier for Shark and Teeny to find another one as Acorn goes down.
Shark and Teeny are just refusing to budge from the high ground hold, and it's forcing everyone to expend so many builds directly underneath them. The congestion continuing to build so heavily in these middle layers. Shark will finally get shot, but they've already got the low rate phys active. They're not really pressed over losing a little bit of that high hold because they'll send it right back upwards, no problem whatsoever, and continue to preserve all of their material.
Yeah, they know other teams are going to try to dodge this portion of the game, maybe land on top, so they want to be one of the last teams up there. Pablo Ingu and Chino, though, they're stuck in the meat in the middle. High ground, low ground teams all around as this scene actually takes down Scroll. So we got Falcons and AGAL out of game 1 early. Top 15 Taco, which means the placement points are starting to set in.
Minipio and Fukun, these guys are definitely trying to see where they measure up, but for Pixie and Swizzy, running it back one more time. Very familiar territory, seeing those 2 on height, but Malibuca able, with the assistance of Vico, to take out Sphinx. Muzz left to try and see whether or not he can actually pick up the pieces after all. Sure, we know placement points are a factor, but you're still competing with so many healthy duos.
Yeah, I know it's just group stages. Vico, Malibuca, they were one of the teams to actually reach that 350 point mark. Can they do it here again? And immediately planning to get the front side of zone, sacrificing a little bit of HP, but pressure coming in from all directions. Vico scrambling around, but he's able to hold his ground. Up above, a whole new team on high ground. Those Swizzy and Pixie have turned the tables on Shark and Teeny.
It's never safe, though. The way that Shark and Teeny are really just biding their time, but they are going to start to send it. They're already looking to challenge on the high ground. Momsy has a solo, but Shark waiting to come crashing down. Swizzy going to be able to block him off temporarily, and Shark not to be distracted in the slightest. He'll go straight towards height, but no, just that moment's notice, that lapse in time. Pixie will be able to overthrow, chasing down Teeny. Just needs the shots to connect. These two are all falling side by side, but Shark and Teeny manage to hold on for just a moment longer.
The second chop comes in, the Flowberry Fizz just in the nick of time to keep themselves elevated up above most. Top 8 situation, at least 3 players down below are feeling the pressure as a solo. So for Swizzy and Pixie, they gotta make that crucial decision. Is high ground worth contesting again, or do you have to look down below? Vico and Malibuca are down there. They're trying to run wild, but they get cut short. 0 builds, 0 chance.
Shark now, the ultimate agent of chaos. He's gonna go ahead, pick up the body loot off of Romero, but it's his last steps forward. Pixie and Swizzy hidden underneath everything. They've managed to overtake the front side of this ultimate low ground. Looking back, Goofy's eventually gonna have to get one step closer to where these two are at, and Pixie just lying in the way.
They are the only duo left in this game. Leiwa, we saw what he's made of throughout the group stages. Can he do it again? Yes, he can. Down goes Muzz, but he's in a hard position here. 1v2, Swizzy, Pixie, they're now just putting full pressure down onto him to get the elimination and get the game 1 win.
What an opening statement out of Pixie and Swizzy. That battle for the high ground ultimately ended up determining who was going to fare and be the healthiest by the time they both needed to drop. Shark and Teeny gave it their best effort, but it's good to see that Swizzy and Pixie clearly have the same intentions.
I mean, when it comes to battling out against the best in the world in person at these type of events, Swizzy knows how to get the job done, and he does it here along with Pixie by his side. These guys have to be feeling great. They have a good point cushion, you got to imagine, over the rest of the lobby, and they already have the blueprint of how to secure a win.
And solid elimination points too coming out of the pair, but was also very impressed by what Leiwa was able to accomplish even as a solo. Romero going down a bit sooner, but Leiwa did not let it deter him in the least amount, because Leiwa and Romero, you have to remember, these two are coming in fresh from their qualifier regions, back-to-back wins, so very obviously very competent when it comes to the reload playstyle, and they just continue to adapt to every kind of competitive meta thrown their way.
And that's something that I feel like every team is going to need, the ability to adapt. We saw Shark and Teeny on the high ground throughout a good portion of the end game, of those moving zones. They actually decided to give it up. They launch padded into the air with that Flowberry Fizz. Swizzy and Pixie say, you know what, you don't want it, we will take it. And from there on out, it was almost impossible for Shark and Teeny to get back up to the high ground, which made it easy for Swizzy and Pixie to kind of close out the game. And when they realized they were the only duo left, you kind of saw them drop to the low ground. They took the front side of the zone, realizing, hey, it's all solos left. They can't hang with us.
And hey, if Pixie's gonna keep collecting eliminations the way that he just did, we might be looking at a very interesting match point threshold soon enough, but never expect that anything is going to be given for free. Love to see, though, a little bit of
Only solos.
Okay, jump up.
Yeah.
Hello.
He's at 30. Crack, he's cracked. Dead. Come on, bro.
Not too much of a celebration because they know the job is not done yet, but they're making sure to kind of leave a little bit of hype left in there to make sure that they keep them spirits high. That was a good win, a good way to start off the day, but you kind of saw there, Leiwa and Ramiro, even though he was by himself, they had similar eliminations, so I don't think the point is that drastic.
Right, but obviously we still got plenty more reload action still to come, so guys, don't head anywhere because we'll be back very shortly.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
بفزز هنا 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 نسولو ثاني تبي ننزل؟ سولو فزنا يلا فزتك خلاص اوكي استنى علي لعيب انا
Nice.
وحش
I'm warning.
yeah sorry I'll give you ammo yeah spray here one yeah you go down yeah come I'll find inside 1-5
Okay, ich hab 0. Willst du nochmal?
pass auf
Ja?
runter oder?
Spray.
Es ist ein Duo, oder?
Ja.
Nein, Solo.
Du willst. Ich will's.
Spray.
Come on! Let's go!
Une place au-dessus. G. Nice. Achète. On va finir. Il est où? Achète, va péter.
Ok, やった新しいやつがちょっと影響ある。
まだ今それしない俺。
いる。どっちか。目の前。あ、タイル。
Nice! Let's go! Nice!
ナイス。
ローグラッツ。それがその、ちょべつなる。降りる。ショックしかさえの。あ、違う、飛べ今それ。
大丈夫。
やった
はい。逆やったもう。いいな、俺。
さあ、50?
Nice!
Let's go!
Welcome back, Fortnite fans, to the Reload Elite Series Finals here at EWC. Joining me, we got Monster D-Face and Levin 2K, and we just wrapped up game number 1 of the finals. And what incredible stories we already got out of game number 1, Monster.
Can I just say, NA, a little bit of a letdown. I'm unfortunately sad to say watching our 4 what should be best teams getting dropped so early was definitely a letdown. But other than that, Levin, I'm sure you got a lot to say about EU.
Yeah, no, it was great. I mean, there was a lot of EU teams that did great there. We had a bunch of, we had obviously Lewa popping off towards the end there. We had Goofy popping off towards the end. We had a bunch of, teams from different regions having a great time. And, the NA players are still eating breakfast at the hotel. I mean, it's fine. It's a great start to the day. Honestly, though, what a first game that was.
Yeah.
I was so excited coming into this competition, knowing we were going to have this format where we would eliminate a bunch of the teams who maybe aren't quite up to the stuff, just because it would mean we'd have a 20-team lobby with just the best players in the world, and we truly saw that in this first game.
Swizzy and Pixie grabbing the first victory royale and a handful of eliminations, and they honestly had that in such a commanding lead, taking height around zone 10 and then being able to control it. But we have to talk about that height fight. Levin, Swizzy versus Shark, and that fight for height lasted so long.
I mean, yeah, guys, can you give it up, please? Like, oh my goodness, Shark and Teeny must have been absolutely fuming because Pixie did not want to drop. He just kept going for it. And ultimately, I think that's going to be the 2 teams we see battling on height most of today. Both of those teams desperately love to play on EU.
Really interesting to see how we are playing this reload format, but again, that win condition taking its toll very early. The fact that a team like Pixie and Swizzy wanted to go ahead and establish themselves as a high ground team here for the evening, I think is a telling time for what's to come. But of course, it's the bigger picture. What's on the line here? AGAL coming up a little bit short, Sky and Scroll falling there. All of a sudden, the narrative for Falcons as well. The huge upset of Peterbot and Boyo not going the distance, right? So things are interesting here, Kelly.
I love that you bring up Sky and Scroll because we did see Scroll a solo, and that seems to be the story time and time again. We saw it during the group stages, we saw it during the survival stages, but frequently they make it into the end game as a solo player. And Levin, if they want to make these points, if they want to make it into the final places, then they're going to have to go into this end game as a whole team.
No, absolutely. I mean, It's funny looking at that leaderboard with Pixie and Swizzy in first place. Obviously, they didn't retain height. They ended up dropping off, and it still worked out for them. I sort of made a joke in between that. If I'm Vitality, I'm probably thinking, I wish we would have picked those guys to represent us, right? Instead of letting them stick to the Havoc side of things. Either way, they have two great duos in there, but Swizzy and Pixie clearly gone under the radar a bit, right? As far as the teams we've been bigging up, hyping up so far today, showcasing why they're two of the best players in the world.
And then the audacity to continue to push it and fight it regardless of what it's going to cost them there in the end. And then Muzz and Sphinx, though, do obviously come out, perform very well, and earning themselves a good amount of points. I think a little bit of a sleeper team. Muzz has been continuously winning, kind of establishing himself. I think the confidence is definitely
When
there.
are people going to wake up? Muzz and Sphinx has been doing this. Muzz was doing this in the Major 2 as well. He did it at the start of Group A. Muzz and Sphinx have not been laying down easily, man. They want to prove to everyone that they're here at the top, and Muzz as a solo player was absolutely dominating, so that is exactly what I love to see. Speaking of domination, we're talking about the end game, but I do want to talk about our two French teams dominating the start of the game. Obviously, Izzy and Nosef and Momsy and Skyjump just had so many good early eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, playing into the crowd, I think a lot of the time, you don't really know when you're at these lands, like, who are the crowd cheering for? I've seen players that say, I've asked players that, like, when you hear the crowd, like, through your headset, do you ever know what's going on? A lot of the times they're like, nah. These two French duos know when the crowd is loud, it's because of what we are doing in the game right now. And using that in your early aggression, your early fights, pushing, not caring. I can't believe we saw Momsy Skyjump. They're farming Poyo. Poyo's been like the best player in the world this year. And they're just making him look like a chump.
And I want to say one thing. I think they got the land buff going on here. You know, just coming up out of nowhere. I'm like, hey, wait a second. You got to be well-rested, feeling good. That little bit of boost and confidence knowing that the crowd's got your back, I think is showing here.
And we mentioned them just a little bit earlier, but I do want to speak on, again, Lua making it into second place right there. Lua and Romero have had a great performance all weekend, but to get in game number 1, Monster, and to get second place against the likes of Swizzy and Pixie, that's a pretty big step.
The sleeper team, again, wasn't on my radar in particular, but the group stages, they showed that they could ball.
Lua and Romero are a perfect example of why I've been saying we got to stop calling Brazil a smaller region team. They're not smaller, they're just a region, you know, and they're just there, you know what I mean? Like, we can't keep calling these smaller region when, one, obviously, we know they have so much talent, but now their talent finally showing up on these stages, it's great to see.
Yeah.
All right, 1 game down, and I was going to say 9 more to go, but we actually don't know because this is match point, everyone. We've already seen some high elimination games, but obviously we still got so many more to go. So in these following games, while we're still playing in Elite Stronghold, what do you want to see out of these next few games?
I want to see more in the early game. We didn't see the hot drop, the fast starts that we expected. Remember, it's a race to 350 at the end of the day, so I want to see teams really fight and push to get there.
Yeah, no, honestly, I do want to see a bit of a redemption for some of the top NA teams, especially Rapid and Cold, right? They were a team that, in their group, absolutely blew the competition away. I want to see them find their footing in this competition and really start to push their way to the top.
Yeah, Cold and Rapid, definitely a high elimination team, having some of the best damage ratios in the world, and representing Twisted Minds. I definitely think we all expected a little bit more of them, but that was just game number 1. A lot of these teams haven't been able to compete against each other in a set lobby, so obviously there's definitely going to be some growing pains, some learning, and with it just being game 1, number 1, Monster, I think there's still so much more to go for our NA teams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're off to a slow start. The practice games are looking extremely promising, though. I even had, you know, to go and give shouts to Peterbot and Boyo stepping up there. You know, I believe the group stage B, we didn't get those exact warm-up rounds that the players might have been looking for, but I think they're coming in pretty hot. And at the end of the day, hey, it's game 1, water under the bridge, as they say, dirt under the rug. I'm gonna go and do that one just to kind of toss it in there.
All right, everyone, that was just game number 1. Swizzy Pixie coming out on top, but of course we still have so many more games to go. Who's gonna come out on top? We're gonna have to find out right after this.
Luti, we are 1 map in. Yeah. What a start to the day. That was probably our best opening intro so far.
Indeed. For the finals, like for the grand finals, people were getting crazy for every team. I mean, the French audience, it is really something, you know?
Yeah, the French audience is incredible. You guys are amazing, but of course, we also have audience from all over the world.
Yeah.
Audience from like Asia, South America.
Yeah.
And speaking of South America, speaking of LATAM,
it is
this incredible region, it's Leviathan.
They have this?
Oh, they're incredible dragon here. Lucas, let's have a very quick chat, my friend. Look, what's the experience been like so far at EWC for you guys, for Leviathan?
It's been insane, to be honest. We came here with RAQ fans, so overall this crowd is amazing. I love France, so insane.
we'll talk a bit more specifically about Fortnite as well. The boys are on stage. They came second in that last map. Now, how proud are you guys of seeing them perform this well in the final?
Nah, they are really young. I'm really proud. Obviously, it's really hard to play a LAN event, so I hope we keep this path and hopefully get a win.
If those of you at home have a keen eye as well, you might also remember this face because you actually competed in the Fortnite World Cup all those years ago. How was that experience?
It was really good. I got to coach my player, which was Prisionero back in the day. So hopefully he sees this and he remembers. And we also played against Buga, so hopefully he doesn't win this time.
Okay. If you, just before I let you go, if you could say anything, words of encouragement for the boys competing for Lua and Romero right now, what would you say to them?
I think it's all about confidence. I think this crowd will support them, hopefully. So, vamos Leviathan!
There we go. That's Leviathan right here on the main stage. The Gadir City Grid has got so much more Fortnite action to come. So, Casters, over to you.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites du bruit!
So much love all across the board. You absolutely love to see it, but one thing that is impossible to ignore for sure, Jacob, is the amount of French love overall. It is just emitting every single time we see either of our French duos on the screen. So obviously I also want to give a huge shout out to Leo, because you know he's been going ballistic all weekend watching Izzy and Nasib, Skyjump and Mumsy, and it's got to be a fantastic sensation understanding being here on site, seeing everyone come together for these moments, and knowing that that was just the first game of many still to come.
Yeah, just kind of watching him watch the Izzy clutch was absolutely insane. I felt like he felt very similar like I did, and that was just out of breath, amazed as can be. Can they keep it up though? That's going to be the biggest question here. Swizzy and Pixie come off a game 1 victory royale, 78 points throughout the course of that game. Lewa and Romero, they were actually tied point for point, and eventually they lost that game. 13 points, 10 for the win, 3 for the elimination, went on over the team from Havoc. So it still could be anyone's game. If you look at the leaderboard, it is as close as can be as we drop straight into game 2. Chino is going to be the first one going trap. On is going to be the one getting the elimination here over towards Elite Armory.
Hey, Sky Scroll, they're not trying to have a similar fate. They want to ensure that they're able to actually duke things out and pull up with a little bit of success here at Elite Armory. They'll definitely be taking their time though. AGAL, Team Falcons, both just kind of onlookers towards that last lobby, but even if the first game doesn't shake out the way you would have wanted it to go, Sky and Scroll still have ample potential in terms of turning things around at a heartbeat. So just have to wait and see how things continue to develop, because everywhere else on the map, NA maybe trying to get a little bit more presence in this early game.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be needed. We had 3 of the North American Central teams go down so early in that last game. But to start this one, I feel like maybe they've turned it around. Peterbot took down Teeny, he respawned. Rapid took down Teeny, kind of keeping him on a little bit of a cycle. But our game 1 winners now find themselves over towards Chisel Cube, getting pushed by, it looks like Z-Dog and Goofy. They have a good loadout to be able to fight back. It's just about if they want to this early.
Hey, I respected those Z-Dog and Goofy trying to strike while the iron's still hot. We're looking at 2 teams in the side of the top 3 trying to do exactly what Malabuka just accomplished, hoping to secure those eliminations early on. If they can claim all of Chiseled Cubes, it would just give them all the more time to keep looking for those reboot farm opportunities. But Swizzy Pixie, obviously very similar mindset. They're going to continue to lurk about and not make things easy for Goofy. Spookoon could also potentially start to thwart the game plan. Building up here, but Mini Pio immediately punished. He had no idea what he was walking into.
Yeah, literally dodged, flying out of the sky. Goofy, Z-Dog, he's like, let me go underneath. Nope, a whole nother team down there as well, as Ramiro keeps the hot streak from that last game alive, taking down Malabuka, separated him from Vico. That's their 2nd elimination of this game, and you don't necessarily need to drop 10, 20 eliminations, but you need to keep yourself hyped up and ready to go.
for Leon Romero, too, you have to remember, they were one of our first 7 teams to actually break through towards the final stage. They've had the past couple of days to just pod, review, gauge what everyone else's success metric is actually looking like, and still, they were fully understanding we might be contested the entire time, especially after AGAL Sky and Scroll made it through, but the Pixie Swizzy problem still continuing to stack up here at Chisel Cubes, and Swizzy's gonna be taken out, so now Pixie, he's just gotta hope that he doesn't meet a fate in a similar fashion here, but Goofy, Z-Dog, they fully understand. If we can take out #1 right now, that's gonna cut the door wide open, and Swizzy, Pixie, they'll have to wait and see what happens next.
The nature of the beast that is the Fortnite Reload Championship. Chisel Cube just getting more and more active here with Mini Pio and Fukun kind of taking the bottom part, forcing everybody down below. A little bit of distraction definitely helps the case. On the other side of the map, this is still Elite Armory. Sky and Scroll from AGAL trying to go up against Muzz and Sphinx. Again, Muzz and Sphinx, I think they got a top 3 in that last game, and with Muzz by himself, Sphinx has just got eliminated. He needs to buy at least 12 seconds of time.
Sky even popping up for a moment there, trying to see whether or not he was actually going to be able to successfully cut off Muzz, but it looks like Muzz will survive just long enough. But is it really a win after all? Sphinx might have just touched down, but they are just so far and away from being able to escape the clutches of the lobby essentially every time. That reboot signal is just going to be a honing beacon for everyone else to start aiming their sights towards looking for those freebie eliminations against a weakened player.
Seeing how they kind of bounce back from this. This was what did it, and Peterpot actually dropped up from above, distracting Goofy for a moment, and they still ended up getting those eliminations onto Swizzy and Pixie. Team from Leviathan just trying to base up, get the drop. Muzz just trying to get back in the game. Doesn't really have much for a loadout, especially when you're going up against Sky and Scroll, who pick up their 3rd elimination of the game. And this is just one thing to note. Even though they failed to make it out of their group stage, and they kind of cut it close in the survival stage, this now, when it comes to this week of action, is one of the most practiced teams that we have in this lobby.
It's just so difficult to actually find that consistency metric, and you wouldn't expect that from a team like Sky and Scroll, who scream consistency when it comes to the standard Battle Royale game mode. But here in Reload, because of how stacked a lot of these endgame lobbies tend to be, because of the fact that we're not seeing elimination or placement points actually factor in until right around that 10th, 11th zone time frame, it is so volatile trying to control that frontside low position that they are notorious for holding down. And it doesn't help when you've got teams like Shark and Teeny, Sky and Scroll also just constantly putting pressure from the high ground.
Yeah, and you can kind of see in the mini-map there, Elite Armory down low towards the bottom. That lone little gray arrow, well, that's Sphinx. You look a bit lower towards the northeast, right kind of next to that green arrow, that's Muzz. They're just so far separated as of now. There's going to be almost no chance, or at least relatively soon, for them to get back together. But near them as well is Izzy and Nosif. You can kind of see their loadout right now, really leaning heavy into the Flowberry Fizz. They do have some launch pads towards the back, so they want to make sure they dodge one of the most chaotic portions of the game, so that when they finally make it in towards the zone, it's a little bit safer than what it is right now.
But when everyone's looking up, probably one of the only positives currently is knowing that Swizzy and Pixie are already fully eliminated. So in terms of high ground teams that are going to be prioritized in that position, you're largely just looking at Shark and Teeny and whoever else might decide to throw their names into the hat. Pete and Pollo, though, definitely not off to the hot start that probably most would have expected them to have already come across, and even a little reminiscent of past tournament series, right? Where we see Pete going in all out aggression and then getting put down into the dirt. There's a big mental game behind that.
Yeah, especially when you even kind of add in this weekend 2 games that they played to start off their group stages. I believe 19th and 18th with a singular elimination. A very slow start before they started to look like themselves. Game 1, very, very similar here. Game 2, hopefully they can come back for it. Acorn and Bolts as well. You would think they would have a lot more momentum during their qualification process just to make it to the group stages of EWC. They weren't the most high elimination duo that we did have around. They played more towards consistency. They played more towards strategy, and I hope that they're going to pick that up here.
Just after everything that we witnessed, Bolts especially getting up to inside of that Major 2 finals here in Reload, you have to imagine that all of that fragger potential, he really starts to come alive when it matters most. And anytime you have players that seemingly get more and more locked in as competitive stakes become even crazier, I just think that they're always going to be dangerous. It's always going to be problematic because you never know when they might just go absolutely crazy with it and just run away with a big placement, big elimination round.
You're kind of seeing more and more teams on the outskirts of the map, kind of holding down those launch pads with eliminations, without eliminations. You see Pablo and Goo take that launch pad, just scouting, getting that eagle eye, seeing what teams are nearby, what players, what positions even that we might have to watch out for. Probably spotting out not too much. They're going to go ahead and reassess the situation. 5th zone as of now, and this is exactly why they're doing that. Reboots are going to turn off in that 7th zone, so they don't want to put themselves into too risky of a situation too early on.
And hey, even for Vitality's Pablo and Chino, just drawing things back towards those club championship points, Jacob, Vitality is currently sitting in 3rd place position overall. To ensure that they remain there, a big performance out of Pablo and Chino to really solidify their position and not lose a good chunk of the prize pool money that's at stake here this weekend. There's definitely tons of pressure on their shoulders, and it's a very similar fashion too for Cold and Rapid, because Twisted Minds, if they witness Cold and Rapid come up big time in this tournament series today, that could be a crazy jump up the leaderboard for the EWC standings.
Huge chance to give back just by winning a tournament. Everyone wins in that situation. Vico, Malabuka, we saw a couple struggles early on in this game going down, but they picked themselves up, dust themselves off, got right back into position. And that's the thing about the Elite Strongholds map in general, Tacos. There's so many different mountain ranges, so many different edges, so many different elevation changes that you have to be very, very cognizant of where the zone is pulling at any given time. Because if you find yourself without a build, getting caught off guard, the elevation changes, I kind of wish you good luck.
Vico and Malabuka, though, seemingly able to avoid good chunk of those problems. They are rather safe in their current position, but it's all about the next move. Everyone else kind of waiting to see who these last couple of straggler teams are going to be, but it is just never easy to actually cut across and find any kind of distance. Everyone just eventually going to have to get up close and personal, but we do just have the majority of the lobby still standing, even with that 7th zone approaching. And by that point, reboots will turn off, and we'll see whether or not Pete and Pollo are going to be able to start coming online.
Yeah, and I'm just crossing my fingers. I'm looking at that mini-map right now, and I'm crossing my fingers for the entirety of the lobby that we do not go west into chiseled cubes. That elevation change will be drastic, almost a roller coaster of emotions these teams will be going into. But less than 15 seconds, reboots will turn off, and any chance to respawn back into this game goes right out the window. Kind of seeing where teams are positioned. Decent amount of space between most of them, but where the zone actually is going to be telling. All the way towards the north, so Taco, a good chunk of the team's getting a max pool.
Ukuna and Minipio, though, could be in a slightly more favorable spot. They're not going to waste any time, though. They're going to immediately start to make their move. Sky and Scroll, 3 eliminations still on the board. So they managed to rack up just a little bit to work with here. But in comparison to a duo like Lewa and Romero, who have realistically got a very strong loadout for taking out teams that might cross their path. Pete Pollo, a little bit injured, getting very focused right now by Chino and Pablo. Pollo just narrowly escapes them, but then runs straight into where Mini Pia's focus lines are setting up, and just like that, Pete's all by himself.
Yeah, not sure how they got separated in the first place. We saw Pete trying to look over the top, cover fire, but there's just too many players in this lobby to watch them all. And you're seeing him try to reconnect, make sure a chop doesn't come through. He's already inside of the zone, so that's not necessarily one of his worries about picking up those eliminations, trying to catch up to the point total, just like Sky and Scroll, 3 eliminations, 9 points up until this stage in the game so far. Definitely a good jump from what they needed. We're talking about Pete, Polio, Cold, Rapid all going down early. They were another one of the teams that fell relatively early in that last game, and they got a huge points to make up.
But look at how isolated Shark and Teeny currently are from the rest of the lobby. They've managed to avoid practically all of the congestion. They haven't fully committed to all the way going up on elevation, but the way that they're just so tucked and hidden, Jacob, once they utilize this Flowberry Fizz and Launchpad, they're going to continue to be able to preserve most of their material, but they do need to make sure that they don't get taken out before they actually make that move.
Yeah, the position looking a little too good. Dart Demas said, hey, we'll take it. Josh Yamzo said, we'll take it as well. Zone is opening up. But you got to be careful not to go too far down. It goes right back up the side of the mountain. So if you don't have builds, if you don't have mobility, you might want to second guess positioning yourself there. Sharkatini looking out, Cold and Rapid as well. Just trying to get that bird's eye view, figuring out where teams are rotating to before they themselves are forced to shockwave out.
Nothing worse than seeing Muzz get flipped the moment that he tries to head towards that front side of zone. Cold and Rapid though. Goofy, Z-Dog, other teams that are managing to continue to keep it rolling, but even on this ultimate front side position, Goofy and Z-Dog know that they're eventually going to have to tango with some other contenders here, but Peterbot might be their best opportunity for a little bit of a refresh. He just only has himself to work with, and poor overdrive, Janae, that's just not going to be enough. You're going to run out of that so fast as a solo.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about the lack of materials. 500 would might seem like a lot, but as a solo, in a reload, it definitely is not. Kanata, Victor V, Shark Teeny, so many players using their launch pads as Peterbot actually does find a key elimination on the con. It's only going to be him by himself, so Faded still in this one, trying to keep themselves alive as he shockwaves out, tries to reposition on the front side of the zone. Taco, 2 medkits, big pots. He has everything he needs to get up to fighting shape.
Hey, as long as he has a chance to actually utilize one of those medkits, we might be looking at a whole different ball game here. But for right now, Shark and Teeny, similar fashion to the last lobby, they're going to head straight towards the high ground. Teeny already making sure to overtake that top end layer. A good connection here is going to help them hold strong, and the RPGs too. Teeny is just causing so many issues for everybody stuck underneath.
Yeah, making sure to reconnect, fortify their position up above. Zone is pulling far, so all it takes is one team to look up and start to create some havoc. But Miko Malabuka have their hands full in that mid layer. Looking to the head side of zone, see Sky, see Scroll. You see so many teams, but they're just trying to formulate the strategy. How do we want to play this? Crash Pad or Shockwave? They choose the first of the two, make their way to the front and reposition themselves again. But look at the distance that Shark and Teeny have built so high in the sky.
And that's the problem for Miko and Malabuka. The moment that they try to navigate towards that front side, they're immediately getting pieced up by height. Teeny, though, losing a good chunk of his HP because Z-Dog's decided he wants to try and take it for himself. The land down under no longer, headed straight for the high ground. Yasin and Salvatore going to fall. Miko now left in dire straits here. Malabuka trying to see what he can collect, but Shark and Teeny have managed to push back against Oceana.
Everybody down below is being ripped apart from their duos. We're barely into the top 15. Make it 13 as they're dropping like flies as of now. 12 teams still in the game, Peterbot being one of them. We talked about yesterday the 2 group stages, a slow start to their race, but they are definitely picking up the pace as of now. But he is out of builds, almost hoping for a miracle to keep himself alive, and it's not going to be granted.
Instead, all he's going to get is Shark delivering rocket after rocket from the high ground. Malabuka also trying to see if he could conceal his position just a couple seconds longer, but Cold and Rapid, 4 eliminations already. We know exactly what they're capable of. Now it's just time to deliver. Malabuka needs to connect the shot, gets gets one onto Victor V, but it's not the knock, it's not the elimination he needs. Somebody else steals it away instead, and that's gonna be AGAL, Sky and Scroll.
Even Momsy getting elimination here, but 6 here for Sky and Scroll. AGAL, a slow start to their day. 0 points in game number 1, and they are putting on a show here, just like Cold. 7 HP. We know what this man is capable of in some of the biggest moments in his career, but he's still going up against duo after duo. In fact, he's the only solo left alive.
And Sky and Scroll are not making it easy. They find Cold, and just like that, it'll be the end of the run here for Twisted Minds. But Sky, Scroll, they're not finished. They're continuing to clash. Kami Hari might just be next, but it's the front side position. Shark and TD know it. That's going to be their next plan of attack. Shark's going to begin to descend. He's ready to drop down. Sky has no idea. And just like that, Shark finds his first onto Sky. Scroll, what are you going to do?
Stay out of these waters. This is Shark's territory. Now it's a 2v1. Momsy goes down. The aura is real from Team Aurora Gaming. Shark and Teeny steal game 2.
Shark and Teeny just are so cool, calm, and collected every step of the way. For a moment, it looked like Z-Dog and Goofy were going to be able to strip away that high ground advantage, but then they just lose out on the battle entirely. And Shark and Teeny, they just fully understand Elite Stronghold, that we can maintain this elevated position while everyone else is forced to burn through all of their materials underneath us because of these elevation shifts. That just makes it all too easy to finish the job.
Yep, 4 victory royales in the group stages for them. They took high ground more times than that. Game 1, they went for it. It didn't work out. Game 2, they go for it again, and they have secured the victory royale, taking out some tough competition all along the way, eventually getting that final elimination onto Momsy, shooting themselves up that leaderboard for sure.
I'm just thinking about those club championship points right now, too, for Team Aurora, because I believe that they are right around in that side top 10. Actually might be even in that 10th place position. And if they were to secure, say, the first place on the weekend overall, Jacob, that's 1,000 club championship points. That would be a huge game changer for Team Aurora standing. And it would ultimately mean that their prize pool money is then allotted into the millions versus the few hundred thousands.
Yeah, we also saw Romero and Leiwa make it deep into that game again. Back-to-back solid performances for them. Sky Jump and Momsy staying true to their kind of journey up until this point, kind of surprising a lot of teams and continuing to put on a show for the French crowd out here. Still anyone's game, Taco.
It's a little bit of give and take right now for so many of these teams, though, Jacob. We saw Goofy and Z-Dog getting very aggressive super early on, and they continue to stay ambitious, even in that endgame, challenging Shark and Teeny, fully understanding that that could have been the difference maker between the victory royale for themselves or for somebody else. But we've got game 3 soon to come, so make sure that you guys don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Okay, it's the end of the game now. We just gotta play it safe.
But wait, there's so much loot over there.
Do not go for it.
They probably rotated.
Player eliminated.
What was that?
Sorry, next time I'll be better.
That's okay. Wait, next time?
Player eliminated.
Okay, stop now. Which one's
Player eliminated.
oh.
Respawns no longer available.
Why?
Oh man, we are back at it again. EWC, you guys got to make some noise for game number 2 out there. What a phenomenal start, but I think the biggest talking point out of that game was Swizzy Pixie, man. They had that early fall, which meant everyone else in the lobby could really start to catch up. And you know what? They had a lot to live up for. Starting a game off with a win is the way you want to enter into your tournament, but the pressure begins when that leaderboard number starts to add up and you have to continue the momentum. A lot of teams actually stepped up comparatively to their game 1 performances. One that clearly took it a little bit further was Shark and Teeny. Dude, Shark and Teeny, we saw it back in Group A right there, just right here. They had themselves so many victory royales on the day, and what's crazy, remember, we're on match point. Yeah, a team just needs to hit 350 points and then get themselves a victory royale. We've seen them do that already too many times. I mean, Zeke, are you keeping count? I think I'm at like 5 LAN wins for Shark and Teeny if you count his group stage performances. I mean, clearly they proved something then. They're looking to continue that momentum into the finals lobby. I didn't expect it, given this set lobby is, you know, a couple notches above the rest. However, they are performing very well. It's looking very good. And then you even have, again, some of those other teams now starting to enter into the conversation. Sky and Scroll, a very slow start, if you will. But hey, that game 2 performance, huge end game, is going to be very nice for their overall standing. Yeah, and remember, we're going to continue to play out the games. Match point, it could end, or go as far as 15 games, could end sooner. And don't forget, we're also on Elite Stronghold, right? Eventually, we are going to look to shake up, go to Slurp Rush. There's so many factors at play here, game to game. But guess what? We got to see what else is going around right now at EWC.
Well, this is it. Game number 3 coming up. Unfortunately for the moment, you just got me. As you just saw Monster on the screen, he's going to be coming up very shortly. But how incredible were those first 2 games? So many surprises here for the finals of the Esports World Cup Fortnite Reload Championship. Shark and Teeny leading the way currently with 117 total points. Not a great start for NA. I'll talk to Monster about that when he comes up. But my goodness. Shark and Teeny, what a performance in that last game. Picking up the victory royale. Sky and Scroll getting back in the mix as well. Skyjump and Momsy making it really far into that end game as well. And it all comes down to this. The final day. When will it end? Who will take it? At the end of the day, Swizzy and Pixie, the guys just broke down. Not the greatest start to that last match from those guys. Nice to see Cold and Rapid actually making it into that end game there as well. And they needed a little bit of a solo clutch from Peterbot to get some points on the board as well after a very slow start. Mini Miner and now finally Monster D-Face here casting the next 2 games for you guys. I wanted to mention Monster with NA. Not really looking too hot right now. I'm looking on down the leaderboard. Josh and Iomzo, the highest place in NA team, in 10th right now. What's going on?
Well, I appreciate you giving me a second to run up here. I'm slightly out of breath. I need you to give our NA teams a second as well, because they have been off to the slowest of starts. I mean, I was just on the stage with the interview. I was able to look over to my right and see Peterbot and Boyo, and they are looking pretty down and out, I'm not gonna lie.
Really?
Their energy right now, you can just tell they are frustrated with that game 1 performance. I think game 2 was a little bit better, but Peterbot had to solo clutch.
Yeah,
Boyo, not how you want to play it out.
No, and 11 swung about at the beginning of the day, where it was like he wanted to see Peterbot actually stepping up to the plate. We saw at the summit Poyo getting so many of those solo clutches. Need to see more from that duo. A lot of people would have said that is the other team to beat. Of course, one of them, Sky and Shark and Teeny, fighting up against Rapid right now. It's a big battle up here. And unfortunately here, Shark does go down for them. So Rapid and Cold win out this fight. Nicer game from them, that last one. They actually made it into that end game. Much more of a solid performance. And I think we expect big things based on their group's domination.
Yeah, that last game was a full circle moment as well, because in game 1, it was Muzz and Sphinx that took them down, but they repaid them back in that end game there. So back and forth action happening. Ultimately, though, you can see Teeny and Shark's gameplay continuing to just be a sound, almost foolproof strategy. Even here, not opting in to take a fight unnecessarily unless they have the advantage, that SMG not being the best to engage with at range. But it's just popping a few times, just let them know, hey, I'm here, you go that way, I got this.
Yeah, not a problem there. And the thing about Shark and Teeny is, even if one of them does go down early, they have that ability just to recover their game really, really effectively. Liwa Romero, what a start that these guys have, particularly in that very first game. Expecting big things from them. What a performance in groups. Unfortunately for them here, they are going to go down. But that's a team that have shown they can win as well. So, again, match point format. If you don't know how it works, 350 points you have to reach, and then the very next game you can win, or have to win, and then the tournament will end. So I think it almost makes it important for the teams that maybe you don't expect to win the whole thing to actually have a strong start as well. Because if you're one of the teams that maybe you be happy with the top 10,
yeah,
you've got to have a good start, because you don't know where the tournament's going to end. You can't grow into the tournament like we've seen some other teams doing. So getting a strong start is super important here.
Yeah, I think Cold and Rapid kind of labeled it best. We already knew that they were a team that can play very aggressively to earn their way to the 350-point range. However, playing for a win is not typical in their play style, going for high ground. But what they had mentioned was they're going to stick to their normal stuff, stay consistent, play well, then go all in for high ground. We're seeing a much different kind of approach here, though. For Shark and Team, it's almost like, hey, we want to win everything, which I think is really important, too, because it almost makes it feel demoralizing to the rest of the lobby. Because, as you know, clearly, winning is going to give you the most points anyways, just in general, right? So there's no reason to kind of beat around the opportunity. You kind of just want to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, if I was one of the players in the lobby, I'd be sick and tired of seeing these guys' faces and the big screens at the back there. They keep winning games non-stop.
Oh, look at how close this was right here. So Kanata just rebooted in. Victor V was up top, but Shark comes, catches Kanata off the fresh reboot. That could have went absolutely south for Victor and Kanata, who earned 0 points game number 1, 30 in the last round. So sort of closing the gap, but nearly getting left behind.
Again, they need to wake up. They need to pick things up here. For the beginning, as you set to see the leaderboard on the right-hand side of the screen, lots of teams that still need to have a bit more of a comeback in this game. Bolts and Acorn there, Pollo Peterbot, Salvatore Yassin, Pablo Chino, Victor V, Canada, the bottom 5 currently. It's not down and out yet, of course, but you want to make the most of all the games that you can here. Peterbot and Pollo. Want to see them in this end game, want to see them as a duo as well. They're a team that we know can win. We saw it in the groups, and the sort of team that can just run away with it. But remember, even in the groups, it took them a little while to get going. They won that last game of Elite Stronghold, then they went into Slurp Rush, won the first game of that, and then they finally got into second, third, and fourth gear as they got towards the midpoint of the tournament. We might only have 7, 8 games today, so you can't take that long.
Yeah, it's a great observation. Peterbot and Boyo definitely performed much, much better on the next map. They didn't actually start the tournament hot off either during their group stage. They had, in fact, a fairly bad performance for the first 2 or 3 games, sort of figuring it out towards the later half of the Elite Stronghold map, but it was the Slurp Rush that they really began to take off. Now, let's be honest though, so did Shark and Teeny. That was their back half of the tournament. In fact, they outpaced them by a fair amount. Sky and Scroll have a lot to prove though. They were sent down to that survival stage, really just barely inching their way out. It was quite the nail biter at the end though. Sky and Scroll did in fact turn up all the way. Look at this though, Shark and Teeny versus Kanata and Victor V. This is a big fight here. It's always a problem when it's a 2-on-2 because you can see yourself potentially sent back to the lobby permanently. Victor, a huge shot from Kanata. Okay, both sides exchange here. It's Shark who gets the siphon though. That's gonna be a changer for this entire engagement. Had it been the other way, this probably wouldn't have actually been a good thing for Teeny to push, but Teeny's feeling confident. He pushes out. Victor gets out of there. That could have gone south.
Yeah, definitely could have. It's the last team you want to be fighting here early game, particularly when you're in the bottom half of the leaderboard like Victor and Kanada are. Important to see what that team can do. We saw some really nice solo clutching from Victor V the other day, so I want to see that again. I want to see that reflected here in the finals because it is just that different level of pressure.
I think it's a newfound confidence as well.
Yep.
You need to have those moments.
players like Victor V and Kanata need those clutch moments on land just to change their mentality, just to prove to themselves, hey, what we're doing over on NA online in those types of lobbies is working, but translating it into in-person is definitely a whole different skill set. We've seen a whole newfound confidence even from players like Faded and Khan.
Yep.
They have had a relatively great overall consistent week so far. Here today, already at 0 though, not quite having the fast start, and you know, it is a little bit of a surprise to me. I thought we would see more teams doing that kind of just drop immediately, take that initial whatever bus path it is, fight, but it's not exactly going that way.
Well, that's the thing, it's finals, you know, and this is what I was saying at the beginning of the show when we were sort of outside, that I feel like the pace of the lobby will play differently. We saw a lot of eliminations early game, we saw lots of action, but this is a whole new level of risk, and like I mentioned earlier, you need to have a good start, and if you're taking those risks early on, you're not setting yourself up to even have a good performance, let alone actually win the whole thing, because yeah, maybe Shark and Teeny run away with it now, they win in Game 7. If you had a slow start, it's an absolute disaster.
Big full elimination for Goofy and Z-Dog. OCE was in 5th place coming into this one. They were holding kind of strong and steady, but they are going to be the first team to get fully eliminated now. Goofy and Z-Dog, the singular representation here on the finals lobby. Almost had the Ugly Spooks arrival, survival, call it what you will. They played very well, they came so close, but now it's all up to Goofy and Z-Dog. This is the best we've ever seen, actually, OCE off as far as a start to a tournament. I think they've ever held 5th place this kind of early, so you really got to respect their ability to perform right now.
Unfortunately, they're out of this game, so everyone else is going to be catching up, overtaking. So that's really where they get to test their mettle, test the wits about them, see what they've got, whilst they're watching on from the sidelines. Peterbot and Poya, though, set in a nice position right here. Top-tier trading towards the north side of the zone right here. The only POI, at least half of it, is going to be in this next zone, as they're just looking to wreak havoc with that Mammoth. We saw Peterbot doing it so much in the group that he was playing in, of course, group number 1. And with that mythic shotgun as well, that is one of those shotguns that you can just get right in the face. And it's so good from close range. He's almost got the perfect loadout right there, especially for his playstyle. I mean, Romero and Liwa. Lots of expectations based on how well they did in the actual groups. But surely coming into the event, the pressure must have been off. So it's nice to see them stepping up to the plate here.
Yeah, I think if anything, they performed so well, they might have actually shook all the nerves off.
Yeah.
Because they have continued to remain consistent. Mini Pio also, talk about pressure for all of these teams here. Salvatore Yasin has Middle Eastern obviously on their back. You have the Japan region on Mini Pollo's kind of side there. So really fun to see Fukun and Mini Pio continue to kind of step up here. So far so good. The zone now pulling far towards the east here, and it's going to continue to go that way. Let's see how things are looking.
There's a lot more teams playing Storm than we saw in that previous game, particularly. Seems like teams are wanting to have a solid start, stay inside of the zone, not take too many risks. But now we're sort of getting a bit more risky. Lovely from Romero and Liwa, showing that chemistry right there. They're closing in on Yasin as well. They're going to take this duo out if they can, as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Yasin is inside of the box. Salvatore and Yasin are out. That's Liwa and Romero that do it. And for a team that had such a good qualification into this final, unfortunately, it's not been the dream start to finals that they could have wanted.
Yeah, that's pretty tough. You know, we're just talking about teams playing the Storm. Yeah, you play the Storm because it's safe, because normally you don't get into these types of all-in clashes like you just saw there. But when you get 3-2-1 and you're kind of greeting on the HP pool, right? You're running around all weekend like that.
Yeah.
That can be a big problem, as you can see right there. Same thing, Lua might get a taste of his own medicine now. Chino and Pablo Wingu. Fortunately for Lua, didn't have Mammoth, but there's another team down there. It's Momsy and Skyjump. They have been playing so aggressively. It has been working out very well. Romero somehow manages to escape the grips of that duo there, so he'll be alive. His teammate will be able to get in here. Only 30 seconds remaining, but obviously it's enough for Lua to get back in again.
Yep, more than happy with that. For that team, Momsy Skyjump, though, they're a team that have the French fans on their side. Really happy to see actually both of our French teams qualifying through into the finals. Lots of fans for both of these teams, and whenever they're on the screen, whenever they're picking up on a limb, there's always that hype, there's always that energy that you can feel in the crowd right here. There goes Dom, though. down and out. Demus just have to solo clutch for now. As reboots are about to end, that's a horrible time for Dom to go down. Shark and Teeny are going to be licking their lips at all of this loot. Unfortunately for them, the zone does pull quite far, so they're not able just to sit on that loot and enjoy it and reinvest a lot of those materials that they could build up into a massive base. But again, I like this position from them. I like where they're at. They're not on the same side of zone as the majority of everyone else. Shows they have brains as well as skill.
Yeah, they have an incredible setup there. A huge metal ramp just to look over, not even protecting their backside because the way the zone played out, and then they go into that fight and end up obviously being successful with it. That's a great way to kind of start the end game to your tournament. Oh, Garm did get to just slip back into the game though there, so he's not completely out. I was curious to see if the timer was going to be enough, so he does manage to get back into the game, rebooted. Shark and Teeny use their extra shockwaves though to make it on over now. And they're already starting to position up for some eyes in the sky here. But first they're gonna have to get through Peterbot and Boya, who's holding the opposite side. Sky and Scroll on the other side. How are they faring here? Plenty of duels all around them, but it's looking pretty decent.
Big moments here for Sky and Scroll. We've talked about it all week. AGAL watching on, the club championship at stake. Huge, huge moments for them. And Shark and Teeny, could they be setting up for another victory royale right here? You cannot put it past them. They're the sort of team that can take this tournament and have an early dinner because they're just that good. But who's going to play spoiler? Which is going to be the team that's really going to take the whole event and really surprise us? There's always one. Swizzy and Pixie, great start to the day. Unfortunately, the second game was an absolute disaster. Nice to see them in this end game, though. Still no placement points, only one elimination point for this team. As Khan looking to try and continue a lot of that momentum they got as well from yesterday. Taking down Ionze, taking down Josh as well, so that's that duo completely out.
Big setback for NA's Elite Ionze and Josh there as they get eliminated just under Swizzy and Pixie's sights there. The pressure was too much to deal with. Shark and Teeny have effectively taken the high ground. Muzz is playing second height off to the side there. Salvatore Yasin, Goofy Z-Dog, Josh Ionze, the first three duos now out of the tournament here. Placement points will start being rewarded here after the next team starts to fall now. So this is the critical part of the endgame. Mini PO RPG into a catch, almost gets full box there by Vico. Gotta love that play. Legendary RPG with 8 rockets is nothing to scoff at. That is quite the loadout.
That is definitely, and it's a nice opportunity for them just to clear out a lot of those low ground layers. We've seen these guys playing in this sort of section of the lobby as well. They can play high, they can take high. Vico down though, there in the feed to none other than Demush, and Malabuka's in trouble as well, trying to escape, only 49 HP, having to invest a lot of those materials to try and stay alive. Tries to find an opportunity to pop the big pop, but not going to get one for the time being. Now has the Storm to deal with as well. It's not just other players, it's the Storm, and now he's dwindling in terms of that white HP as well. Plenty of builds for Malabuka to actually make his way into the zone, but he needs to try and find some of that Cypher. No white HP effectively on Malabuka. Just needs to try and find one big shot, one opportunity to stay in this game, because remember, no placement points, no points at all for that team yet.
Yeah, definitely. The Mets, though, on Malabuka to move right there. Definitely impressive to say the least. Meanwhile, Romero is trying to stay alive here and earn as much more that he can by himself. Izzy and Nosif, though. Francis on their back. A big pop from the crowd as they see their favorites going for height. The Izzy buff is real. Meanwhile, Sky and Scroll, AGAL, a lot riding on the line here. Millions of dollars separate them on the club championship leaderboard. This can go any way. Sky Scroll, though, still 0 elims. Nothing earned just yet. Finally, 16 positioning points starting to come in here. Peterbot, Boyo, what's the loadout looking like? Still plenty to work with. Good amount of mats. They're at second layer as well. They're thinking about it.
And crucially here, they're together as a duo in the end game, hoping that they can keep that going throughout the rest of this game as well. Lots of chance for Izzy and Nosif in the crowd right here. Peterbot gets surprised, left his wall open for a little bit too long right there, as Malabuka is the one that goes down there in the feed as well. So Vico Malabuka, I don't think got any points out of that game. Shark and Teeny, though, had to get relegated down towards that low ground. Izzy and Nosif took it off them, but these are the guys that can really make those high ground plays at the most efficient times. They're waiting in the wings, they're waiting for their opportunity to pounce. And for Shark and Teeny, they know when to do it.
Yeah, definitely, but you can't make any mistakes now. You see, you're gonna get punished if you drop the ball here and now. team still alive. Sharktini, Skyjump, Mumsy, Izzy, and Nosif on high ground. Swizzy and Pixie are still in this game too, so the points are adding up here. Sky and Skrull working their way through the layers now. Bolts is going to fall to Pablo Wingu there. Sky and Skrull, still no eliminations here this late in the game. Pollo takes down Pixie. That's a big one as well. Now, big scrappy fight though. Sky gets caught there by Acorn, caught in between the crossfire. Cold and Rapid 2 are at 4 eliminations now.
Cold and Rapid need a huge game. That's how it's done. Catching Sky off guard right there on the low ground. Cold and Rapid, they're looking to prove that they can win games, to silence the doubters, and to keep plowing through this lobby. Peterbot drops in the box as well, trying to find a shot. Doesn't quite get the elimination. Still full HP though, gets back towards Pollo, who does actually pick up Fukun, and now these guys are keeping on going.
That's the biggest and most important elimination they could have gotten. That's the refresh that Peterbot and Pollo needed to get back in the game, but now you have a problem. The problem is Shark and Teeny are comfortable. Skyjump and Mumsy also have their refresher, and Peterbot and Pollo didn't get enough material from that, so they're going to be likely forced into the low ground. Pollo kind of leading the charge here. Peterbot playing Fragger right now. Izzy and Nosif playing the you cannot take my high ground strategy. Victor V, Kanata in the low ground. Rapids down to a single shot. Victor goes in for it. A huge elimination now for Victor and Kanata. This is going to end up being a clash now for Mumsy. Skyjump into Peterbot and Pollo.
It's Peterbot and Pollo trying to play those mid-ground layers as well, trying to get as many of those elims as possible, make the most of this game. Shark and Teeny still in this lobby as well, a little bit timid compared to everyone else, and Shark takes down Peterbot. 2 Titans going head-to-head, and Shark comes out on top right there. They just can't get that refresh. Material starting to dwindle. Players coming on down. Mumsy crashing into the top of the box of Teeny and Shark, but look who's still up on high. It is Izzy, it is Nosif. They're miles above the rest of the lobby, not even giving Teeny and Shark an opportunity to look up, but Shark and Teeny, they're looking, they're assessing, they're looking to see what they can do next. They're dropping on down, tumbling on through. Huge shot right there. Nosif goes down though. Izzy has to stay alive.
This is crazy. Shark is still in it though. He ends up falling. It's up to Teeny. Teeny's on the siphon, but it's not going to be enough. Izzy is even surprised himself. He couldn't believe he managed to stay alive there. In the end, what a fight.
What a fight, and what a well-played high play from these guys. They played it so much higher up than the rest of the lobby. Nobody else had launch pads at that stage of the game. Nobody else could have the time to actually overdrive grenade up with the fizz. And the crowd are incredibly happy about that one. We've seen them in these end games. We haven't seen them win yet today. We've seen that they can overall. We've seen that Izzy has what it takes. He didn't have to do much in that end game. He was just healing off, which was a nice strategy. Nosif went down, trying to cause chaos, and Izzy closed it out.
I gotta say, Shark and Teeny refused to go down. They were just trying to inch their way across, literally baiting out Izzy and Nosif, saying, hey, we know you're gonna run out of material soon. Come down here, take this fight. And in the end, they actually win the clash, even with the high ground team starting to run out of material there. It could have really gone either way. Peterbot, unfortunately, does fall there a little bit early, and Victor V and Kanata could have had that low ground wind as well. But either way, that's a huge jump up, even for Kanata and Victor V. They started that game with 30 points. You want these end games. If you're Peterbot, you also need these end games too.
Yeah, you see that momentum as well. It's just even about the confidence, the momentum mentally as well. As we take a look at some of the highlights from that game, what I really liked and what I think is really impressive here from Teeny and Shark in particular is that they didn't necessarily force the height. You see Izzy actually shockwave or overdrive all the way over to that POI. No doubt he's looking for some white heels at some point there. But Shark and Teeny, they understand they don't need to win every single game. They don't need to risk playing high every single game. They saw that Izzy and Nosif playing it so high up. And these guys just want to get to 350 points and get that win at that point.
It's kind of an interesting strategy. You see that Izzy and Nosif just showed us that if you get high ground early, but you secure yourself in such a way that you go for ultimate height like that, you can actually just walk away with a full free end game if no one launch pads up. So that was very interesting overall. Love the reactions that we're getting right now. Crowds on their feet. People are just cheering for what's going on here first. Nosif, of course, and Izzy there. Still excited, still kind of living off of the French teams once again continuing to perform here. What is it? What What is it about when it's hosted on your home territory?
Yeah.
You know, something just clicks.
Yeah, it's great. And I want to hear from the winners myself. The fans do, the crowd do. So it's Izzy and Nosif standing by with Zeke and Luton.
Guys, first off, EWC, make some noise!
Oh my gosh, we were going crazy. Izzy Nosif, how does it feel in this moment to get a victory royale?
Ça fait quoi de recevoir d'avoir une victoire aussitôt dans la grande finale aujourd'hui?
Bah franchement, ça nous met bien dans le classement, plus que motivé, et puis bah on est content, voilà.
We just stay focused, we are more than motivated, and of course, it put us so up on the ranking, so it just motivates us more and more. It's a good way to start.
How does it feel like in that moment when you get that win and you can just hear the crowd, all the French fans going crazy? Are you using that as fuel, as motivation?
Toujours un peu la même chose, c'est quoi le ressenti? Parce que quand tu gagnes une game d'habitude aussi importante, ça crée quelque chose, mais le fait d'entendre que l'intégralité du public est avec vous, c'est quoi comme comment tu le vis à ce moment-là?
Bah franchement ça fait plaisir, hein. Je suis content quoi.
I mean, I'm really happy about it. It makes me feel really good, but still focus.
How do you stay focused in this? Because, man, I can't lie to you. The lights are bright. The crowd is loud. There's so many incredible other duos you're fighting against. But you guys seem so unaffected. You're so locked in.
Comment est-ce que vous arrivez à rester aussi locked in, à rester aussi focus alors qu'il y a les lights, il y a la stage, il y a les gens, et puis surtout, il y a 19 duos contre vous, c'est pas n'importe qui.
Bah on a un objectif et on garde la tête haute et puis on essaie de jouer le mieux possible comme on... Voilà.
Every game, we are like one objective is make the best game we can. We just keep it like, we keep our confidence for us. We stay straight. We don't care who is in front of us. We just try to play our best games each game.
And now, finally, what would you both say to the fans? Because, I mean, you can see there's a group literally just right here that's going crazy for you. You've got all these fans out here that are going crazy for you. What would you each say to them?
Bah merci d'être là et continuez à nous encourager, hein.
He says thank you for being there and continue to cheer for us. Do you think, guys, you can do it? Vous pensez que vous pouvez y arriver?
Vous pensez que vous pouvez y arriver?
Ouais, tu penses que tu peux y arriver?
Bah oui.
I ask him, you think you can do it? He's like, bah yes, I think so.
I love that. Well, one more time, EWC, make some noise for Izzy and Nosif!
Du bruit pour la team Arcade. Good luck, guys, on the next games.
Hello, everyone. We've got Frantic here, a legend of the scene. Frantic, first and foremost, you've been to events before. You've been, you know, obviously in the stands, a spectator. You've been on the stage yourself before, too. Give me a little read on, you know, kind of how the vibes here are at EWC.
I mean, the atmosphere here is crazy. It's super fun to be here. I love seeing everyone compete and everyone cheer on their favorite teams.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to talk about favorite teams? You know, listen, we know that you've got a favorite. You know, Cold, listen, I need Coach Fran here to help out Cold and Rapid. What have you been seeing so far that they need to improve on, or what do you think they need to keep doing?
I mean, we're having a little bit of a slow start right now, but I'm not worried at all. I think they have great chemistry, as we saw in Group B. They played amazing, super consistent. Cole's the best fragger, so as soon as he gets warmed up, I have no worries about it.
Okay, love that. And listen, Cold is always super stoic. We can never get a read on that guy. But you, surely you've got a read on him, right? You see him behind the scenes and everything like that. Leading up to an event like this, what's Cold kind of like? What's the preparation look like?
I would say it's still a little bit stoic, but a little bit more energy than you guys maybe see on stage, but he's passionate for sure. He's very competitive.
Okay, good to hear. Well, friend, listen, I want to go ahead and give you the floor. Obviously, you have a ton of supporters at home. You've got some friends watching as well, like Fax. Go ahead, give a shout out to anybody that you want.
Yeah, just want to say shout out Faxity. Maybe one day you'll make it on the broadcast. I did it before you, but other than that, yeah, Team Cold, he's the best to ever do it, and I'm super happy to be here and watch.
Frantic, rooting for Twisted Minds. I'm rooting for Twisted Minds. Good luck, guys.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
That French buff is definitely hitting here in match point finals as Easy and Nosif come out with the victory royale. But I mean, Aurora has been so consistent now. I can't wait to see where they're going to be at when we look at the overall. Levin, Kelly, Vivid, the 7WG here back with you guys. For the longest time during that match, we were talking about how contested was that high ground, Vivid. At the end of the day, it ended up being Easy and Nosif getting the high ground and getting that victory royale.
Yeah, it was super kind of hard actually that game. I feel like to keep track of everything that was kind of going on. Obviously we were watching the battle for the high ground. We saw some fights going on in the low ground, and then amongst all of the chaos, we finally tune over to a POV, and I'm like, wait, Shark and TD are alive still in this game. I mean, oh my gosh, those guys just cannot be stopped right now. They're so consistent.
What can I say, man? Look, we're about 3 games in. They're almost halfway the ways to match point.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, look, we all want to see a fun contest, a fun competition with a bunch of people in it. But if they keep playing like this, they're going to have a couple games to try and, hit the match point win at this rate. So someone's got to start to pick up the pace and get to their level here.
You say fun game, fun contest. Well, the most fun for me that I had was seeing all the NA teams make it into the very end right there. The first 2 games had a little bit of a rough start for them, but we had the likes of Cold, we had the likes of Peterbot and Pollo, but of course it did come down to the 2 EU teams in the final moments there. But Pollo even here as a solo clutch. We had Kanata and Victor V make it into the end. Finally, our NA team starting to stand up, but they're gonna have to do a lot more if they're gonna be competing against their EU counterparts.
Especially when we're looking at what Falcons has been able to do so far today. We finally got a bit of a bounce back from their 11 from Falcons with everything going on with the club championship. And actually going back to what you were saying in regards to them being able to just pass the halfway mark of that match point threshold for Shark and Tini. I did get a chance to talk to them earlier in the day. They said 9 games. So if they continue to perform like this, I think they're going to just blow that out of the water.
I believe them. I mean, it's funny because you see the conversation around them not being too reactive or whatever. Honestly, like at this point, I think for them it's just easy. There's almost like it doesn't even feel as rewarding because they're just doing what they have done all year long in Reload.
All right, so Shark and Teeny currently have 188 points, which if I'm not mistaken is halfway to 350, and with a victory royale right there, are we about to get a 6-game match point? That can't be right. That's not going to happen. Obviously, people are going to be standing up to Shark and Teeny, but to see them already be this close to 350 points, that is absolutely insane.
Looking at the 2 teams just behind them, perfect story for the Paris crowd. It's Skyjump, Mumsy, Izzy, Nosif. Both those French duos just putting on a show for us here, Viv. It's look, guys. After that Izzy and Nosif win, I looked straight at Vivid. I was like, "Are we gonna get some, more reactions from you here in the crowd soon?"
Another jersey coming?
Listen, I would love to kind of do some more antics, but Izzy and Nosif, they got to work their way up the first place, and then maybe we'll get me a little bit excited. To get me even more excited would be NA showing up in this top 10. I mean, Cold and Rappin are sneaking up there, but outside of them, man, look at all these NA teams on the second page. Acorn and Bolt all the way at the bottom. I don't know if we've ever seen that before. I mean, Peterbot and Pollo expected to be going head-to-head with Shark and Teeny. Nowhere to be seen. I mean, Muzz and Sphinx, they started the first game a little bit well, but they're still doing bad. And then Josh and Yamzo also on the second page.
I think that goes to speak on just how maybe underprepared teams were going from the Major 2 finals into the Reload Elite Series. What a switch up to go from Battle Royale to the Reload. And I think that a lot of our top teams like Acorn and Bolts, Peterbot and Pollo, and even some EU teams in other regions as well, just haven't been able to transition into that, not Battle Royale, but Reload mode. And I think having these non-set or these set lobbies that they're not used to is also throwing people for a loop.
The reality is, especially in the case of Peterbot and Pollo, we talked about a lot at the start of the day. The club championship is on the line here. Right? If these guys don't start to pick up the pace, the Falcons manager might just come and give them a kick up the backside, just really put them in their place. Like, brothers, we gotta speed it up a bit because even though Sky and Scroll again haven't been phenomenal today, they're ahead. They're in a better position to sort of catch up and get involved in that race for match points. So yeah, Pete and Pollo, let's get a move on.
Yeah, Kelly, another team that's trying to catch up, especially with what Falcons has been doing, is Vitality with Gino and Pablo Wingu. Right now, they're actually below what Falcons has been able to do. They need to find a way. I'm with you. The coach needs to come over and just be like, wake up, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were really excited to watch them today. We actually talked about at the start of the show that they're not really necessarily these W key heavy elimination teams. They're more about going for the passivity, but it seems like you can't really make that decision right now. All the teams that we see at the top are making sure that they grab a handful of eliminations every single time. Whether that's early, mid, or later, that depends on how the player is able to play the meta. But for these teams that are kind of just foregoing the eliminations and just going for placement, they can't do that. They have to make a change.
Lev, we've obviously been on a little bit of a judgmental arc here. If we're missing some of the NA teams in the top half, that means some other teams are kind of taking their place, or at least we would expect where they would be. And it's actually some of those smaller region teams. I know I'm kind of breaking your heart right now by calling them a smaller region still. The Brazilian duo, Lua and Romero, 5th place. And then you got Z-Dog and Goofy representing OCE currently in 9th place through 3 games. I feel like those performances already, if they can continue on and finish in those places, they would be incredibly happy with that.
Yeah, look, Leo and Romero, I've given them a bunch of love, right? So I'm not going to keep piling on our Brazilian, Argentinian, Brazilian, whatever, we'll figure it out. But in the case of Z-Dog and Goofy, I mean, props to OCE. I think if there's one region that probably gets dunked on the most as far as let's delete a region, just get rid of it. Okay. It's probably OCE, right? But these guys are showing, nah, actually, let's hold on a minute. I think people were worried with some of the unfortunate performances from Alex, who's always been the staple. But these guys have stepped into that slot, stepped into that role. They're looking really good.
And it's not like they're just playing under the radar. No, they're going up against some of the biggest teams. They're able to fight up against some of the best fraggers in the world. So them to show up for OCE, you know the audience is loving that.
And Vivid, I'm going to be looking at Swissy and Pixie because they did end up getting the first victory royale, but after that it has been a bit of a slow turn. We've been talking about consistency, and I think today is going to be especially that day that we want to see that consistency.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, when we did see Swizzy and Pixie get that first win of the day, I was like, listen, if Swizzy and Pixie actually go on to win this tournament, I don't really think anybody would be disappointed there. I mean, Swizzy and Pixie are so good. They can have a very, very good run.
But unfortunately, with a good run, that means that there's the possibility of bad runs as well. Even if you get a win, you could easily get 20th place the next game. But the biggest thing that you cannot do is to let those mentalities get down. You have to stay up. You have to be positive. You have to make sure that you are in this for the win. So to all the teams that might not be at the top of our leaderboard right now, I do not think that they're going to be giving up, Love. And I think that this is just the start.
A lot of this duo is just wanting to see if they can get to that match point threshold. 350 points, Argentini, the consistency is there. Let's see if this is going to continue on to match 4.
Crazy to think that halfway into the first map, basically, Sharkintini have broken closer to 350 points than it would otherwise have taken. They might just crack it before we even leave the Elite Strong, which is going to be a big problem, given that the map after this is usually a little bit more dominant, less RNG favored towards the end game, because all that verticality goes out the window.
We played 3 games. We played 3 games, and they've already got over halfway. This is really a spectacle so far. Can they keep it up? That's the big storyline. Who's going to play spoiler, if anyone, at this point? Skyjump, Momsy, No-Sif, Izzy. Nice to see the French representation up there in the top 3 as well. And who's going to actually have a bit of a comeback? You know, we've seen Bolts and Acorn all the way down to the bottom of the leaderboard. They need to have something happening right now. And I do expect to see a little bit more of this early game of Spawn congestion as teams need to get those eliminations on the board. As Peterbot finds one, gets another as well. That's Momsy that he takes out early game here. Looking to try and take down another one. Salvatore. Nice. There we go. That's 3. Keep it
actually super
going.
Super important for Peterbot. We need these fast elims. He recognizes he's got to turn online. And you know what? More teams should have been doing this. More teams should have been taking those hot drops. We mentioned that in game 1 and 2 that everyone was kind of playing it like a regular BR, like, oh, this is our drop, we're gonna land here together. And it actually caused even some players to get eliminated a little bit early. Pablo Wengu gets Iamzo there. It's a nice little kind of turn and burn, but he's got Chino to back him up.
He's got to be careful though, Peterbot. Oh, he takes down Pablo. Chino's now a solo. Uh-oh, Peterbot's making his way over. What's going to happen? Is he going to take him out? There goes Chino. Can he take him down? So weak. Peterbot looking for an angle. 4 eliminations. We're looking at Peterbot on form right now. Trying to find angles confidently. Inside the box, gets his way out as well, but it looks as though Pablo is going to have his way back in right there. They nearly got 1v2'd by Peterbot.
That's the thing. Peterbot is so dangerous right now. He's going to finish this elimination here because he has to earn these points. That's a really cheeky spot, though. He's thinking to himself, hey, where'd you go? I know you're here. You can't really be that far. He's thinking you're under the ramp or something there. Meanwhile, Malabuka just listening to the action happen here. He sees the builds. He's curious as to what's going on. Peterbot might be walking into a trap. Still not trusting it. I mean, you're right to believe someone's here. He just doesn't exactly know where.
Uh-oh, another team coming on in. This is the UF and CS plus Peterbot right now. Dimash and Dom making their presence known. Malabuka inside of the box. No Vico anywhere nearby. Dom looking for an angle on the other side. Gets Malabuka inside of the box. Hits the shots as well. Down to 18 HP, but that's not going to matter. Siphon comes in.
This could be a big problem. Peterbot's probably thinking to himself, oh, hey, that's the guy I was looking for. Let me go out there. No, no, no. It's a whole different duo and alert player. So he's going to have to really make a move at this point and be fast about it. The more time he takes away, there it is, finally gets Chino. I was going to say, the less time he gets to reunite with Pollo. Where is Pollo? Has he started making his way in? I think I see a matching arrow there, kind of on the hill. So maybe Pollo's now gotten a little bit close, kind of curious, right, as to what's going on in this area.
I'm loving this right now, though. This is like Chapter 5 Peterbot, just running at teams, even as a solo. Was not afraid of Chino. You can't. I mean, it's, you know, he's still got it in him. He's still got that fire within. I think maybe it's a bit of a wake-up call, these first 3 games not going their way. You know, maybe they thought they would have had a little bit of an easier time than they actually have. Of course, they did well in the first group. Not amazingly when you compare it to Shark and Teeny. I mean, that's almost unattainable standards. But I think Peterbot just needs to lock in a little bit here, which is what he's trying to do.
Yeah, he started off in 16th in this game. Now he's knocking on the door of 12. What a huge mammoth shot right there. And then the hunt, he's going after Demis. Here it is, misses that one, but the crash pads are coming through. He is just going all in right now. I love how he wears his competitive spirit on his sleeves, just like that. 6 eliminations, all by himself, taking on duos. This is the Peterbot that Faxity loves to root for. This is the we in Peterbot right here. I love this.
Come on, let's see if he can continue it. 6 eliminations so far. No idea where Pollo even is. Is he just the one outside? Difficulty right now, though. Peterbot's in a bit of a sandwich. Couple of teams, couple of players in the surrounding area. Dom and Dimash back to a duo there as well. Pablo and Chino in the area as well. Peterbot needed to hit that shot because now he's getting keyed by Dimash. Gets him inside the box, and yeah, it's the third party. It's Pablo and Chino. Big cheer here from the crowd. From the Vitality fans, you have to imagine, as Dom and Dimash now have to deal with Pablo and Chino as well. 2 very good fighting duos here from the European region going head-to-head, giving each other a little bit of respect as well. But that was electric there from Peterbot at the beginning. That's what you want to see from the team chasing.
I wouldn't be surprised he comes back. He's like, yo, I got free healings over here, bro. We need to play the north side. This is the strat. You know, it's little things like that that give you information on, you know, where teams are landing, which teams you're clearly better than in certain scenarios. Take advantage of it. Peterbot deserves all the praise here. That's the highlight reel that we have been expecting. Took a couple of games to get there, but again, we're just starting this tournament, right? Everyone needs to chill out.
This was it right here. There was actually a moment where Pablo actually went down to another team. So Peterbot took down Pablo, went for Chino. Chino managed to hide away, but then Pablo went down to someone else. And I don't think Peterbot would have known that. So if he'd have gone for Chino right there, he would have actually been able to take him out. Swizzy and Pixie, though, getting off to a hot start in this game. First elimination for them.
On Goofy.
Yeah, that's a big one for them because Goofy are slipping down that leaderboard after a solid start. Teeny and Shark also a little bit more calm at the beginning of the game, and Sky and Scroll far from it. That's their second of the game so far.
Yeah, getting Sphinx right there. Sphinx kind of falling down behind with Muzz. You know, game 1 was pretty well, going in 5th place. Now jumping kind of forward here to match number 4. They found themselves more closer to 15th instead. So still much more to be desired. Sky and Scroll have seemed to have caught their mark, though. This is a tough spot to be in. Like, you want to get to your duo to have that backup, but you don't want to expose yourself to a well-positioned fighting European team like Sky and Scroll.
Yeah, the last team you want to fight. 9th place right now for Sky and Scroll. They've been lackluster, really, throughout the entire of this competition. They've had their moments, they've had their glimpses of brilliance, but I think we expect more consistency from them. It's hard in Reload because, you know, it's such a smaller map, there's less teams. It is harder to be consistent, especially when the loot pool is so different as well. But,
you know, I think, though, for Sky and Scroll, they got their 2 bad days out the way, which is uncharacteristic of them anyways.
Yeah.
So, you know, realistically, that was probably the best case scenario. It's like, you know what, we had our tough days. Now they can just kind of get to grooving here. They kind of clawed their way out of that slump that they were in. Because they're not doing too bad right now. They're at 90 points here.
Yeah,
they're very much in the competition.
What I will say is they're one of the greatest teams at adapting to the lobby as well. They're one of the really good at sort of looking back at some of those VODs, looking back at what they did wrong. And they're very humble. They're one of those teams that works with a coach, of course. They have that support behind them. And you can honestly see it every single time they go into a season, every single time they have a strategy. It's so well thought out. But it was almost quite surprising we didn't see something similar in Reload for the first 2 days for their performances. But they're here, and that's all that matters. Shark and Teeny as well playing the Storm. 0 eliminations for them right now. We'll just see how they play out the rest of today.
Yeah, definitely a different pacing here. I was under the assumption maybe they would have been trying to position themselves to actually full kind of crash on another duo, but nothing just yet. Swizzy Pixie seem to have continued to kind of pick on Goofy here. Goofy hasn't caught a break at all in the back half of this early game. He just keeps getting farmed over and over. If it's not this duo, it's another.
Yeah.
Saw Cammy kind of get in there waxing on this. It's pretty tough for OCE right now.
Cammy and Hari as well, 6th place right now. Well, we haven't seen a major amount of those guys, but that is exactly what they're like, right? You know, they're kind of flying under the radar. Consistency is the name of their game. Leon Romero as well, currently sat in 5th place at the moment. I think they're a team that have surprised so many people with the ability that's on display. The team from Argentina have really put on a show for us.
Yeah, most definitely. Got to clear their ear too. Argentina, huh? 'Cause, you know, 11 over here trying to create a regional battle over there.
You don't want to do that. Not with those two.
Okay, Momsy Sky Jump though, jumping in, looking pretty solid. Sharkantini setting up here. Got a couple tags in on Demis, but not enough to want to stay around. They're still in the storm, mind you. So they have been kind of lurking, hunting for action. Now they're gonna go for a quick heal, hit the super jump, and they'll be off to positioning for the end game. This is the same exact strategy they employed last round, by the way. It was an eastern zone. They went far south all the way around and then wrapped their way into a strong southern position. But look at that, the zone's gonna start pulling towards the top tier training, so it's not gonna be exactly favorable for the way that they're entering in this time.
Yeah, I think knowing the map is really important. Knowing where those static launch pads are, it's going to be crucial. Has been crucial as part of their strategy. Izzy and Nosiv as well made that rotation look really simple. We've spoken about it. Landing in the right spot is really important. Shark and Teeny looking like they're trying to get towards that dead side of zone. They're flying way above everyone else. That white HP is my only concern. Interested to see how they actually approach that. You see Shark with 2 of those fizz. I wonder if Teeny has any med kits. I think we did see them buy some on the vending machine earlier. Shark, no, down to 1 HP, completely down as well to the Storm. Are any teams going to see that? You see Teeny right next to him. Disastrous there for Shark, who has now gone down. Was it Storm? Was it full damage? I'm not too sure. But Teeny's now having to expand out on his own. And what was looking like a really smart play from those guys turned out to not be the case whatsoever. It looked as though they might have just got looked at by one of the teams that they were trying to glide over. Maybe took it a little bit too risky towards the end of that rotation. Good news for Shark, though, is he will be able to get back into it. Reboots are not ending for another 40 seconds.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, though. Bad news for Teeny, getting looked at from so many different angles. Could this be the end for Teeny? Well, Shark is back in the game right now, but the first time we've seen them wobble today.
Might not be the end, but it's definitely going to be much harder now, given that they've expended so much resources here. So, yes, Shark is back in, but look, 40 mats here. What are you going to do, split that with your teammate? So they're going to really have to put it all on the line and crash into another duo. You know, I don't know whether or not to, like, celebrate the downfall here, because it means that we have a longer tournament life or what, but, yeah, we'll just have to see.
I think that's the thing, though. Shark and Teeny are that sort of team that can and will get a refresh earlier on. They're a team that can just roll through anybody. So even though they find themselves in this position, you cannot count themselves, or you cannot count them out. All of our duos still alive at this point. Lots more passive. RPG from Peterbot into the Mammoth Pistol. Nice connection there onto the team down below. Peterbot with 6 limbs, didn't really get too much more active after that first bout of eliminations that he was managing to get. It's a difficult rotation with so many of our teams right now rotating right the way through top tier training, all the way down towards that southeast.
Sky Scroll are going to get the first jump here on the zone as it kind of pulls relatively favorable for them. Havoc, Swizzy, and Pixie are already there as well. Cold and Rapid, some of the earlier teams to start positioning in the new Storm. Sky Scroll thinking about whether or not it's time to go ahead and make their rotate. Meanwhile, Shark and Teeny are off here. We knew that they were going to have to crash in. It's Osif or Nizzy. Here it is. They end up getting Nosif there. And that's going to be an unfortunate turn of events. Shark and Teeny, Aura versus Orchid, already starting to go down.
Let's take a look at the club championship on the right side of the screen. 300 points separates Team Falcons from AGAL. Reminder, our AGL team is Sky and Scroll. Our Team Falcons team is Peterbot and Poyo, who have had a very slow start by their standards. Peterbot turning it up to 11 though this game, getting so many of those eliminations. Those guys want to hold on to that first place, but for Sky and Scroll, they need to chase.
Peterbot and Poyo, had they not just got third party right there, would have taken out Shark and Teeny. Rocket launcher in hand, Mammoth Pistol when Shark was flying by, Peterbot connected with them, and they were about to push for the elims there. It just shows you how one small situation can change the entire story. And just like that, Shark and Teeny gets a push on. Izzy has to play this out solo though. One of the only players as a solo right now. Acorn has also been found himself as a solo. He is in dead last as Bolt has fallen. This is so tough. Mini Pio finds another one. Peterbot with the flyby shot. What is going on?
Teeny down though as Peterbot goes to the flyby onto height. Huge moments here in this lobby. Shark now has to do it all as a solo, just like Izzy, who we saw have that incredible solo clutch just yesterday. Shark lower on the white HP, looking for some angles. If there's anyone that can do it, it's Shark. Hits the first shot there onto Goofy. Z-Dog in the front side. Shark only 13 bills. Needs to try and find something and quick. Still no placement points for Shark and Teeny. Every single team is still in this game. At least as a solo, that's the first team to go down. It's Izzy and Nosif. Disastrous return to the lobby for these guys after such a good finish to the last game. Shark though needs it all to do and unfortunately cannot do it. They are the third team to fall in this game, so that is our first place team out.
Not before landing the shot though, so the damage has been done there. Peterbot, Poyo have a chance now to start closing this gap here on the rest of the lobby. Into the box though, Peterbot scrambling here, almost loses track of the enemy. The enemy loses track of him. It is just a messy and scrappy fight, but looks like Peterbot gets it all back under control. Switches to the hard mats now. As he got the layer, Poyo's here to back him up. There's a team there. Poyo makes the call for Peterbot to come. It's Khan. It's faded. Just shots land through. Peter's got the RPG. It's left or right, which way they're gonna go. We're just gonna have to see. Meanwhile, Momsy sky jump back to high ground here, trying to go for a win. They just can't get enough.
Paris gets excited about that, but Momsy gets beamed by Poyo. That's got to be the green light for Peterbot and Poyo to go up for height. As our French team are whittled down to just a solo. Scroll now also a solo on these mid-ground layers, looking for an opportunity to find a refresh. Peterbot causing absolute havoc with that RPG, looking for the shot as well, not going to be able to be found, but Poyo is all the way up top. Finally, could this be the game? From the very offset of this game, we saw a different side of Peterbot that we haven't seen in a while. Prime Peterbot could be back. Could they be setting themselves up for the ultimate comeback after such a shaky start? To do it for them, to do it for Falcons, and to do it for their legacy.
I like that too. He just drops the RPG so he doesn't even accidentally put it out at this point. We've already seen 2 small misplays earlier in the day, so Peter's looking fully locked in. We have not seen him better here on the evening. Jump into the low ground though. Look at Scroll still clutching as a solo right now, really pushing his way through this lobby. Cold is also solo clutching here as well. Victor B, Kanata. Kanata's gonna be the first to fall. Victor's got his backside open though, and Scroll finds another elimination there. It's Muzz who takes down Kanata. It's Cold who exchanges onto Darm. It is still firing off here on the low ground.
Only Siphon bills though for Scroll. He's gonna have to pop that med kit as Sky Jump. Of course, down to a solo right here. Demon Gendarme completely out. Peterbot gets into the box of George and finds the elimination as well. That's a huge refresh for him. 0 bills going into that. Now they can reclaim that high ground positioning and wreak havoc onto the rest of the lobby downstairs. Peterbot and Poyo ensuring that they're not going to take full damage, using that fizz, looking on down at everyone else. And they're looking to climb that leaderboard right now. Skyjump's still alive as a solo, remember. They were looking really good up on height until Pollo had something to say about it.
This is the wildest part. All that work, and they're still not in top 10, by the way. They are just beginning to get to that positioning area. Meanwhile, Skyjump gets another elimination onto Iamzo down low. The points are adding up. A big missed shot there. We are going to see Peterbot have to go down and take the fight here shortly. Match is starting to run out. There's the Flowberry Fizz. Malabuka Vico get crashed on. This can go either way. It's a scrappy fight down low. Everyone's going to have to get their hands dirty. Salvatore crunching around the side, loses Yasin. It's a 2v1v1. Peterbot, Pollo have to make a move. When is it going to be?
Low on builds though, Peterbot only got one. He's going to have to drop on through. Salvatore all the way back in the storm, manages to make his way back in. It's a 2v1. Peterbot and Pollo have announced themselves at last in the finals. This is what this duo are about.
This is it. Look at Peterbot really trying to live in the moment. Gets up from his seat, looks around, tries to absorb in this moment right now. He needs that. He lives and thrives off the energy. I know for certain the fans online are feeling good about this one. We are Peterbot and Pollo. Look at the fan right there holding this sign up. We love that. They love them. That was a good game. That's what they needed. And again, I said it. They were so far down though. That's, I think, barely going to nudge them into like top 10. Maybe a little further now though. A win does give you an exceptional amount of extra points.
Well, you know what the great news for them was as well is this Sharkantini went down so early. They didn't get any placement points in that game. I think they only got one elim, Sharkantini. So if there's any sort of game to really have that big comeback and that big win for Peterbot and Pollo, it was that one.
Well, oh, wait, now that I think about it, though, you got to think about it. They're representing Team Falcon, don't forget. Sky and Skrull are their other, arguably even bigger, team to deal with. They have to outperform them for the club championship points. So this is a really good showing right now. There's the signs once again. I don't think Peter can actually see them from where he's seated, but it's definitely cool.
Yeah, he definitely feels the love, and that's a really important point. We're going to see the leaderboard, so when you do see the leaderboard, have a look out for where AGAL, Sky, and Skrull are. Luckily for them, they did have a nice solo clutch with Skrull, managed to pick up a few eliminations, and managed to carry the team forward in that endgame. And, of course, for Falcons, they just got to outperform it. So keep an eye out on that stage of the leaderboard, because you never know when this is going to actually end. Plenty more action to come as well, and the first 4 games have been fantastic.
Just looking at the reactions here. Peterbot trying not to get too worked up right now, but definitely looking better than from comparatively when I was down there doing that interview with Zeke. We're catching up on the tournament standings. I mean, Pollo was looking sick. He was looking so serious, but hey, after that one, I'm sure they're feeling pretty good. Well, if you're at home, you're probably feeling good too for our international fans. So take the moment, catch a breather, and we'll be right back.
Okay, up, left, down, down. Oh, nice! 8-bit sprite. Look so surprised, like, whoa! Okay, nice. I'll take us to the extraction point, and then I can continue with my game. Oh, all this running is making me thirsty.
Hey, stop right there.
Wait, don't eliminate me. I'm just trying to extract my sprite.
Oh, you have a sprite? Me too, actually. I've got the Jonesy sprite, mate.
Oh, nice. I got the 8-bit one.
Oh, that one goes hard. Looks so surprised.
That's so weird. I literally said that earlier. Do you want to maybe form a truce?
Truce?
Yeah. I won't eliminate you, and you won't eliminate me until we both extract our sprites. We got a deal?
Okay, mate. Deal.
this was nice.
Yeah, it was actually.
What? We had a truce. What are you doing?
Don't move.
You betrayed me. You saved my life. You aren't trying to...
My brother, I would never.
And there you go. It's wrecked. Well, see ya.
See ya.
Oh my goodness. I mean, after that game, Vivid, that's why he's the MVP. That's why he's the GOAT. We're talking about Peterborough. We got the hype. The Falcons fans are here. They're feeling the energy. Hey, Boyo's on fire.
We've said enough up here. It's all about Team Falcons. We got to keep the show on the road. Thank you and shout out to the Falcons!
This is it, our last time around the map for Elite Stronghold. And so far, it's been the show we have all been expecting. Shark and Teeny at top of the leaderboard at one point. Peterbot and Pollo getting their victory royale, and even Izzy and Nosif continuing the run from the survival stage to get a victory royale as well. This is match point finals, Taco. 350 points. That is step one, where teams are looking to get on that match point and then eventually get a victory royale.
But it's just not going to come easy, because right now everyone is just managing to break out and keep the leaderboard close. You never really get to see too clear of a breakaway just yet, but it might be cooking. Shark and Teeny obviously on the hunt for it, and after that impressive performance out of Peterbot and Pollo, I think we might just be starting to see the rivalry really heat things up here, but you can't count anybody out.
No, you definitely can, because honestly, if you were watching the first two games, you might have counted out Peterbot and Pollo, and you would have been wrong. And if you kind of looked at that leaderboard, though, Peterbot and Pollo kind of high up, a relatively good position, but it's AGAL Sky and Scroll in terms of the club championship that needs to start to pick up the pace. Only 108 points so far, sitting in 11th place.
Really just waiting to see who touches down first in some of these teams. Peterbot, Pollo, Momsy in their sights. Meanwhile, other players continuing to drop across the map. But Momsy, he might get the opening shot. Peterbot is just so incredible. Peterbot is out of here. Momsy's going to send him packing. Fearless Fear will not be infiltrated by NAC that easily.
Already that hot run coming to a slow start here, but in Conchito, Pablo, they hear the noise and they want to take part in it. Rocket launcher in hand, that's going to drop him down to relatively low ground, burning through his materials as well. Momsy needs a miracle to stay alive, and he's not going to get it here. That knock's going to come in, and Chino and Pablo are going to get that first elimination for themselves.
Momsy just wasn't even sure which direction to check, and I can't blame him with the way that Chino and Pablo just collapsed. But Khan now waiting, strike back. gets the opening shot, but it doesn't even matter. Chino and Pablo clearly ready to finish whatever they've started off here in Game 5, because just like that, Khan also sent to detour elsewhere.
Yeah, but it's not over just yet. The lurks keep on coming, but Malabuka gets found out at the last second. Chino Pablo immediately turn around and take him down as well. The late entry over toward Fearless Pier has been working out, netting them 4 eliminations right out of the gates.
Might have to come to a little bit of a pause, though. Just drifting elsewhere on the map. Shark, Teeny. Might have to clash soon enough here at Elite Experiments, but as of right now, a little bit more fixated on just establishing themselves in the lobby overall. They're going to take some time to properly loot things up, make sure they get a decent material count online before they really start to get involved with some of these fights. And Shark, Teeny, their presence is just going to constantly keep Mumsy and Skyjump really on. I think it's just a little bit on edge if you're Mumsy and Skyjump, because you've got a slight lead, but how do you hold on to that?
Especially against Shark and Teeny. It's going to be something that's very, very hard to plan for. Especially this team here, Goofy, Z-Dog from OCE. If you don't pay attention to the region, you might not necessarily know what type of skill they're capable of. And so far this weekend, they are surprising almost everybody. But now they're on the back foot, forced to run away from Swizzy and Pixie, who at one point were the first place team as well. This is over towards Chisel Cubes. They don't want to fall too deep into that crater. There's so many nooks and crannies, places to hide, and they want to be the team that gets caught off guard because of it.
That's the problem for Swizzy and Pixie. You miss one lobby with an early elimination exit, and suddenly the rest of the leaderboard is already on your throat. And Z-Dog, Goofy, they have not made things easy. Every single time, these guys have been looking for a lot of early game brawling, and most of the time, it's been going pretty heavily in their favor. So yeah, Oceania can definitely get behind watching these guys try to carry a big message to the rest of the world of what they're capable of. But for Cold and Rapid, don't have any time to think. Pablo and Chino are just immediately looking to pounce.
Yeah, and it's a scary situation because both of them are lacking some shields. That rocket launch with pre-fire came in perfectly. Rapid gets boxed up. He gets knocked down. 12-second timer for Cold has officially been started here. But I do believe Cold was able to kind of make his distance, but he's getting chased off. Cold is now under the hunt of Shark and Teeny. Remember that 12-second timer, I do think he bought more than enough time to get Rapid back, but Rapid still has to figure out a strategy of his own of how he's going to be able to get back down. Cole doing a good job of buying him more than enough time, but he himself realizes there's 2 players. It's Shark, it's Teeny. This might be too hot to handle.
And Cole, even he might be looking to take Shark down with him, but it's just not enough. Bolts instead, from a separate angle entirely, is going to deal the dirty work for Shark and Teeny here. Now Acorn and Bolts, though, recognizing the fact Teeny, Shark, maybe a little bit too much time expended on the hunt there for Cold. Shark Teeny, they're not ones to stray from a fight. Acorn and Bolts maybe reconsidering at the same time, though, Jacob. Acorn Bolts, they kind of need this one.
Yeah, and because of that, getting sandwiched between Acorn Bolts, Shark and Teeny, Cold and Rapid will be our first team eliminated out of this match. They hold that 10th place spot for now, but obviously, as the game continues, everybody will have a chance to overtake them. And I do like this decision. Shark and Teeny disengaging one way, Acorn Bolts going the other. They just finished a fight. They just cleaned up a whole nother team, so they don't want to take too many big risks too early.
Con invaded. They were already starting to make their move. It's because of what they were able to clear up just before, finding that elimination onto Rapid. Definitely giving them some pretty big motivation. Anytime these players sniff even the slightest bit of weakness from a duo, from a player, or they see that reboot popping off after the elimination feed lights up, they're all ready and just too eager to try and wipe each other out. Shark and Teeny, from having once been on the prowl, they're gonna find themselves just forfeiting that aggressive front. Shark knows he's got to wait. Teeny will manage to make it back into this lobby, but Now he's at the mercy of what everyone else decides to do, and Sky, Scroll, they don't seem like they're done with him just yet.
Yeah, they heard the noise. It's about, are you going to go ahead and make the trip on over? And that one's answered instantly, but it's not just them. It's Chino and Pablo also rotating on over. Sky gets dropped down to just a sliver of HP. They do clean up the elimination onto Teeny just in time, because it's Sky who gets the siphon. Thanks to Scroll, he's staying alive that much longer here, and much needed because of Pablo and Chino were looking to take the fight, but as the dust settles, both teams looking to go their separate ways.
The way that Pablo and Chino are just going all out aggressive right now, Jacob, obviously they're sorely missing out on playing catch-up time after these first few lobbies just did not go in more favorable direction for them, but you're looking at them going so crazy as if they're on the line of getting eliminated from the entire finals if this game isn't a win for them. Love to see them start to be much more proactive though.
Seeing everybody else rotating in from the northeastern side of the map, trying to hold on to a little bit of elevation. Most of the zone is over open water, so we know we might have a cutback in our future, but Sky and Scroll still willing to get their hands dirty. Teeny respawning back in, and this is where the farm is looking to begin, but Teeny doing a good job. Great damage on the Sky, literally fighting for his life. Chance to stay alive, but Scroll reunites. They're both positioned well together against Teeny here. I don't see Shark anywhere in sight, so I'm not sure how much Teeny help he's gonna get.
Hey, but if you're gonna try and match up with Teeny, you best step correctly. Teeny, though, realizing might have taken a little bit too much time there trying to bail out. He'll be eliminated. Shark still lurking overhead, though. He has managed to close some space, at least away from where that action was taking place. But the problem is, out of the frying pan, straight into the fire, potentially, dealing with the likes of Kanata and Victor V now, who seemingly might have a little bit of an inkling that there is a player nearby, but don't know just how direct that notion is. And in fact, Victor V still watching his back, but they're not going to pursue it right now.
Yeah, at least not onto Shark, but right in front of them is Teeny as well, trying to hold down that launch pad. Hopefully the communication comes through, and you see in the minimap right there above them is Chino and Pablo as well. The zone does cut back from Peerless Pier. Remember, I mentioned most of the zone over open water, but I don't think it gets that much easier. You see on the north side of that zone, relatively even, flat land, but on the south side, that's when we got those mountain ranges coming into play.
Look, most players, when they get eliminated back-to-back sequences, you think that they'd want to just sit inside the storm and take it easy, find those opportunities to loop back up and recover. But for Shark and Teeny, there's a method to the madness. They're still willing to go as aggressively as they can. And it's actually going to push Victor V and Kanata further away from them. Whether this is an intended outcome by Shark and Teeny, we'll have to wait and see. I really do think that they were hustling to get some eliminations for a refresh there, but the opportunity might have slipped them by.
Yeah, needed the resources, the materials, everything there, not just the points itself. Izzy and Nosip, on the other hand, looking much better off. You see them find a med kit. They're stalling for time. They know the zone is opening up, and that's going to be a blessing in disguise. On the other side, Sky Jump, Momsy, our first place team so far in this competition. They're just going ahead and staggering back. They're finding all the time in the world, especially with the zone continuing to pull in their favor. Another north side zone.
Momsy and Skyjump might even be smiling every time they look at that elimination feed early on, but you can't get too excited just yet. Even if a team is having these early game woes, that doesn't mean that they won't be able to turn things around, because how many times, Jacob, have we seen a team go through it, everything working against them in the early phases, and then one good refresh in that mid to end game, and all of a sudden they're right back in the action and potentially even able to take the victory royale.
I feel like this game right now is kind of slowing down. I think they realize reboots are about to turn off in about 1 minute and 10 seconds. We're already in the 6th zone. Even the ones that are outside trying to go ahead and out heal it. It is 2 tick up damage per second that you spend out there. So timing is definitely of the essence. But a north side zone pull. Relatively flat ground outside of the hostile hold, of course. So if we continue kind of moving towards the west, this will be a good game, or at least a good chance for everybody here, no matter what they have in their inventory.
It makes sense, though, for these teams to want to play a bit more reserved. No one's really trying to be the first one out in the open, because nobody wants to be at the mercy of the lobby focus. And they can just position on these little elevation shifts, the halfway points of the cliff faces, using some of that natural coverage to instead preserve a lot of their build's material, but Skrull won't be able to get out of the line of sight. Cammy's gonna get the credit for it, but Peterbot and Poyo were definitely looking his way. It's a pretty tough blow for Sky and Skrull to suffer at this stage, but Sky, he's just gotta muster up the willpower to stay on his own 2 feet here, because Skrull might be back in the action, but that doesn't mean that he's out of the clear just yet.
Yeah, just kind of having to drop in from above. Teeny is down as well. No chance for him to reboot back into this game. They have officially turned off, so now all the pressure is going to be on the Shark. He only has 26 builds, 1 med kit, no extra shields, and then 1 shockwave on top of that.
Just thinking back to that one opportunity that they had briefly against Kanata and Victor V that they weren't able to fully capitalize on, but faded. Yoinkin bolts his elimination credit. Shark now realizing that lobby is headed straight for him, but fortunately he'll still be able to put up the facade that he's strong enough to push back against this lobby pressure. Hari and Cammy, though, actually are standing tall as a duo currently. Just waiting to see where their next play is going to be at. Shark managing to pick up a little loot pile along the way. That is a huge saving grace.
Yep, keeping him alive. The shields, extra med kits just in case, but the build still lacking. It's all about trying to get some points for your efforts. 0 elimination so far. Uncharacteristic like from a team just like that. Very, very similar here. Poyo with that 1 elimination. Gotta imagine it was on Skrull or Sky before the reboots even turned off. So they're back into the game. No worries there. But they're headhunting. They're looking for any player on these rotations that are making mistakes that they can capitalize on.
All I know is that anytime you see Peterbot and Poyo light up with even 1 victory royale, that seems to be the catalyst every single time for that duo. And a lot of this too, when it comes down to a LAN finals, Jacob, you're really just trying to simulate that home environment. How many times have we seen Peterbot's friends and family encouraging him, and Faxley himself even constantly wanting to remind Pete, you just need to play like you're at home. You don't have anything to prove. You're already the greatest Fortnite player of all time, so you just need to fly out there. And it's those kinds of encouraging moments that I think can really make the difference for these teams.
2 solos running around this lobby inside of the top 18. This is one of them. And you can see so many players cutting off the path. Peterbot and Poyo get ready for their next rotation. They don't want to be too quick to the punch, make a mistake that they'll regret throughout the course of this game. A Shark looks towards his left. Weak ball. Vico Malibuca not really ready to take that action just yet. Sky and Skrull as well, looking for any opportunity. Zone is pushing players further towards the north, but it's not up the mountain just yet.
The minigame battle for height is about to kick off here, though, knowing that Shark and Teeny are just not going to really be too big of a participant, because Shark by his lonesome challenging Swizzy and Pixie is going to be a problem here, but Momsy and Skyjump, an issue entirely of themselves in the low ground. Pete and Poyo, all these differing layers, Jacob, just starting to get very messy.
Yeah, especially if you don't really have a sense of what's going down on each one of those layers. The Shark finally runs out of his material. Zone actually opens up in his favor. A blessing in disguise for Shark as he goes right back to the cone. It is going to be wood. Relatively easy to see through, but let's see what tricks Shark has up his sleeve.
When everybody is just scrambling over each other, though, that's where the opportunity to strike could really present itself here. Shark even feeling like he might be able to play through a little bit of healing methods here, but Pete, Poyo, they've decided to make their way up. It's all about whether or not Peterbot can actually take down Pixie. Instead, he'll opt to just prioritize high ground control, but they know it's only a matter of seconds before Swizzy and Pixie potentially look to chop him out and re-challenge, but Pixie paying the ultimate price on his way down.
Shots from above. They make sure to hit every single point of damage, even without the actual knock, to make sure they see some sort of success. Hari and Cammy underneath, but they're on a mid layer, trying to make sure to clear it out. Peterbot, Poyo finally get their high ground overtaken. They are burning through material. They're burning through their resources as well. Sky and Skrull have officially been eliminated out of this game. 16th place taco, no place fit for them.
But how far can Falcons, Peterbot, and Poyo truly fly? Aurora show Shark also trying to make sure that he can build as many placement points. Izzy nearly falling, but Shark won't be able to finish it off. He's still got to keep trying to find different opportunities, and they are just running ever so thin here because Pete and Pollo are just forcing everybody to hide.
And while they're taking names and crossing them off the list, Izzy and No-Sip are going to get that elimination onto Shark, but it's not without sacrifice. Izzy has gone down. A few solos left in this game, and No-Sip is feeling the pressure of being one of those few, but luckily for him, he spots a bit of loot outside of the zone, sacrificing a little bit more HP to make sure he grabs it for himself, but Peterbot and Pollo, or I say just Peterbot now, still battling out for the high ground, but he doesn't have material. He has to concede.
And the drop down, he might be able to snag an elimination on his exit, but Vico Malabuca, that's exactly who he might have to fare with next. They've actually done a great job at holding on to that low side control. Granted, they fully understand they're going to need to start making their way up. They're going to need to start finding more eliminations, but Faded and Khan cutting Pete short in his tracks.
Oh my, Momsy! Fourth elimination, and when he needs it most, getting the siphon, getting the shield, able to use the medkit to buy him that much more time, but Yassine is up above. Malabuca, Vico, they did not get the memo, and they send them right back to where they came.
And Vico's trying to take out Pixie all the while. Yes, it's just taking out chunks of Vico's HP. He will be able to play the mech hit temporarily. Mini Pio also still kicking, but look at what Momsy's been able to accomplish. 4 eliminations, Cammy and Hari sitting on 5, but they're still not done. They're hunting down these last couple of opponents here in this ultimate low ground, looking back, just waiting for the moment to strike.
And this is that moment. They're the only duo left in this game, but one of the solos is Momsy. We know what type of run he's been on so far, and he's bobbing and weaving, dodging all he can until eventually Hari takes him out. But now it's all solos. Cammy has fallen, so it's anybody's opportunity.
And Vico hoping that nobody realizes where he's at, but how much HP does he really have to work with? Doesn't have any build, so that'll be the end of it for Hari. The siphon materials. Vico waiting to close this one out. Salvador not going to be able to connect. Vico hoping, but it's a dodge every which way angle, and Salva winning it outright for the Middle East.
They finally pick it back up. They qualified through the survival stage. They made their mark here at the match point finals by picking up that victory royale and starting to boost this confidence, because if anybody thought this was going to be a quick few games, we crown a champion, we move on, you were wrong. This is a marathon of Fortnite.
Vico definitely seeming very pleased with himself, though, for at least securing that second place position, but I am just in disbelief. Yassin and Salva, for what it's worth, Jacob, they just psychoed hype, and it worked out. They did not have healthy HP. I believe Yassin only had like maybe 5 to work with. Salva also no shield whatsoever, down to about half of his white health too, and the fact of the matter is, they just took it by force.
They really did, man. And honestly, look at their faces. They're not celebrating as much as Vico and Malabuca. I might have to challenge Vico to a dance-off, but this is the moment right here. Vico literally falling under the radar. He had 5 eliminations. Mini Pio there went down. That stopped him from eventually picking up the material in time. But as you see, Salvatore dropped down, got a little bit of an advantage because Vico didn't know where he was coming from. And since then, he already had the pressure and made that finish off strong. Yassine and Salvatore putting their region on the map here in finals.
Right, and for Vika too, back against the wall, just impressive stuff to really hold his own in those last couple of moments. But what I'm really starting to notice is how aggressive so many of our teams are starting to get in this early game action. While we're not witnessing necessarily the full elimination removals of a duo, it's just that constant tension, because the moment one player falls, they are just stuck in that reboot loop for what feels like at least 5 or 6 zones, and by then, how do you recover? That was the problem for Shark and Teeny.
Yeah, they kind of were just stuck on the outskirts for so long, and they weren't really able to loot up. And we talked about that opportunity where Kanata and Victor V were kind of rotating on by. Maybe they wanted to take the fight, but with Chino and Pablo there as well, it was just a little bit too messy. And those are the little opportunities that you kind of look at. You always kind of think the big moments, missing a shot, but that was not going to be the case. But we have one of the best teams, the fan favorites, ready for you guys on the side.
Skyjump and Momsy currently sitting atop of the leaderboard. A really impressive day so far, but obviously still plenty of action to come. Momsy, let's start things with you. How does this lobby feel in comparison to the group stage?
Si tu compares un petit peu au group stage, comment est-ce que c'est le niveau de ce lobby-là actuellement?
Je m'attendais à un niveau quand même un petit peu plus élevé.
I was waiting for a little bit better than this.
Finalement, pour le moment, ça se passe bien. On espère continuer sur cette lancée et au final soulever le trophée. Hein.
Yeah, so for now we are doing good and it's kind of more easy than what we thought. So we hope we're gonna do the same and we got at the end just leave the trophy.
It's been a really impressive performance so far. Has there been any strategy changes for you guys coming into today, or are you guys just feeling yourselves at this point?
Est-ce que vous avez changé un peu les strats par rapport au jour d'avant ou est-ce que vous êtes resté sur le même style de jeu que vous avez proposé au group stage?
On est plutôt resté sur le même. Après, voilà, c'est différentes games. Ouais, différentes games. On prend des kills à certains endroits, à certains moments. Tu peux pas savoir quand tu vas les prendre. Et de toute façon, là pour le moment, ça se passe bien et on n'a rien changé au game plan. On suit juste comment.
So our strategy is kind of the same, but of course every game is different. So we never know where we're gonna get kills or what will be the rotation, of course. So we just adapt each games, but the game plan is still the same. Like play the best as we can and follow what we used to do.
Well, let's talk about the format then a little bit coming into today, because in the next few games we're going to quickly be approaching match point format. Does that feel like today could bring it to be a little bit easier, or is it going to make things a little bit harder later in the day?
Alors là aujourd'hui on a je vais te poser la question à toi du coup BG, on a un espèce de format un peu particulier avec le match point. Quand on atteint les 350 on peut avoir une victoire. Est-ce que pour toi du coup c'est plus facile de gagner par rapport au jour d'avant, ou au contraire ça peut être vraiment un format qui vous met à l'aise ou pas à l'aise? Comment tu le vis ce format?
Bah ouais, moi je trouve que le format il est excellent, jouer comme ça. Ça change rien au niveau des top 1, c'est toujours aussi difficile ou facile entre guillemets avant d'avoir le match point, mais une fois que ça arrivera vers game 7 et 8, ça sera beaucoup plus compliqué je pense.
I really like this format. I think for now it's not changing a lot because no one is in match point, but of course it's still really hard to have a victory royale, and maybe when someone will have match points, the game will change a little bit.
Yeah, that's what we're all thinking backstage. Well, with bated breath. But you know what? Finally, we've got the French fans here. They're having a great time. Is there anything that you would like to say to them? Because every time we say your guys' names, the crowd goes crazy.
À chaque fois qu'on dit vos noms, les gens ils deviennent complètement fous. Tu voulais leur dire un petit truc peut-être aux fans français qui vous écoutent?
Les gars, j'entends plus Falcon que nous. Je trouve que c'est pas normal. Donc va falloir faire un peu plus de bruit pour les prochaines games, s'il vous plaît.
Guys, I mean, I can hear the Falcons are too close to me, so I can hear more than Falcons fan than you. So you guys have to make some noise for us. So please, mesdames et messieurs, faites du bruit pour votre duo français.
That's what we like to hear. Back to you guys.
What's going on, everybody? I have Clicks and Savage here. We are getting ready. Guys, what an incredible moment. It is so hype. I thought finals was gonna be hype, but this is on another level.
This is not hype. I don't know what you're saying, but NA, it looks like an EU leaderboard. What am I looking at? And you want to know why? Guess who's not playing? Me. And there's a reason it's looking like this.
Sav, I can't lie, man. EU's looking real good. How are you feeling about that?
Well, I'm feeling great. You know, I think we would do even better if I'm playing, but you know, it's a pleasure to watch EU just absolutely crush NA. Like Click said, I mean, it looks like it's in the UFNCS, to be honest. So yeah, I mean, I think Brazil and OC also might be outplaced in every NA team. So no, it's amazing to watch here in Paris. Yeah.
They got to give us time, right? NA's cooking. We're slow to start, but we'll be strong to finish. Obviously, you guys are doing a fun watch party, Clicks. You know, I think Faxity's out there as well. He's probably watching you, watch him, watch you. What would you say to Faxity?
Yeah, I know he's watching right now, but kind of what Frantic said, it's like he's never been on a broadcast, and the fact that Frantic's on a broadcast for Faxity, it's just like, what are you doing, dude? You know what I'm saying? It's just loser activities, man.
Harsh words, Fax. I still love you no matter what. Sav, how are you feeling obviously about all of the regions? You kind of touched on it a little bit. Is there any duos or anything that, like, any teams, players that are standing out to you?
Yeah, I mean, Shark and Teeny they're just going crazy. And also, Izzy and Nosif and Skyjump and Mumsy, the only two French teams, they're actually going crazy on EU FNCSs. I feel like they haven't been doing too good, but you know, they're on their home field, so I'm actually proud of them. You know, I'm proud of them.
It's got to be like the land buff and home turf buff, right? Like, it looks so good. Okay, so look, Clicks, NA, we need this. We need this bad. I can hear Levin in the back of my mind. Just a devil on my shoulder. Just, he's waiting. He's like, nah, it's not going to happen. Who do you think, if NA has to win, could win? Who do we? Is it Cold and Rapid? Is it Josh and Iamzo? Like, who could stand for us right now? If it's not you.
If it's not me, we're gonna need my duo and Cold and Rapid to bring it home. And I think they could. They're 8. They're in a nice area. We're gonna need a couple more good games to get there. But I'll be happy if NA wins this lane.
But the problem is Cold and Rapid, they're gonna hit 350. But can they win a game though? You're gonna be biased. Sav, you think they can hit match point?
Yeah, I think they need to pray that the teams that hit it before them, because I think it's, you see the leaderboard, it's most likely they're not gonna hit it first, So I think they gotta pray Shark and TD don't put on a crazy show. What do you mean bias? I hear you, bro.
Oh my gosh. Okay, finally, obviously, you guys got chat going. You got fans here. You got fans back home. What would you say to them? You got to give them their moment.
Give the fans at home their moment. I mean, shout out to EWC for hosting this whole event and putting us all together to be able to just watch and celebrate. And either way, whoever, if NA wins, if French wins, or America, it's a good tournament, and we're here to have a good time.
Exactly what he said. Thank you to EWC. This is my first time having a booth, so hopefully we'll be on the stage next time. But yeah, it's it's second best option.
I love it, guys. Thank you so much. We'll toss it back to you guys for more EWC. Man, Fortnite fam, what an incredible time to be at EWC when the action is heating up. We had to have Falcons, Peterbot, and Poyo join us here because you guys everyone's got eyes on you guys. First off, let's start real simple. How's the competition going for you?
It's going all right so far. Like, we've had our one win, but other than that, like, the game's been pretty mid.
Pete, what do you think?
Yeah, after game 3, I was super mad, and then I just had to take over. You know what I mean? I was so mad.
Well, listen, you guys obviously picked it up in the last 2 games. You guys are doing great. I did notice there was a certain moment in that last game. I think it was Pete and Poyo, you guys teamed up together to shoot out. It was either Sky or Scroll out of the sky. And then I saw in the player reaction cam, I think it was Pete, he was like, yes. Is that like an AGAL incentivized elimination there? Or was that kind of just thinking that you were happy to get the elim?
Any chance I get to eliminate them, I'm going to. And I'm going to try my best to make sure they're not in the game anymore.
Dang, that's crazy. So obviously we're about to swap over to Slurp Rush. How are you guys feeling about that? Is that when you guys start to come alive? Is there strats you guys have prepped? Because again, pressure's on, man. So what do you think?
In my opinion, Slurp Rush is a far better map for us and just in general, but I'm looking forward to it.
How about you, Poyo?
Yeah, I think Slurp Rush is our strongest map, so I think we'll do better on that map.
Now, Poyo, obviously, I think you probably saw it. We saw a lot of the community had noticed that Peterbot was investing a lot of time in the practicing because he was like, oh my gosh, like Falcons need to win this. But I don't think we've gotten your side of the story yet in terms of how important the club championship is. Like, is that something that you're kind of thinking about, or are you guys just kind of playing your game?
Yeah, I would think about it a little bit, but like, I feel like we're still just focused on winning because if we win this tournament, then Falcons wins as well. So it's like it's an incentive to win for us. Yeah.
Does that add any pressure to you guys in any way? Like,
you guys have done this before. You've been on land, you've been under pressure, and I feel like that's where you guys thrive. So do you feel like there's any extra pressure there?
No, definitely not extra pressure. It just makes it more fun. Like, it makes the win mean more as well.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if you've heard this, Pollo, but someone backstage told me, I think it was Levin 2K. He said we look alike because we both have similar hair. I could basically be your big brother. How do you feel about that statement that Levin 2K made?
Yeah, I heard about that, but I mean, kind of look alike because of the hair.
All right, let's get serious, right? We're halfway through. All right, how are you guys feeling so far? Obviously, you guys won it. You guys are winners. How are you guys feeling so far about your chances to win the competition today?
Like, we're in a good spot right now, so with the Slurpee map, I think we can get like to match point pretty quick, and then it's also like the easiest map to win games on.
Okay. All right. Finally, we have to ask. Obviously, you guys have a ton of fans out there. Is there any special fan that you want to just give like a big shout out to?
Just anyone on Team Falcons, you know, supporting us. I mean, every single game, every single kill, I hear them after I get a elimination. So, you know.
Yeah. Wait. Sorry, guys. I'm getting a call. What's that? Hello, Faxity. Hey, what's up? Sorry, guys. Faxity says you guys need to do better. What's that? He says you guys look nice. Should I tell him anything or?
Nah, tell him nothing, because I have nothing good to say about you, Faxity.
Oh, so sorry, Faxity. I guess I gotta go. Well, guys, thank you so much. And shout out to you guys. Best of luck in the rest of the competition. Let's kick it back over to the desk, see what's going on.
I am here to support Sky and Scroll.
We support Havoc.
I support Aurora.
I'm here to support Foot Sports.
I'm supporting Aurora Gaming. My favorite team is Team Havoc by Vitality.
We came all the way from Denmark.
I traveled from Brazil to see P18 and Edson.
I came from Romania. I've been playing Fortnite since I was 6. I'm now 12, so basically 6 years.
Me, I play from the beginning.
Since 2018, I play every season. I try hard, really hard.
My favorite player is Shark.
Sky is my favorite.
J'aime vraiment bien Shark, c'est le meilleur joueur européen actuellement.
He's just very aggressive, and I really like that because there's a lot of action and there's a lot of fighting involved, and it's really exciting.
We Brazilian, we like to share a lot for our players, so that's why I came here and I go to every single global tournament to root for the Brazilian guys.
I'm gonna have to say Sky and Scroll win. I think they're very consistent team. They're like the best team in this lobby by far. And as long as they keep the confidence up, I think they can win easily. Pete top 2 and then Sharkantini top 3.
Premier, je dirais Sharkteni. Et deuxième, je dirais Peterbot, Boyo. Troisième, Vico Malibuka.
Sharktini on top. In second, I would put Vico Malibuka. And in third, Peterbot or Coles. Maybe they're just gonna put like a comeback.
For me, Call Rapid, Pixie Sweezy. Yeah, Mom C Skyjump. Me also, Call Rapid are very, very good. Pixie Sweezy and Skyjump Mumsy there. Let's do a top 1.
For me, Sweezy Pixie top 1, Cold Rapid top 2, and Mumsy Skyjump top 3.
Probably first Sharkantini, second Peterbot and Boyo, and third Sky and Squirrel.
Sharks going to take over everyone.
Edson Malado, só tu dar um piece, um maxinho e acabou, pai. Só fazer o que você sabe que você vai ganhar o cup. Tamo junto.
My favorite player is Sweezy, and I want to say him, good luck.
Shark, franchement, continue comme ça. T'es le meilleur joueur que j'ai jamais vu européen, aussi jeune. Franchement, que du mérite.
Let's go, Havoc. We believe in you. You're so good. Thank you for playing, and let's win.
how we say in French, HVK win.
But Shark, just like, don't be scared of any fights. You know you're better, and just go on, continue. You're just gonna probably be one of the best players of all time.
Welcome back to more Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. My name is the 7WG, and I'm joined this time by Levin and Mini. Mini, you're just gonna be with me the whole day. It's looking like we went outside, now we're inside.
I feel like I'm just collecting it, so I'm doing a bit of casting and being with you guys as well. It's been fun, I'm enjoying it, and yeah, excited for the rest of the games as well. They've been so good so far.
Levin, how are we feeling today so far?
Feeling good. I don't know about you though, man. I don't know if you know, Mini likes to host, so you might be coming for your role.
You know what? You've been killing it, brother. I've been enjoying doing the segments with you. But as we take a look at here at the overall Sky Jump and Momsy currently in first place, as we have seen Aurora with Sharkintini slow down, Levin.
I mean, a bit of a surprise, to be honest. They didn't look like a team that had any intentions of slowing down. You have to remember, this is Shark's second LAN event, right? This is the second time he's been on this stage. This is the first time he's been on a stage like this and been in the lead and looked so dominant. You know, again, a lot of pressure that comes with that. I feel like they're feeling that right now, Mini.
Yeah, I definitely think so. They're the sort of team, though, that can have that big pop-off game when required. Skyjump and Momsy, though, I want to give those guys their flowers because they have been excellent in all of their games so far. The one downside is that they haven't actually been able to pick up a victory royale so far. Yep. That's going to be obviously the deciding factor here to get this match point finished as soon as possible. And on the lower end of the leaderboard, not quite as good. Lots of NA on there, notice in 11 as well.
That bottom three is not looking the best, unfortunately. Look, I don't want to dunk on anyone too hard, right? We're at the halfway point. There's still many games left. If Skyjump and Mumsy keep playing how they're playing, though, there might not be many more games to...
Jacob.
What's up? I'm gonna go ahead and take it from here, Levin. I'm gonna go ahead and take it from here. Let's go ahead and scoot you off the couch one moment. You know, as a caster, everybody knows I just love to talk. And honestly, there's only room for one big man on this couch. I'm that big man. You know,
respect it.
And being able to cast these games, man, have been insane. Sharkintini, honestly, after watching game one, I was convinced these guys are going to take it, but then I forgot Peterbot and Poyo existed.
I mean, the way that Peterbot was able to bounce back, especially in that match number 4, right? What was it, 7 eliminations? Just by himself.
Yeah, and he got a lot of those earlier on as well. I think just starting the game off really strongly is going to be really important for these guys. I do feel like they're that sort of momentum team. It does seem like they have that sort of unbreakable, unshakable mindset, but it definitely affects them. I think they give off a lot of that sort of aura and try and be calm and cool, but they do rely on that momentum as well, and we saw that in that last game.
Jacob, aren't you supposed to be casting, bro?
I mean, I was casting, but I initially came in because Vivid made a comment yesterday, and he said, who's going to scooch me over, right? And then he looked to Levin, and they laughed what I felt like was in my face. And that's something I remembered forever. All love to Levin, all love to Vivid, but I had to make sure to get my get back. Levin, I love you, brother. I got to go ahead and give you your seat back, my man. I just had to do it one time.
The size difference. The size difference was insane on that shot too. Well, thank you, Jacob. Hopefully you have fun casting. Welcome back, Levin.
You know what, yesterday I was actually quite upset with Glitter when she like sort of pushed me to the side. But at least she like let me stay on the couch.
True.
You know, like Jacob's just like, yeah, man, just get off the couch.
How did you listen to him? That's what I want to know.
He's an intimidating man. I mean, a man of his stature. I mean, you don't want to mess around with him.
Could have literally just came and sat on him. He would have disappeared. It would have happened with me too.
I didn't even see him come in.
But for some of the other duos, right? We're talking about the club championship. We're talking about some of these other everything that's going on here at EWC. AGL. I feel like we're seeing the same AGL that we saw in Survival, which was a bit of a hit and miss.
Yeah, and it's really weird to see Sky and Scroll in this position. They're not the sort of team that you typically associate with a team that is hit and miss, particularly with how they play over on EU, the way they play that major so effectively. They're back-to-back major winners, remember, as well. So it's like, that's not the sort of performances that you need to win at FNCS Major. The way they're playing here is just so unorthodox, really, from what they're used to.
Yeah, I think the reality that we've had to come to accept as Sky and Scroll is when it comes to Battle Royale, they've got the formula figured out, right? Their intuition in that mode, everything from just the way they pick their drop spots to the way they like to rotate to their timings, everything is spot on. they just haven't quite figured out the formula here in Reload. And so, unfortunately, if the Falcons continue to rise this way, I know obviously Trackmania and that's going on, but it might not even have to come down to that, the way Peterborough and Poyo are starting to heat up.
And we're getting a chance to see that club championship ranking right now. Falcons right now with a healthy lead, and I say healthy when it's just only 300 points, considering that if AJL does end up turning it around, they could end up catching up, but right now it's just not looking like it. When we see what's going on so far today, right? What's one thing that has just stuck out with you? Obviously, we've seen Peter, Bot, and Poyo being able to bounce back. Whether it's good or bad, what's like that one thing you're like, oh, okay, I was not expecting that?
I think the amount of really solid NA fighters who just sort of been getting put down quite a bit. Look, one thing that I've always said, even with the whole regional bias gimmick that we all do, the best of the best NA players, the best of the best EU players have always been level peg, right? And especially in fighting situations, you'd expect a lot of these NA guys to be doing a lot better than you, but there's been a lot of mid-game fights where brothers are just getting put down that I'm not used to seeing get put down.
Yassine and Salvatore as well. I think that's a big surprise from me. We spoke about how these sort of small and region teams are really stepping up to the plate. Those guys managed to win a game today. I think that's probably my biggest surprise from today. It's like, what realistically would we expect from those guys? Because I don't know what to expect from them, especially in the finals. We haven't seen them in this position before.
Very true. Now, we've been talking about the game a lot. This is kind of the halftime, right? We're going to take a little bit away from the halftime. We're going to try to have some fun here. I can't have you guys looking that way at all because we...
Well, can we look that way?
Just close your eyes real quick. Just act... Levin, close your eyes. Act like you didn't see it.
We can't look that way. We can't look that way.
No. Just close them. Just close them. Here we go. I'm going to scramble them really fast. Ready?
Are we good?
All right. You may... Oh, wait. You had your eyes open the whole time. Would you do too?
Looking up there.
Okay. Hold this one.
Okay.
Just whatever you do, don't look that way.
Whatever I do not
look that way.
Screen that tells me the answer.
Or you might have Jacob just come in and end up...
I don't want to mess with that guy, so I'm a bit...
Scary Jacob.
So what do I have to do? Hold it.
Hold this one.
Right.
We're going to be playing Guess Who I Am.
Right.
Okay.
All right. So you guys have 2 cards.
Yep.
I want you guys to...
Put it on my
here,
forehead.
you know what? I'm actually going to move over here.
Okay.
So I make sure you guys actually don't see the screen.
Right. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Face each other.
Okay. Well, they want to see it, so I need to...
No, I mean, they should be able to. Here, like, we'll get a quick one. We'll get a quick one. There you go. This is the one that Levin's going to be using.
Okay.
That's the one that you're going to be using.
Okay.
All right, now face each other.
Okay.
Make sure you guys see each other. Yeah, and the card as well.
Can see my card. You
I
know
can
who
see
my
your
person
card.
is.
Do you know my person is?
I recognize your person, yeah.
Okay.
I recognize your
And give each other some clues, and you're going to have to guess who that person in the card is.
Okay, is my person a professional Fortnite player?
Yes, he is.
Wow.
How
okay.
did you know?
Okay.
Is... What, can I get a question?
Yeah,
Yeah. 1 and 1 and 1 and 1.
Right, is my player here today?
Yeah, they're here today. They're in the building.
They're in the building. Right,
They're in the building. Is my player a European player?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
he is.
Chance to see it, just to verify.
Yeah,
All right, just making sure.
Yeah, well, I know.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right, meaning?
Question. Is my player from one of the quote-unquote smaller regions, so i.e. not EU or NA Central?
Oh, hold on. Technically,
They are NA Central.
They are NA
believe.
Central.
Yeah,
originally from that...
you didn't ask anything else.
Oh, okay.
You get your own card if you want to play, man.
All right,
You want to play, then get your own card.
Now we good. Okay, all right. Go on.
Ridiculous.
Is my player playing on a club championship organization?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Has my player won an FNCS before?
No, they've
Oh.
not. Not an FNCS chump.
Not a chump.
They might be a chump, but not a champ. Does my player look like Zekimus Prime?
Ooh. No.
Okay.
All right. Meaning?
Is my player the IGL in the duo?
Yeah, they're the leader.
They're the leader?
They're the leader,
Okay,
yeah. They're the
okay.
leader.
Good to know.
They're always IGL it. Always. Always IGL it.
hard.
Yeah. Okay, is my player a fragger?
No.
Or not a fragger?
Not a fragger.
Okay. All right.
You're narrowing it down. I'm going to give you
Yeah,
guys...
One
Let's
more question
say-
each, and then we start guessing, or we just got to
Two more questions each, and then you have to guess.
Okay. What's your question?
I get a question.
Question.
I'm still trying to block the screen. Just don't be looking this way.
Is my player playing with his current duo in this event?
No, they're not playing with their usual. They're not playing with the people we're used to seeing them play with.
Right.
Not whatsoever. Did my duo win an FNCS this year? Did my player win an FNCS this year?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, wait. You ready to lock in your answer? Not yet. You still have one more question.
One more question? Okay.
So I have one more, right?
But if you answer it before he does, then guess who wins?
Okay. No,
So you want to win?
I'm gonna use my extra
Okay,
question.
all right. You can use your lifeline too.
Okay. What's your question, man? Come on.
What is my question? My question is... Is this player... Does he have blonde hair?
No. I couldn't even imagine them with blonde hair. No, absolutely not.
Don't look that way.
Absolutely not. No cheating.
I'm not cheating, mate. I'm not cheating. I don't cheat.
My final question is... okay. Let me be tactical here.
This is the last one.
Okay. I know. Can I just guess my player, actually?
Oh, he wants to go for the win. No, you can guess it.
Is my player Acorn?
No.
No. What?
I can answer that one.
Yeah.
You want to ask a question, or you want to try to take a guess?
Oh. Not an FNCS winner. IGL in the duo. Not playing with his usual teammate. The blonde threw me off. I was gonna say, I'm gonna guess Rapid, but he's blonde, isn't he?
No, definitely not blonde.
Rapid is wrong.
Trust me.
Rapid is wrong?
Rapid is... Your player is not Rapid.
Yeah, your player is not blonde.
Your player is not blonde.
No. Sometimes some people would say he's not a player.
Yeah.
Not a player whatsoever. You just didn't ask, and I'm giving you a hint.
Yeah. Where's my hint? I don't know.
Your hint,
What's my hint?
I'm gonna let you look that way really quick. All right, wait, hold on. Do this. I'm gonna let you face it to the camera.
Okay.
Face the card to the camera.
Yeah, face the card to the camera.
You get less than a second to turn. That's the biggest hint. Yeah, look at the monitor and then come back to us.
Well, he just looked at the answer.
Or did he? Or did he? How good is his eyesight? That's the big question.
Didn't you say my player was an IGL?
Yeah.
Okay. My player's an IGL?
Yeah.
I didn't see the person.
That's completely useless.
That's why I said 1 second, bro. That's why I said 1 second.
Oh, okay. All right.
Wait, do you have a guess? Because you haven't guessed yet.
I haven't. I guess right. Yeah, you gave me a hint.
Give me a big hint.
Well, not a player. That's
not a player.
The one.
Wait, let's go down from it, right? Not a player.
Not a player. Would
not
IGL
definitely not blonde.
Would lead his team, but not
Definitely
a player.
an IGL.
But in the building.
Yes.
Oh my goodness! Everyone at home is probably laughing at me right now.
Definitely an IGL.
Oh, I don't know. Clicks?
Nope. All right, last one.
You said my player was NA?
No.
Oh, they're not?
No.
Is my player Lewa or Romero? Sorry, or Lewa?
No.
No. Boys, we tried. We tried.
Man.
But sometimes
we see.
Can I look at my answer now?
Y'all can see.
Oh, bugger off.
What?
Oh.
You're not an IGL?
Brother, I was trying to help you.
That was bad by me. That was bad by me. I'm actually really disappointed. I thought I should have won that.
I thought you would have done
I've been trying to give you more hints. 11, you know what? I did only, I think the hint I gave you, I should have gave you at least 2 seconds, because that was a quick turn. That was a quick turn.
It's a small screen.
You can keep that one if you want me to give you a signature for it. I got you too.
You never asked if it was a player. You just assumed it was a player.
Yeah, true. That's
you never
so
asked.
Did I say is he playing, or did I say is he in the building?
You said, are they in the building today?
Oh my goodness.
Are they here today? Like, yeah, they're in our presence, but
well, boys, it's time. It's time for us to stop guessing, and it's time for this teams to start clutching up, because we're about to go to the stage.
Taco, I think Mini was set up there just a little bit. In a tie, I have to give that one to Mini, but he was asking all the wrong questions.
Is he an IGL? Is crazy work. You know what, though? Seven has been a fearless leader for all of us at some point throughout this weekend, but we'll have to wait and see what kind of Fortnite abilities he'll be able to sort of lead the charge with. But we're back, Jacob. Game number 6, and every single one of these players had a chance to review calm the nerves, whatever there might have been left over from the starting point, and just get everything going if they haven't already. And Malabuka got one piece out of Khan. Not healthy enough to try and deal with Chino, though. Chino might have to go for the reload, but Malabuka's gonna slightly too far. Chino able to get away with that one, but man, not what you would expect to see.
Not something you see every day either. Knew he was getting rushed, trying to make something happen, but splat straight down and right back to the reboot. And Z-Dog steals away Chino's elimination. He tries to push on over to Josh, lands the shot, but Iamzo's there to back him up. This is their actual drop spot. They're not doing any sort of antics here to try to get early game eliminations. They're just trying to defend what is theirs, but there is still not only one team, but a few players towards the outskirts that they have to watch out for. Z-Dog, Goofy, that's going to be the other one. Faded going ahead and landing some shots onto Goofy, making sure that Josh and Iamzo might have a little bit of an easier shot. On the other side of the map, though, Shark and Teeny continuing the ball rolling, getting a nice knock onto Sphinx, and already having their line of sight onto Muzz.
Poor Muzz, he'll be forced to sit and wait. He knows the most important part right now is just ensuring that Sphinx can at least become a participant to this lobby again. Still, it's not like he really has much of a choice. Shark and Teeny, they've timed it perfectly. They know that Muzz is just going to be a sitting duck here. Shark already going to get a decent exchange, and Teeny just to close the gap even further. Nosif and Izzy nearly caught Shocker off guard there, but good responsive fire, head on a swivel type beat, and well, Shark's not going to be one that Nosif and Izzy want to try and contend with just yet.
Yeah, even if they have no intention on moving on over towards Shark and Teeny anymore, you have to be very, very careful that Shark and Teeny don't take the fight to them. With Muzz rebooting back in, that gives him at least one target to go after, but Izzy, the audio visuals, reveals himself, so he's immediately becoming the focus, but he trades that first shot onto Teeny, forcing him to back down, but Shark is there as well, trying to make sure they have a good 1-2 punch combo in this fight, and there goes the persistence coming out of Nosef, seeing that his teammate did take a bit of damage. He's just continuously trying to close the gap, but it's Izzy who actually continues to take the fight to Teeny. They get the elimination and force Shark to run away.
Shark and Teeny ran into that building like they meant business, but it was Izzy and Nosif who immediately said, I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with me. Problems already starting to compile though, because Momsy and Skyjump, they're only about 100 points off, 99 to be exact, at the starting stage here before they hit that match point. All they would need after that is the victory royale, Jacob, but we've yet to see them even get one on the day, and so it's going to be very problematic because it is just not easy to deal with everyone who's had these opportunities to come up with a new strategy.
Yeah, I'm just hoping in their case they're not showing their hand too early, but in this early game going against Muzz and Sphinx, Sphinx especially fresh off the reboot, and he's not able to stay alive long enough to reunite with Muzz, so he's going to go down and kind of be stuck by himself as a solo, and he has to be careful. Full team on the outskirts still nearby, but again, constant action all around the map here. And Reload is faded, gets that elimination onto Goofy. And you can see Skyjump making sure to attack the freshly respawned players. Even with Muzz getting control of that slurp truck, he's still gonna go down. So Skyjump, Momsy get their first elimination of this game.
Shark and Teeny, they'll continue to just shut Muzz down. Every single attempt from Muzz and Sphinx just to try and stabilize for even a couple of moments. Just not even being the slightest bit factored in here. Everyone around the area just chasing them. And Pete Poyo right now, our analyst did a great job of breaking it down. That top 10. Jacob, this is a tough one for you. I mean, I feel pretty good from what I've been seeing here today, but Pete Poyo, looking like NA's last hope right now.
Yeah, for all of the region, really relying on them to perform. And honestly, so is the entire Falcons organization for that club championship, putting a lot of pressure on them to perform for a multitude of reasons. Skyjump Momsy closing the gap. Less than 100 points to go before they're officially on that match point. and then all they would need to do is get that victory royale. And they're staying around this spot. This is where they got that elimination onto Muzz, forced him out, and kind of left Sphinx here. And because Sphinx has been stuck here for so long, he only has 4 builds. Look at Muzz. He's been hunted around, only 11. These guys are going through it this game.
And the even bigger issue still is knowing that they're not even that close to each other. It's going to take them so much time before they're even going to have a real opportunity to try and reunite. They're both stuck, huddled away in corners. Shark, one more time, we get another review of just how he's able to chase Muzz out for yet another elimination. And it feels like if it's not Shark and Teeny, if it's not Izzy and Nosif, it's going to be just another team entirely. Minifio, though, also getting active across the map. The Mammoth Pistol still proving to be very problematic. You can get that first shot accuracy in, but for Sky and Scroll, you're talking about the club championship points. And AGAL definitely going to be rooting these guys on in the secondary half here because they've got a long ways to go before they hit that match point threshold.
Yep, and so far another team has fallen. Goofy and Z-Dog out, Yassine and Salvatore out. Sphinx just gets dropped yet again. You can kind of see in the mini-map, right? Shark and Teeny are one of the only teams over here other than Muzz and Sphinx. And because they're still in the zone, Muzz is going to continuously respawn right above Sphinx, or I should say Sphinx is going to respawn above Muzz over and over and over. And because they're inside of the zone, there's almost nowhere for Sphinx to land. So he's definitely going to have a tough one this game. Going to need to really figure out how they're going to get back. Muzz might have to start thinking about how he's going to play the rest of this one as a solo.
That last glide over shot, though, Teeny and Shark, they've diverted their attention towards Cammy and Hari, who are actually a leaderboard threat currently. Shark, Teeny, they'll have none of it. At least getting one half of the duo. Hari going to be forced to retreat, but it's not going to be easy. Teeny sizing him up, knows that he's got Hari a bit locked down here. Because even if Ari manages to scramble out of this one, you still have to remember there are so many other teams close by that potentially look to pick him off on the escape route. So Shark and Teeny watching their angles also, not trying to get caught off guard. Teeny will take over that front while Shark contends with Ari, and that's just going to be 4 eliminations already.
I really don't even know how Shark and Teeny have 2 teams trapped in this position, but in comes a third. Skyjump and Momsy probably hearing all the noise. They want to have a little bit of fun. Big shots onto Shark. Unfortunately enough, teammates aren't there to finish it up, but they switch their focus on over to Teeny, dropping him down to 50 HP or less, and they're looking to continue that chase. And it looks like almost for a second, Teeny might have created enough distance, but Momsy just keeping that bird's eye view over above. Muzz is there as well, so it could be a chance for him to get that elim and get back in the game.
The crowd buff is so real, though. Momsy and Skyjump are just playing with a whole different sort of confidence here today. And the fact that they were able to send Teeny packing, that might be the one benefit that Muzz might manage to actually survive. Shark is going to be forced to just sit tight with this duo, doesn't want to allow for any kind of hiccups. They know that they've got a decent amount of elimination points already. They need to start prioritizing, making sure they have enough materials and have enough builds and loadout to actually play the rest of the game with.
Yeah, especially since now the zone is forcing them away from Dirty Dogs. All these eliminations they got early on, finally they're able to reap the reward, kind of maxing out their materials, gaining some extra resources. Skyjump, Momsy, I'm not sure if they know Sky and Scroll has lurked their way all over here, and not even just over in this direction, but with a little bit of elevation. But the fight continues. Shark, Teeny, Muzz, and Sphinx, and it was looking good for Muzz for a moment. Full shield, full HP, a chance at a loadout, but Shark and Teeny turned that one right back around.
Poor Sphinx, man. Just, what do you even do? You've got to spend so much time just delayed from any semblance of your original game plan strategy to open things up in Game 6. And also a friendly reminder, Jacob, we are switching things over. No more Elite Stronghold. We are on Slurp Rush. And that is clearly shifting a lot of these aggressive patterns. We know that once we cross that halfway point, teams are going to start trying to whip out all the stops to make sure that they can match up with that match point threshold, because there's just too many teams within that top 5 entirely that have a clear shot path right now. And if they're the first ones to the punch, what happens to the rest of the lobby? You're just sitting and watching and waiting and hoping that they don't actually hit that victory royale after the fact.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough, and it's going to be daunting. We always talk about the physical. The mental is just as important. 6 zone, so that's why you see not pressed for time. Sky jump, Moms, even Sky and Scroll, slow to rotate on over. They know they have the extra med kits, though. The timing is, for the most part, on their side. They just got to figure out a way to kind of position themselves inside of the zone so that when it opens up, they're definitely A-okay, but they don't want to make too much noise. They want to go ahead and see if anybody else around them makes a mistake on their rotation.
A little bit of chaos between Pete, Poyo, Darm, Deemish. Darm, Deemish made sure, though, to distance themselves. Not really all too interested in a full commit here just yet, but Pete and Poyo, this is definitely their backyard over at Slurpee Swamp. Hari and Cammy kind of lingering the outskirts of it. Sharktini also going to start making their way towards that more central position. There are just so many slurp barrels, so many different ways, though, for teams to essentially heal up as they cross over. But Sharktini, gotta watch your back. Nothing's ever for free, nothing's ever safe. But Jacob, the question I want to pose to you is, what's been the biggest problem for so many of NA's heavy hitters here today?
I just think it's just so much chaos. It's not necessarily what they would use to in an NA lobby, and then obviously EU, the players on average are just much better at fighting and being able to hold their own other than the competition. But you see the club championship leaderboard. Team Falcons on top, 4,600 points. AGAL in second, 4,300 points. It's only a 300-point difference, Taco, and that puts the importance on the performance of Peter Button, Poyo, and Sky and Scroll in this competition.
And we know that there is millions of dollars on the line between that club championship series. We know that there's $1 million on the line just for this finals performance, but also have to remember there are other orgs participating in this club championship too at EWC weekend, and being down to the wire here, week number 7, there is opportunity for teams inside of that top 10 to overtake each other depending on how everything actually shakes up here. Rocky Sports even looking at Cammy and Hari and how they've actually been able to perform on the day, and these guys are sneaky. They are sly about it because they're not necessarily going to hog the spotlight by any means with their gameplay, but they are consistent, if anything.
Yeah, they're a team that you don't necessarily expect to see at the top of the leaderboard, but come game time, they usually always are. Sharkatini, though, using the water to try to gain as many shields as possible. They just got to make sure to stick deep in those waters. Teeny already full health, so it's really going to be up to Shark. The audio visuals is definitely going to let them know, but you can see he's just trying to spread out the loot, making sure Teeny has enough. He is going to be the guy leading the charge, tarping and building the path for them a good portion of the time.
Splitting builds between each other, and Sky, Scroll, they're going to need a refresh, and they're going to need it ASAP. They do not have a whole lot left to work with, and with the whole lobby kind of looking their way, it's only a matter of time before they get fully pinpointed and collapsed on. And when the entire lobby is looking at you with these combat rifles and whatnot, and SMGs, Jacob, it is just so difficult to actually hold your walls. You just lose all of your material counts, especially the hard mats, in seconds.
Right, typically you kind of see Shark and Teeny play for the high ground, dodging this portion of the game. You see the launch pad coming out as well, and they want to continue that to be the case. Sky and Scroll, a little bit of a mess up on their Shockwave, but they go ahead and solo Shockwave their way on out, and that's what's going to cost them. They separated for a second, and that mere second cost them everything, and they both actually fall. Rapid gets one, Josh gets the other, and they end the run of AGAL in this game.
It's like vultures in this lobby. The moment that you're just a little bit too late to the party, there's no such thing as fashionably late when it comes to these endgame moments. Hari and Cammy, though, not really getting much, if any, time to try and pause it and wait, and just like that, I mean, Iamzo able to pick off Cammy clean outright. Josh and Iamzo really sending it on this last-ditch effort here in Game 6. They're really trying to make up for some lost time.
All right, we know they can frag out with the best of them. They can dominate the low ground. They just got to show it, as Peter Bot and Poyo are now starting to elevate themselves on the high ground. We have seen this song, we have danced this dance, and now Teeny is becoming the peer focus of Peter Bot and Poyo, trying to take him down, and the knock is going to come through. The elimination is what they're looking for.
And Peterbot knows now he's safe to actually take over that next front side. Romero and Leiwa gonna get pieced up the moment that they try to head forward, and just only moments left between Mumsy and Skyjump, our leaderboard champions currently. and yet Momsy praying that this medkit is going to buy him enough time. He has managed to just claw his way into the placement period, but Jacob still, it's nowhere near enough. They're going to need so much more to keep a good hold on this lead.
Yeah, the win definitely is not going to be enough. Especially Green Pollo, you got to get elims like that. And now they turn their attention. Teeny did get revived back on up. Well played by Shark to make sure his duo is by his side every step of the way. And even when they separated there again, he finds his way back, knowing that there's so much pressure. One person can't handle it alone, but Teeny's gonna fall. Shark's gonna be by himself, no materials, and a dream right now that he hopes to make become a reality. But Izzy and Nosif, they displace him, force him down low into the Lion's Den.
Shark took that opportunity though, knew that there wasn't a weapon drawn, so at least be able to escape, but everyone is just dropping. They can't afford to try and challenge Pete and Pollo on the high ground. Pete and Pollo are just causing so much pressure, so much suppressive fire. Shark and Teeny are going to be fully eliminated. It looks like Vico and Malabuka are now going to try to play catch up to where the zone is pooling. They are relatively healthy, but Vico is lost in the mess of it all, and Malabuka will be forced to try and look like a fragger.
And they're just way too high up in the name of Peterbot and Pollo. I'm not sure too many teams could actually go up there and try to contest them for the high. And it's even that much harder as Izzy is just dominating the low ground yet again. Down goes Cold, down goes Rapid, making it that much easier for them to go into flow state down below. But Peterbot and Pollo, they're dropping down. You can see they don't have a lot of materials. They have to go ahead and reach some of this reward, but Izzy's gonna fall. No more miracles for him. It's all up to Nosif.
That might be the best case scenario too for Peterbot and Pollo, because Izzy and Nosif getting shut down this early. Malabuka cleaned up also. Peterbot and Pollo find exactly what they were looking for. Demish and Darm now trying to stand tall, but they're still stuck underneath. Kanata and Victor V trying to see if they could be the cutoff point. Pollo even doing himself a favor here with that first knock onto Demish. Nosif still a solo left kicking underneath, but Kanata and Victor V, they've got the distraction factor right now for Pete and Pollo.
Yeah, persistence is key for Pete and Pollo, and they're unlocking opportunity after opportunity here, but Darm's by himself. He's the only solo left between two duos, and big shot from each of them gonna take him down. Peterbot and Pollo get both of those eliminations, but find themselves in a 2v2 situation. Central versus West, North America versus North America, and it's Victor V and Kanata that find that first elimination onto Pollo, bringing it down to a 2v1 situation. Victor V with his hand full against Peterbot. He finds the elimination, and he does it big for Dignitas.
Not the first time that we've seen Victor V is the counter for Peterbot, but still a great effort out of Pete and Pollo. The $1 million question before Game 6 even started off is, where's NA been so far today? And I think we just got our answer, Jacob. They have started to finally come online here in Game 6.
I like the way you said that. Major tournament after major tournament. It's that kid right there, Victor V, that takes out some of the biggest stars of them all. And he's one of those players qualifying from the North American West region. He go ahead and teams with Kanata coming from Central, and he took it upon himself to go ahead and switch regions. He said, hey, if I want to take myself to the next level, I have to play with and against some of the best players in the world.
Gotta be appreciative though of Victor V and Kanata just pulling themselves one step closer to trying to stay in challenging range of that match point threshold. With so many other duos already that much further ahead of them, they know just how crucial every single one of these secondary half matches have actually become.
Yeah, and you kind of look at some of the teams that fell throughout the course of that one. We had Skyjump Momsy go down. We had Hardy Cammy go down. Peterbot and Pollo didn't get their win. So you got to look at that leaderboard, and still no one is on match point. So it's still anyone's game. Hopefully everybody at home is ready for the long haul.
Can't help but think what things might have looked like though if Malabuka and Vico have been able to actually see things through as a duo, but that's part of the chaos that starts to break out, especially when you have a team that's able to so strongly hold onto hype for as long as Pete and Pollo did. It really left no other options but for the teams underneath them to keep trying to siphon off as many refreshes as they could string together, because you're not going to make your way back up top anytime soon. Not with Pete and Pollo looking you down.
Yeah, just kind of look at their faces. They win They celebrate and realize, hey, it's time to get right back to work. Job's not done just yet. And now kind of look locked, loaded, ready to go. Almost like that didn't happen, but obviously a huge confidence boost for them. Not only winning the game, but like I said, taking out the players that they did throughout the course of that one. Just going ahead and turning that momentum around. We just got to see them continue it here. We're not going to be switching maps, so we will stay on the slurp rush, but I do think with players realizing they're running out of time, things might continue to switch up.
Just don't hold your breath. But Victor V, you gotta also love the fact he's probably given Pop so many heart attacks this weekend. But hey, that's part of the fun of Fortnite competitive after all. But listen, guys, Game 6 just concluded. We'll have Game 7 coming up shortly. But for right now, we'll be right back.
Canada upsetting Falcons there at the end. And one thing we've been seeing, Kelly, so far today, we've been having a lot of challenges with the high ground. This one, for Falcons, they weren't really challenged that much. You kind of secured them that second place.
And honestly, it's what we've seen Peterbot and Pollo do time and time again, whether it's the Reload Elite Series or if it's the Major 2 Finals. They love to take high ground just a little bit early, and even when they were still low HP, they built up that tower, waited for zone to pull in their favor, and they were able to claim high ground for pretty much the entirety of that endgame. But Kanata and Victor V are the real victors of this game. Of course, you know, the representations of NA West is something that I'm excited to see, although you got to put an asterisk next to that name because I'm pretty certain they're representing just all of NA right now. But Vivid, great game for the first game of Slurp Rush.
Listen, during that long break, of course, you know, we were halfway through the competition, or at least, you know, quote unquote, halfway through the competition. Who knows how many games we're going to play today. During that little bit of a break, I got the chance to talk to two teams. One of them was Peterbot and Pollo. The other one was Kanata and Victor V. Both of them shared the same exact sentiment, that they could not wait for Slurp Rush to come around. And immediately on our first game on the Slurp Rush map, we can see them get first and second place there in 11. Look, take a look at this. The standings are showing it already.
You talked about who you spoke to during the break. During the break, I spoke to Pops.
Oh.
I saw Pops. I said, yo, Pops, it's not looking good. He said, Levin, man, I don't know, man. We might need some Levin hype for the next half of the competition. Looks like they didn't need it. Slurp Rush was enough to get the job done for them. Clearly feeling much more comfortable. This is what we want to see from these two.
And as we're looking at the top of the leaderboard here, a bit of a switch up too, right? Peterbot and Pollo, they have been able to bounce back. Shark and Teeny is still a bit of a question mark. And something that we've been noticing more and more too is that Shark is the remaining player of that duo quite often, Levin. And when we look at the body language from Shark, especially once he ends up getting eliminated, he always looks towards Teeny, and I'm starting to see some certain body language.
Some subconscious team blaming going on here.
Oh.
Maybe that is, and honestly, when you're in the position these guys have been in, at a certain point, yeah, you do start to look over across the stage and go, hey, brother, come on, I might need some help here, man. Like, help a brother out. So hopefully they can stay on the same page and don't rift too far apart. But it's not over. Like, they're still there. Like, they're still in touching distance.
Especially considering that that was probably one of the weaker performances we saw. They still ended off with a ton of eliminations. They had 7 eliminations by Zone 6. So even if they aren't able to place very well in the end game, the fact that they're able to garner 20 to 30 points just in the early game means so much more.
The thing, Vivid, sometimes when you have players like this, right, that are expecting to be at the top, and they're not there, it might start getting to them. Even if they continue with those great performances, they want to be at the top.
But that's the weird thing, though, Seven, is that they were at the top over the course of the first 3 games. I mean, me and you had a conversation. It was like, dude, are they just going to, like, run away with it? It's going to be immediate for Shark and Teeny, but last 3 games have been a little bit rough for them. Hopefully, they can pick it back up.
I'm hoping that they'll be able to pick it back up. I mean, at one point, we did look at each other. We're like, you know what? I think it's time. Just give them the trophy, but it's not looking like that as other teams are bouncing back. But it's time we go into Game 7.
Hey, listen, at the end of the day, what I'm seeing is a law of averages. You know, you can't continue to win it all and dominate. You're going to have your ups, you're going to have your downs. Peterbot and Pollo, Victor V, Canada, NA finally starting to show us a little life, and it's about time.
Yeah, it's good to see. It's nice to see. It's nice to see the competition going the distance here as well. A little bit longer than maybe some people were expecting. I think a lot of people were expecting a lot more dominance from Shark and Teeny. It's just not been the last few games that they would have liked to remember for them. 4th place right now, but they can pull it back. And I think that's the thing about this team and Shark and Teeny. Yes, the analysts broke down. They maybe a little bit of their chemistry is just shaken up a little bit, but they're so good individually and as a team. Remember, they won 3 of the qualifiers here to get to this event entirely. So they just need to reignite that, like what we've seen from Peterbot and Pollo.
Well, looking at Peterbot and Pollo do very well right now. If you're AGAL fan and you're looking at those club championship points right now, Sky and Scroll have slipped their way down to 16th place, entering into match number 7. So we'll be keeping close tabs on them. Bolts is going to be the first to get eliminated here. Again, just a massive upsetting performance so far from Acorn and Bolts, as they've been trying to find their bearings here in the tournament. Darm and Demis staying as consistent as ever. They're right in the middle of the tournament here.
I think it just sort of goes to show as well how little the actual Battle Royale experience actually plays a part in Reload. You know, we're looking at back-to-back major champions of Major 1 and Major 2 in Sky and Scroll, down at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Right.
Bolts and Acorn, down at the bottom of the leaderboard. It's like, it is a completely different game, and it's a completely different way of playing. And I think if you'd asked anyone at the beginning of the day, would you expect Skyjump and Momsy to make a big splash today and end up in 1st place after 6 games? I think they would have just laughed in your face.
Yeah, it's definitely a level of play style that seems to be rewarded pretty heavily, definitely here on the tournament. Well, so far, so good. A couple Elims going back and forth. Malibu is going to fall. Nosif is going to fall as well. Darm firing up right now, earning points. Con and Faded have had their moments here on the evening where they've shined last game. Kind of coming up now, off to another hot start here. Quick Elims here. These points rack up. We have seen it time and time again for Goofy. They were doing so good, and again, also just finding their moments where they've kind of slipped behind, so they need to find their bearings. They're in 18th right now when they started in 5th representing for OCE.
This is not great. It's not great for them. And it's really tough because, like I mentioned earlier, you don't know when the tournament's going to end, so you can't think, oh, maybe we have another 8 games, you know, maybe we can go the distance. Because you never know, with Skyjump Moms, they get a big game here, push them over that threshold, 350 points, then get the win in the next game after that. It's like everything's over, and where you're at on the leaderboard gets frozen.
Yeah, it definitely starts to put things into perspective. Or in general, once they're 350 plus, you know, their entire strategy can just shift. They can go straight to playing high ground every game. That's going to be a disruptor type duo in the lobby. Just never really know. Sky Scroll getting active here. Slua Romero, shots from the 3rd party though, but Sky's here to clean up the job. Nicely done for him. That's going to secure 2. 6 points already earned here. Not bad. To at least get their cars and wheels turning here. Let's see it.
Oh, Skyjump, let's hit the beams here. So let's see what the replay's about. Yeah, look at that. It's really hard to hit shots like that with the burst because it does have quite a lot of recoil. And that scope is quite magnified as well, so quite difficult to actually hit those. Vico with the Mythic Fish in loadout.
Hit him with it.
Please. Malabuka as well. We're going to try and win this fight. Izzy and Nosif onto their neighbors in Skyjump and Momsy. Looking to try and close on in here. They want to start to continue to perform, as we saw them get that incredible win earlier on in the day from High.
It's a nice little shield crack right there from Izzy. Momsy Skyjump kind of put in a bad situation here, forced to rotate out, try to put together their loadout. Again, it's always really dangerous when you have your duo fighting side by side against another duo. Pollo's gonna find Lua, so Lua not catching a break at all now. We'll see who's gonna end up being the first team fully finished here. Goofy kind of sitting near Dev's door, gotta be careful. Spixie and Swizzy find a set of eliminations. Fukun, Z-Dog currently down.
Yeah, that's not ideal for Goofy right there. I thought that might have been the end of this game for them, but Goofy does manage to escape, and that's their Fukun rebooting, respawning into the game. They are pushing. They want more. Remember, Pixie and Swizzy had such an explosive start to the day. They were looking really strong, and it's quite similar to how they sort of played in those group stage as well. They can perform incredibly well, but how much time are they going to have? Peterbot against Sky in a bit of a battle right now. Nice angle there from Sky to chunk a little bit of Peterbot's HP, forcing him to pop that big pot and take a moment to breathe. As you can see, Peterbot all the way back in the storm right here. Polyo's white HP is not going down, so indicating that he's not nearby. Sky looking to try and piece him up. EU versus NA, no whites on Sky though, so he has to try and make this fight quickly. Peterbot scurrying away for now, getting inside the box to Sky, not quite able to in the end. Peterbot looks for a shot, looks for a return, not going to get it. Sky is going to take him down, and that's AGAL on Falcons. Drama right there. Lots of violence between these two right now. Is that going to play into the hands of Sky and Scroll for the rest of the game?
Champion v champion. Big fights going down right now. You saw for a moment there on the picture-in-picture, you had Peterbot just baffled as to how he missed that shot. He picks his hands in the air, takes them off the keyboard, like, come on. Really feeling the effort there. Well, this is actually really bad. So Scroll, wherever he was hiding, he's found it out because he's down right now. So Sky is actually crazy that he won that fight because it could have gone really bad for them at that point.
If Sky lost that one, they could have been out of this game already. So that was well played from Sky. Needed to as well, of course, lack of whites. But we get to see where the Storm and the zone ends up closing in. Z-Dog and Goofy against VK right now. Getting close by, but not actually getting too involved as Momsy and Sky Jumper in the vicinity as well, looking to try and take control of this supply drop. Hopefully give their loot a little bit of a boost as well. And I've been really impressed with these guys so far today. Of course, they haven't actually managed to pick up a win, which of course you need to do to end the competition. But yeah, I mean,
Wins don't matter yet. Wins don't matter yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Get your points, play consistent, get us the win, and you'll send us all home very, very early. So hopefully it's not going to be too early. And hopefully they're not the only one in the race when that happens, because right now they have a significant lead. But Peterbot Boyo closing that gap. Vico Malabuca starting to close that gap. Vico Malabuca is probably the team we've shown maybe the least as far as their journey, right, as we've kind of focused in on these other teams. But they have been very much right there.
Yeah, they have. They're always in and around that sort of top spot. And I think when they won Summit, that was kind of... Ooh, hang on. Before I mentioned that, Peterbot down again to Sky and Scroll. Not ideal for him. Sky and Scroll recoup a lot of that loot that Scroll would have lost from that down. But as I was saying, Vico Malabuca, they're the sort of team that can go, not missing, but they can just go under the radar a little bit throughout the tournament. At the Summit, they weren't necessarily coined as the team to watch out for even throughout the event. They were just consistent. They were making those end games consistently. Not too flashy about it, and again, they haven't got a win either, but more than capable of doing so. Sky and Scroll looking to make this dead side rotate as well.
Yeah, nicely done for them right there. A little get back as well.
Yep.
You see Boyo's HP really low right now, so he's been kind of hanging out here inside the zone for quite some time. A lot of duos still lingering about. This is a pretty dangerous spot to be in, but again, they're here just kind of gathering back. And this is the problem, right? You get this major setback when you get eliminated like this. Now he's going to take all this time to farm back up this loot. Shark Tina getting active here onto Khan and Faded, though. This is your 6th place team versus your 4th. Very, very interesting fight going down right now.
Big moments there as well for Khan and Faded. I feel like this is a team that performed incredibly well earlier on in the week and have high expectations of themselves, as we heard from them in the interview. They believe that they are the team to beat, and it's nice to see them doing that here on the finals as well. Haven't quite seen that level from them throughout the whole year so far. Khan, of course, playing with Reason, unable to qualify for the LAN in the main track, the main circuit, later on this year. But Izzy and Nosif, another team that are no stranger to a clutch right at the end, so they're going to need to have all of that, channel all of that energy as they make their way through this game. Fans still on their side as well. It's the ideal situation for the French fans. You've got one of the teams leading the way and another one chasing down as well.
Yeah, 5th place for Izzy and Nosif. The crowd loves to chant for them when they're up on screen. Falcons definitely go crazy for Peterbot and Boyo on that side of the arena here. Two elims so far, still, again, just getting comfortable here as the zones are starting to develop. We're getting into the late portion of this round now. Zone's going to pull west. This is where the majority of the player base is. No one's actually inside of Dirty Dock, so it's going to be a good, favorable zone for the most part. But saw how many players were actually playing that Slurpy Swamp. Let's see who ends up making it in and getting settled in first. Ari Kami here. Kind of right in between Vico Malabuka, who is actively tanking Storm right now for key positioning. Faded Khan, fresh off those reboots from Shark and Teeny's fight. How did they fare? Not too good, actually, so that's what I'm talking about. Getting eliminated so late in the game, you can see Khan barely has any mats now.
Yeah, and the difficulty is, of course, the area in which you can operate in gets smaller and smaller as the storm closes. So if you go down earlier on, you can, you know, re-loot a couple of the POIs, scrap loot some of the other fights, but you can see right there, they just have to sit in their box, sit in that bush, and just enjoy the loot that they currently have, which is not particularly enjoyable, but if they can find an elim, if they can find a knock, that can reignite their game as well. Take a look at another highlight here from Peterbot. You know it's going to be an absolute banger.
Oh, gosh.
He whips out that mammoth and you just know something crazy is about to happen.
He's so good with it, so accurate.
Unbelievable.
Sky ends up falling right behind that, so now it's all up to Scroll. Reboots ending in 30 seconds here. Acorn and Bolts going for high ground, looking to kind of put up a flex of a position. This is just posturing at this point. It's too early to do anything big with it, but you got the extra mats, might as well put it to use. Sky's gonna go ahead and touch down there. You saw that in the distance. What's this little corner looking like? Darm, Demis, Lua Romero, Victor V, Kanata, or inside Temp now. Sky and Scroll in their back next to Peterbot and Pollo. So kind of meeting back up with their duos. All 20 alive now as we're entering into Storm Zone 7, and reboots are now closed.
Southwest zone, favorable for Darm and Dimash. Liwa Romero, these guys in the driving seat right now. Lovely little bit of damage onto Sky right there. Peterbot and Pollo look to use that as an opportunity to go in and actually go in for the fight. Peterbot and Pollo do not want to let them go away, but look at that. Peterbot down in the feed, Pollo, and that's a Romero. This is a completely different team to the team they were originally pushing. Absolute disastrous moment for Peterbot and Pollo. They've been on a bit of a roll. Peterbot's still down though.
He rolled into the box.
He's actually rolled back inside. Is Peterbot now going to be able to get revived right now by Pollo? I think he is. But no, the pressure's coming in from other areas. Pollo investing all of his metal, trying to hold off all the builds. Yeah, there we go. The revive comes through. That could be huge in the overall standings here.
Oh my gosh, what a save from Pollo right there to pick up Peterbot, and what a play by Peterbot to roll out of the box and not get pieced up. Pollo's so smart. Elevation change right there. Just clever usage to get the pickup. Surely that's the reason they are going to be in match point contention when everyone else is, if not first.
I'd love to see it. I would absolutely love to see it. I mean, that is a skill gap as well. Being able to actually not get too disappointed when you get knocked is still in the game. For Khan and Faded, they really need to try and find a refresh and fast. 12 builds you saw on Khan right there. This is getting almost desperate at this point for those guys. Just need to try and turn the game around, which we saw Peterbot and Pollo try and do. Got shut down. So they do need to take some risks. Roll there gets knocked as well by Dimash and fully eliminated there, as well as Sky. Dimash and Darm. EU on EU. Violent, Sky and Scroll from AGAL are the first team to fall.
Moses Finks have high ground right now. Momsy Skyjump kind of eyeing things up. We keep talking about them not quite securing their victory just yet, but you see they're starting to change their focus. Like, hey, brother, I think it's time we start looking up. Let's start getting ready for what we're gonna have to be performing against later. Sharktini though staying slow and steady here, consistent, just looking to make this end game. Never count them out. They're a team that will for sure go fight for height. Uh-oh, a little bit of a tough rotate here as they lose one another. It's gonna cost them extra mats for sure. Peterbot, Pollo, thinking about it. Here we go.
Nice little fizz, goes to the shot, there goes a huge one. once again. That was onto Sphinx on the front side of zone. Muzz there goes down as well. Malabuka picks up an Elim in the process. Momsy and Skyjump all the way down here as well, still in this game. Remember, this is our first place team at the very moment. They are looking to cross that threshold. 350 points is the amount that you need in order to then go on and get a win to take this tournament all for yourself. Izzy and Nosif yet again find themselves on high. They're looking to replicate what we saw from them earlier on and getting a big victory royale. The French fans erupt here in Paris.
With those Elims right there, Faded and Khan now fall in 6 once again. Izzy, though, gets contested by Peterbot. I was thinking there's no way they're not going to fight for it after taking down Muzz and Sphinx from the high ground. It was their doing, so surely they want to go for the win now.
They've only got 6 builds right there. You saw it on Peterbot, not ideal whatsoever. Who's going to take height? No one's on it right now. Peterbot decides to go on up, trying to look for an opportunity to spray on down to the teams down below. He's looking for a frag, he's looking for a refresh, because he's only got 1 build now, as Poyo has to try and get nearby as well, and of course he's right next to him. This is the danger though, Peterbot and Poyo. No! Peterbot, full damage, disastrous.
Kind of sprints off the edge there and then bolts wastes no time in taking him down. Poyo here down to just 4 materials now on the heels of too many players' ramps there. The storm's too close either. It's just an unfortunate turn of events right there. Not even he understands how that happened, but it does occur. No one's perfect. Take a look here. Momsy, though, misses the shot here onto Malabuka. They still have no idea he was there. Just got to clutch this one up. Shark and Teeny, though, opportunity presents itself. They just waste no time. They walk straight up, and like taking candy from a baby, it's theirs. They have high ground.
Yeah, no team were playing it this game. It was absolutely free for them. One of the easiest height takes they will ever have. And the favorites coming into the day have finally turned up again after having a really nice start. They've fallen off slightly. They've had a little bit of a rough patch, but now they're looking to recover their form. Pixie Swizzy down there as well entirely. Shark looking just to try and compress the rest of the lobby down as the zone goes all the way over towards a bridge. It's going to be very awkward for all of our teams down on the low ground. That's why Shari and Cammy are just playing a couple more higher layers, actually finding a Elim in the process there onto Mini Poyo. And Momsy understands the situation, needs to try and rack up as many points, even as a solo finds another medkit here as well, squeezing out all those placement points.
Victor V and Kanata are turning up right now as well. They're still inside the top 10. This is 2 games now where they're doing it, but Momsy's got the solo clutch for himself to kind of remain in the lead here. 300 points. The first team now to go ahead and break that threshold. This is a big moment here in the tournament. The crowd is cheering for Momsy. What can he do with the crowd on his back? Pablo and Gu forced out of the layer here. Now, shots coming in from all angles. It's Kanata forced in a scramble. He's on the run. Vico finds Rapid down low, and everything is coming to a close here.
Look who's on height still. It's Shark and Teeny. Cammy looking to heal off back inside of the storm. Zone is actually pulling back over all of these old builds as well. So Shark and Teeny, although they don't have builds, they won't need them. Look at that, 5 builds onto Teeny. They're just trying to apply a lot of that pressure now down below. What that also means, all these teams down below are going to be running into each other, into old builds, into other people's edits. That's why Pablo and Chino just fall. And Shark and Teeny are looking to ride on out to a successful game right here and reignite their belief.
With how many teams are down as well, this is going to close the leaderboards even more. Hari still in the game. Malabuka Vico earning points now. The second team to break 300 points. That's going to be an Elim out to Victor V there. Shark, Teeny completely out of material now here up top. Forced to go down. The flow barrier fizzes in. Vico's trying to heal. Malabuka's there. It's a 2v2. Everyone's one shot here. It can go either way. Malabuka crash pads across the side. Vico's in a fight with Shark. Shark's very healthy. Teeny's hurt. He's hurt as well. Everyone's training, but Shark hits the shots.
Huge game for Shark and Teeny. They had a bit of a wobble in the last few games. Maybe that confidence was getting knocked. But Shark, there is no reason to look at your teammate with disappointment right now, because you've just managed to pick up a huge victory royale to put yourselves back in contention for the lead.
Vico's just letting the energy flow through him at this point. I hope he's got music playing, because if not, just,
I think that's just what he does.
He could just dance and nothing.
I think he makes his own music.
He's making his own music.
He's coming up with it in himself. He's drumming, he's doing the violin.
Malabuka's trying to figure this out right now. He's like, dude, do I join in? Is this real life right now? Jokes aside, though, love when Vico, of course, is having fun. Just really living in the moment right now. complete opposite, very stoic from Shark and Teeny here. Take a look from their perspective. I mean, we're just gonna have to hear from their perspective after this, but what a win here. Vico, Malabuka, didn't even keep count. I think it was like 10 or 11 beatings.
All about Shark and Teeny there.
They're gonna choke up. I'm choking.
Like one build. One is in storm.
Under.
Nice.
I have height.
30 right.
Dead. I'm on.
Nice, I'm dead.
Dead.
Nice.
Ooh, they're feeling it now. They're feeling it. This is good. This is great. They're confident. They've got the belief back in them. They got smiles.
So, you know, day one games and didn't say a word. Not a GG, not a thing.
Not a single thing.
Good job. We got a nice. You know, it means something to them now. They become the third team to break into that 300-point threshold. That means after this game here, what's this? So we're approaching match 8 shortly. After match 8, we might have a team or two up there in that 350 range. And then winning a game will mean the tournament could end. So, hey guys, we're gonna have to do some math here. We'll be crunching numbers. When we'll get back, we'll have more action for you.
Just as Nolan intended.
You cannot count them out. They have to fight their way back for that high ground. And we might be seeing a Peterbot and Pollo win again here. And then they find Muzz with a nasty flick there. Well played. Sphinx is all that's left standing. There's not much you can do when you're going against Peterbot and Pollo. We love you, but it's not going to be enough. Peterbot, Pollo, secure another one.
Man! It feels good to be at EWC right now. What an incredible game. Shark and Teeny showing up. I hope maybe Vico's gonna get there. Maybe it's gonna go one way, but it's time. Shark and Teeny's moment is right now.
You have to expect as much. The fact that they were able to secure that victory royale, it's as close as ever. But Zeke, if we're gonna talk about Shark and Teeny, there's one person that we also had to make sure to get a little bit of insight from. A true shark connoisseur, some would even say, and that is the one and only Boop. His only comments, the one words that he wanted to make sure Shark knew was after their conversation, after how Summit went, and Boop telling me about how Shark felt something he never wanted to feel ever again. When Shark puts his mind to it, he is the best player in the world. Those are words of confidence out of Boop, and I think they're also words that the rest of the community would be very inclined to stand by, especially with the way that they're able to manifest these victory royale performances when they are this close in contention for that match point format. So it's time to be great, because with the way that Vico and Malabuka are looking, they want that back-to-back.
I know, and that's the thing, right? In that situation, the pressure was already at a certain level, but now we're at that match point status, right? So can Shark and Teeny be that team? Can they step up to the plate when the pressure is at its, like, the stage of the competition is at its most difficult?
I think that's what makes it so complicated, though, because you see the likes of Vico off to the side constantly, every single match. It doesn't matter the result, doesn't matter if it's a win, as long as there's eliminations and a solid placement, we see the good vibes. We know that Vico and Malabuka are a duo renowned for having such strong vibes between each other, and that chemistry can do dividends in these types of environments.
Absolutely, and I mean, obviously, if we were talking about Vico and Malabuka, Vico, for a moment there, he was, at the very beginning of the day, super stoic. Kind of like the Vico I'm not used to seeing. The locked-in Vico, quiet, focused. Now we've got super vibes Vico. He's good, he's dancing. He got second place, and some might, you know, be upset or be like, man, what a tough moment. I didn't get that VR. Vico's dancing, he's emoting, he's feeling good. I love that. I also love Boop, by the way. Shout out to you. Kiss, kiss, ciao, ciao. With that being said, though, it's time. More action here from EWC.
Here we go. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, strap in because we are about to witness one of the most exciting ends to a Fortnite tournament, because we have got 3 potential teams in contention to cross that 350-point threshold. We got Vico dancing in his booth. We've got Shark and Teeny dancing to victory in the game. And then we got Skyjump and Momsy, who just, unfortunately, stumbled whilst trying to do their dance moves in that last game. Who's going to strut their stuff here in the 8th game of the day? This is really where it starts to get real, and we really get to understand and decide which one of our teams, or which multiple of our teams, we're going to be taking a look at for this match point potential. Already off to a good start, though, is Teeny and Shark. Teeny getting one already. Huge shot again there onto Bolts. RPG in hand. What's Bolts going to be able to do about it? Blocks it well. Teeny looking to hit another one, and does. That's huge right there. Down goes Bolts. Teeny still in this game, still alive, and just hitting so many great shots right there with the Mammoth pistol. I mean, this is really where it starts to get real, MDF. We could have 3 teams making it over that 350-point threshold here in this game.
I'm just getting back. I'm sitting down. I'm seeing what's going on. They're off to a hot start, already starting to, again, continue to march their way towards that threshold. Izzy Nosif very much on that same tune as well. 247, it's a good spot to be in. Let's see, Sharkantini finds Izzy Nosif as we kind of tee it up here. He's got such a lead on him. Very nicely done. Good finish there. And back to the action here. Teeny's on his teammate, though. Nosif's got to be careful.
Actually very careful. This is awkward for Izzy and Nosif, getting pushed from 2 different angles from Shark and Teeny. Goofy there down in the feed as well. It's just been bad to worse for those guys. At the bottom end of the leaderboard, Mud's actually hitting a huge shot there onto Malibuka. Looks as though Malibuka surely will end up going down in that particular fight, and that's disastrous because look, Vico's just gone down as well. Could this be our second place team out? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, that's our first place team, I beg your pardon, out now of the lobby. That is not good at all. Both of them went down individually. And Vico Malibuka, oh, Vico hasn't got much to dance about anymore.
Oh, whoa, 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 now, hello, Mammoth Pistol from Z-Dog, downrange, will be finishing off Peterbot there. That's how quickly your story can change, by the way. Take a look, Skyjump takes down Vico simultaneously as Malibu gets hunted down at the Dirty Docks. I mean, you just can't make that up. That's so unfortunate. Mud's under some serious pressure right now. Sharks just seeming to be on a heater now. That's their 5th elimination.
Fully down.
Now officially taking the lead here with Victor Royales and, of course, the point threshold. I mean, at this pace, they will be at 350, exiting match 8, gearing up to close out the tournament for the evening.
Wow, what a start for Shark and Teeny. It'd be very easy just to start slowly in this game when you only need 30 points.
Just the end game?
Yeah, and just play endgame, right? But, yeah, they're already getting off to a hot start. Peterbot and Poyo, hot and cold really today. I feel like we've seen what's underneath the Peterbot aura. We've seen them showing what they can do, what he can do individually as well. But then also we've seen some of the chinks in their armor, some of the weaknesses in their gameplay here on Reload as well.
Yeah, I mean, last game they were definitely going for another win. They went for high ground. They were really putting it all out there. Not sure how, again, Peterbot misjudged, kind of sliding off. That momentum seemed to have carried him straight into fall damage, unfortunately. Even he was obviously taken aback. That calculation wasn't quite accurate, but with that, they lose, I don't know, a good amount of points. They could have otherwise been around the 380 range, right? A little closer.
Yeah.
But it sets them back nonetheless. Sharkantini just full on offense though. 5 elims right now. And again, playing it as a duo, not doing the safety strats like you see some of these other teams opting to split, but more so saying, hey, let's just land here, let's push together. And they're taking fights very comfortably, very confidently, if you will, against duos on the map. Acorn's going to be spotted out there, continuing to remain, unfortunately, in 20th place here. Peterbot's back in the game after that short stint to the side, finds Scroll there. There's a reason he runs Mammoth. There's a reason he's regarded as one of the most well-rounded players in the world.
I'd love to know the stats on how many times Falcons have eliminated AGL today. I feel like they've just been going head-to-head all day. It's like they know. It's like they know it's each other. Well, very similar to the club championship standings as well.
It's more about how far ahead you can come at the end of the day. So right now, Falcons is surely in the lead here. Sky and Scroll have a long way to go. They'll need to get at least 2 big end games to be in contention, but Peterbot back after Scroll here trying to finish the job. This is really bad. So Scroll's down. We already knew Sky was taken out, which means he's left even worse for wears as well. Another team could potentially just look to hunt them at this point.
Yeah, it's been so strange from Sky and Scroll, but should we be surprised with how they've been playing this entire week? You know, it's sort of resting on our laurels of like, yeah, they'll get good, they'll come good. Unfortunately, not being the case. Peterbot and Poyo.
Hit it, please.
Just being able to dominate in a lot of these fights. As Scroll is just trying to escape. Peterbot investing a lot of those overdrive grenades to try and make his way over, trying to seek him out inside of that little hut. Not going to be found there, though. That's where the game becomes a little bit of hide and seek. For Scroll, it's all about hiding. And unfortunately for him right now, it's all about taking a lot of damage as well. Deep inside of the storm, these guys are fighting it out. Peterbot's still trying to hit shots. Hasn't got the means to get over there, so I think that's why he's just sort of turned around and decided against it. Teeny getting into Izzy's box. Nice shot there. Shark goes down in the process, though. That was to Izzy, so they're going to be able to get the revive here, you have to imagine. Nobody in the vicinity. That was important there from Teeny to put the team on his back slightly and clutch up in that fight.
Second time I've seen it today. Nicely done. Z-Dog, Goofy, 115 here. 2 eliminations, so having a bit of a better game. See how Pixie Susan can do here. Still haven't earned any points right now. 2-2-2, the overall threshold. Kind of slipped down on the overall standings here. Golden Rapids slowly starting to get back into things. 201 for them. Looking at the leaderboards, Victor V. Kanata with another back-to-back endgame there. Jumps them up to top 7. Swizzy and Pixie are close on their heels in 8th, so just a couple elims and they'll jump right over that team.
Steamy stacks, looking like this is going to be where the zone's going to pull right here. Goofy and Z-Dog. It's just been, mentally it must be really difficult for them because they started strongly, as you mentioned, 5th place at the beginning of the day, and just have been slowly slipping away as the day has gone on. Oh, goodness, look at that zone. It's like 70% of it is in the water. It's absolutely ridiculous. So
I think the worst was our first day though. We had the first zone just off the map completely. Like, it was quite the zone. I felt like we were about due for some silos in game, so Steamy Stacks is gonna keep things interesting for us. It's kind of cool. Day 1 we did get that Steamy Stack zone, and a lot of like teams actually preferred not to go up for the stacks.
Yeah.
It was only towards the end when folks tried to play for retakes. We'll see if that's going to be different here today. Good amount of duos still deep in the zone. Con and Faded, one of the first few to go ahead and get situated here. He's got roughly 4 other teams parked above him. Momsy and Skyjump, one of them. 306 for Skyjump and Momsy. Again, the roadway completely open, given that Vico and Malabuka, who started this game in first, fell very early to some unforeseen circumstances. Salvatore and Yasin, as a quick update, fall, and they are in 10th. So when another team falls, this is going to give Cold and Rapid a chance now to basically be in top 10 for the first time of the evening.
Yep, opportunity. I feel like this game is a little bit of a quicker pace than that last. Remember in 7th zone last time, we still had all 20 of our duos and all 40 of our players, right? So lots more action early game here. Quite unfortunate for the likes of Vico and Malabuka as well. Difficult situation, same with Muzz and Sphinx. And Shark and Teeny, we've seen them in this position before, trying to launch pad in from deep. Poyo and Peterbot, they're direct rivals, you have to say, right below them.
Look up, look up. Just look up.
Use that
It's the
mammoth
guys
pistol.
you need to take out are right there. Mumsy, though, and his duo seem to have been pressuring Peterbot and Boya on the outskirts. Look at that. They end up turning back. So they need to find a new angle.
Remember that earlier on. They went deep inside of the storm. Shark went down. It set their game off completely in the wrong direction. This time, they don't want to take that big risk. Big change in how they're approaching this, in terms of mentally as well. This is the sort of team you think, yeah, they're just going to go for height. They're going to put themselves in the best position. They put themselves in the safest position right there. They understand and then respect the rest of the lobby. They understand their position as well. What is that, 30, 24 points until that 350 mark. So, you know, it's not a huge amount for a team like Shark and Teeny. They can do that with eliminations on their own if they want to. What's that, 8 elims? So, more than possible. Peterbot and Poyo are out.
No.
Mixed reactions from the crowd. Falcons fans are disappointed. I hear some cheers from other areas as well. Peterbot and Poyo. What happened?
I mean, I'm looking at the overall map. There's still 3 duos that were inside the storm. So those couple of shots that came in from pretty much Momsy sitting on the edge of storm looking inwards and sky jump there forced them to kind of park down. They try to wait it out.
Yeah.
But I think the teams that were coming in late found them there. That's a rough spot to be in. They had every opportunity just now to really get back in and keep that catalyst going, keep that momentum running. But now they're surely behind here. It's looking like a 3-way, pretty much a 3-way race between Shark, Teeny, Vico, Malabuka, Skyjump, and Mumsy now. Everyone else is going to need at least 2 games to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, very unorthodox way that Shark and Teeny maybe have done it today, but yeah, they look like the most likely team now to break into that 350 point plus mark and then potentially take it in the very next game. All depends on how well they play right there. We've seen the best of them, we've seen the worst of them as well, so which are we going to get in this game? They got to get there first, and of course the rest as well. As you hear that countdown ticking on down, it's the noise that you don't want to hear if you're in a fight, because reboots have now been disabled.
Okay, hear me out though. Shark and Teeny don't make an end game right now, right? If they fall short, fall shy, this is easily going towards a game 10. But what will happen is anyone from that 5th through 9th place, 5th through 11th even, we go as far as Romero and Lua, can jump up and at least be in contention for closing out game 10, and then everyone kind of being in the same threshold range. So really just depends on how well they play during this game, if whether or not we'll see a breakaway on the standings. Nosif, Izzy have a chance to do it, but Nosif is going to fall first, crashing and crumbling under the pressure of Darwin Dennis. And now they're pushing in. Demas has already secured the loot from Nosif. Izzy greedily goes in for the med kits.
We've seen you do it before, Izzy. We saw you do it yesterday.
He's done it too much.
Solo clutch, he's done it, but he's proved that he can do it. Albeit this is a lot earlier on. Let's see that magic. Oh.
Called it too soon. They get caught out on the move there. I'm looking at Cold and Rapid, positioned by the silo. Shark and Teeny, not too far from them. Acorn Bolt trying to make their desperate move inside. It's a good exchange of blows there. That could have gone either way had the Mammoth shot landed, though. Coming to a halt here. Pixie, Swizzy, kind of eyeing up the surrounding areas. Again, this is all around the silo. Completely indestructible, mind you.
Yep.
Some early shockwaves from Shark and Teeny. They're really trying to position themselves as, again, leaders on the rotates, leaders on the high ground as well. Even if it's not committing to the ultimate height, they're still kind of up there.
Well, this is big. Shark and Teeny now found themselves in those placement points. Skyjump Momsy, the team that's just behind them there in 3rd place. Remember, Vico Malabuka went down early on in this game. Bolts and Acorn, hello. They're in the lobbies. They want to show us that they're still here to play. Because remember, even if they're not in the position to win this whole thing, there's still lots of money, lots of prizing on the line for even breaking outside of that bottom of the leaderboard. So big opportunity here for Bolts and Acorn to show us what they're really about. Momsy and Skyjump, completely different end of the leaderboard, completely different objective for them. That's just to get over that 350 point threshold. Same as Shark and Teeny, getting themselves to the front side of zone right now. 7 eliminations so far for them. They've been really active earlier on in this game, but also playing safe as it gets towards these later stages of the competition. and of course this particular game.
Yeah, this game they were playing so differently. Instead of going for high ground, where before they seem to have been in the race to try to earn as much as possible, they're playing it very, very safe right now, trying to secure placement points first. Saw a little glimpse of Kanata Victor V, Momsy, Skyjump. These are strongly positioned teams right now, kind of in this end game. New zone's going to reveal itself. It's already on the move here. Yeet. Josh Niamzo alive, still in the end game. Lua Romero, Goofy barely holding on here. Acorn and Bolts are going to go down. Sky and Scroll fall as well to Momsy and Skyjump. And they are just heating up. These are important points being earned right now. Oh. Wow. That's a lot of damage.
Absolutely. Beam right there in the process. Momsy does have med kits in his inventory, but look who's decided to try and take height as well. Hari and Cammy. They're up on top right now. Goofy and Z-Dog down and out. They really do need it. They need to make up a lot of these points. Remember, 4th place right now, so huge opportunity for them to climb up the standings. If it's not going to be this game, maybe the next game they can break into that 350-point mark. Momsy, though, down. Oh, no. Disastrous here for the French guys. Skyjump needs to do it all alone. His objective right now, his main goal is to get into that 350-point plus mark. Teeny and Shark, 12 points behind. Need to get into it, need to try and take it for themselves. They'll be hoping that Skyjump Momsy go out of this game soon.
Just 12 points. 12 points is what they need right now to get into 350 match point range. They are on their way at the moment. Still 12 duos remaining as well. All they need is a couple of elims and a few placement points. It'll just basically happen depending on the next engagement here. You gotta be careful though, these are their builds. Skyjump on the other side knows and recognizes that he needs placement point as well. I love this play to stay in the storm a little bit longer. Cammy and Hari still have high ground. This is going back towards the silo on the outskirts here. Team's alive right now. Swizzy, Pixie, Kanata, Victor V, Cold and Rapid still in this game too. Shark has fallen. That's going to be because Iamzo was right above him. It's all up to Teeny. Teeny gets faded. 347, Mini.
3 more points for Teeny. And then a win in the next game. 3 more points is all you need, my friend.
Minimal.
Minimal. 1 placement, really. An elimination. Can he find it? Or are we going to go to yet another game?
No.
Getting pressure, though, from Victor V and Kanata on the same box. 200 wood. Trying to play out as much as possible. He needs other teams to fall on through. Popping the big pot as well to try and make himself as healthy as possible. Cammy there goes down. Must have been the fall damage there, which is not ideal for them all the way up on height.
They got it.
They got it.
A team falls. It's Cammy. It's Swizzy who's down. Teeny has broken through the threshold, punched his fist through that ceiling, and now the rest will be history. We'll see how it goes. Skyjump hiding in the box. Skyjump still going for it. He's at 336. He needs 14 points to remain in this race as well, to stay in that point threshold range going into the final games. Kanata Victor V, very hurt but not out just yet. Pablo and Chino have high ground. They exchange blows and down goes Skyjump there. On high ground, though, is just Hari here. Demis is still in the game. Lua and Romero coming back into the fight. Chino hits Romero, and he is very, very hurt.
Hari now needs a solo clutch his way into contention. Remember, Shark and Teeny are in that threshold, so it all comes down to this for Shari. 20 HP, can only take 2 ticks of the storm. Really not ideal at all. And Hari goes down. Mini Pollo is down there with Fukun as a duo. Liwa and Romero looking to get themselves back in contention as well. 251 points for them. It's a duo versus a solo. As we see Darman Dimash there down on low ground. Mini Pollo trying to do anything and everything to make it happen. Now it's a 2v2.
Lua Romero, 6 eliminations for Lua. Romero has 1. Who will get the final one? It is going to be Lua locking things up and putting them away. What a round. They spring and leapboard their way well into the top 5, as do other teams. So many teams right now are in that 250 to 280 range, roughly a game away from potential point formats, but all eyes are on Shark and Teeny, who are officially now just moments away potentially. All they need is a victory, and they can end this tournament early.
What I will say, though, is a lot of those teams from sort of 5th to 10th, they've now put themselves in contention as well. Of course, they can't win the tournament from this next game, but maybe all they need is this next game to be good to then put themselves in that 350-point mark. So if it's not Game 9, if Shark and Teeny don't win Game 9, we could be looking at multiple teams going into Game 10 with over 350 points. Liwa Romero, 272 you saw there at the end, so another 80 points or so away from that threshold. But like I mentioned earlier, even if it's not going to be for them, still a huge amount of points to gain in that last game, just to push them up in those standings. You see Shark and Teeny there as well. Hands on the head for Shark. Woo.
He's trying to lock in right now, trying to channel everything that he can to stay focused here and push through to the end. You got to think about it. He did just enough, literally.
Yeah.
Just enough to be right on that line to go ahead and open up the potential here. Now the real question is, with Momsy and Skyjump so close, you have two options here. Play it extremely passive and try to go for the win.
Yep.
Or push the lead that you have, knowing that after this next game, Skyjump will likely jump up in, and now it's a two-horse race until everyone else, you know, has their next game, and then play for the win, right? Because it's like one of those things you can't really count it out, but at the same time, you don't want to not be in first either.
How do you approach it? I mean, it's new for these guys as well, right? We haven't had match point like this ever, and it's never been reached. We had it somewhat sort of a pseudo match point, never actually got reached. Too high of a points threshold.
Well, even that game, they went 7 elims in the first couple zones.
Yeah.
They played all out, very, very aggressively, and then kind of play their end game. But it's because they needed to get to the point threshold.
Yeah.
But they don't need that anymore. They don't have to play like that.
Great job they did. If they didn't do that, they would have needed another game.
Yeah, that's
to go
my
ahead
point.
and do it, right? So, yeah, huge. Vico Malabuka, though, falling early in that game.
Oh, right,
We're going to be really sad about that. 320 points that they are sat on right there, literally last place. 20th, 0 eliminations. Might as well have gone and made a cup of tea and had a bite to eat instead of playing that game, because you would have got the same amount of points. So, can they step up to the plate? What will Shark and Teeny do? Will they take out their immediate competition off Spawn? Will they start to mess around a little bit? Because realistically, the most important thing for them is that Skyjump and Momsy don't get over that threshold.
And Vico and Malabuka.
The Vico Malabuka don't get over that threshold. Doesn't matter about points anymore.
Well, they're really close. I know we got Zeke standing by to give us some more insight, and that's what I want to hear about.
Thank you so much, Monster. You are right. We have Shark and Teeny here. They just hit match point in that last game. Guys, here we are, finally on match point. You just need another win, pretty easy. At this point, you guys have so many wins. Is it easy? Is it going to be easy to just go in? Are you going to win this next game right here, right now?
I mean, I don't know. We'll see.
What do you think? Is it going to happen, Shark? Are you going to win right here, right now, or is it just a we'll see?
We'll see.
I love that. Farm the aura. Guys, obviously, you know, you've heard a lot from Boop. You guys are pretty tight with him. Shark, I'd love you to just look into the camera and just say something very nice to Boop right here.
Thank you for everything, bro.
I love that. Heartwarming. Teeny, to win right here, right now, would that just be like everything? What would you feel if you won it now?
I mean, it would be great, yeah. Amazing.
I love that, guys. And obviously, now that you have hit match point, pressure's going to be on. Do you think teams are going to maybe look to land on you? Are you guys going to maybe do something different to make sure that doesn't happen?
What was the question?
Are you going to do something different?
No.
Keep it all the same. I love it. They're locked in. They are focused on this next win. They are on match point. We'll have to see how it all goes.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
350 points was the mark, and that mark has been matched to the dot too by Shark and Teeny. and they're looking confident. Remember, they told me 9 matches. Right now, we are going to be going to that 9th match. It could end up happening here, Vivid.
7, oh my gosh, that game was like a nail biter for so many different reasons. Obviously, the most pertinent one was whether or not Shark and Teeny were actually going to go ahead and cross the threshold that they need to kind of activate that match point. Me and Levin, we were getting mad. We were like, no way he doesn't get the 3 more points they need. But yes, they ended up hitting it perfectly. And it's crazy because if they're just 1 point off of that, you just subtract 1 point, it changes this next game. It changes the whole competition entirely.
And we know, we already saw some people changing their drop spots. We can expect that again for this game as well. But you're totally right. For Teeny to clutch out those extra 3 points in the final moment as a solo in the water, it was absolutely crazy. Cammy and Carrie also were really close to being able to get to that 350 point threshold, but just barely missing out. But 7, we have so many teams that are going to be looking to possibly put a stop to the run of Shark and Teeny, but is the blood still in the water? Are they going to still keep going? I don't know if there's really anyone that can stop this run.
I don't know. I'm there with you because of the performance that we have seen from this duo, not just today, but going back to their actual groups. They were able to get so many victory royales today. They have shown that they can still do it as well. And the one thing that we kind of been keeping track throughout today is that high ground. This is a team that usually excels that. We really haven't seen that much the high ground being contested as much. If we see them in the high ground, it could end up finishing.
Yeah, could of course get crazy. I won't lie though, guys. I feel like Shark and Teeny have what I like to call a little bit of a freebie in this next game, right? They are the only team that can kind of win the game. And what I mean by a freebie, I mean, it's not going to be a lot of pressure on them, right? They can just kind of go out. They don't have to worry about any other team winning the game to kind of end the competition early. That being said, when we do take a look at the leaderboard, there are plenty of teams that are very, very close to 350 points now. So let's just say the Shark and Teeny don't win this next game. You got to imagine other teams are going to cross 350 points. And then the next game after this next one, then it's going to be pressure on.
I mean, during that interview, oh, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, it is a bit of a freebie, but also it kind of leaves a big question mark, right? If they don't end up winning it in this next one, as we can see there on the overall with what you were alluding to, we do have Skyjob, Momsy. Very close by. We have Vico and Malibuka as well, very close by as well.
Man, when I was speaking of Carrie and Cammy, I actually meant Skyjump and Momsy that were so close, 336 points right there. Although it was Carrie and Cammy that were on high ground doing a pretty good job right there. So to see them jump up into 4th place, I think that they're well within contention of breaking into that 1st place spot. But Skyjump, Momsy, Vico, Malibuka, so many of these teams are so close and just need not even a good game, honestly, just a handful of eliminations to break into that point threshold.
Vivid, I'm going to be looking at number 7 there, Falcons, because not just what we have seen today, the bounce back out of this duel, but also with everything that's going on with the club championship, we've seen them today get close to 100 points in just one match, and we see Peterbot and Pollo being able to clutch it in big moments.
Exactly what I wanted to talk about, right? It feels obvious that if you take a look at 4th place, right, 303 points, 3rd place, 320 points, 2nd place, 336 points. Yeah, they can get to 350 pretty easily, but it is possible. If you go all the way down, I mean, heck, Swizzy and Pixie from 249, I wouldn't put it past them to be able to have such a big game that they could get up to 350 as well. So many other teams that Shark and Teeny might be counting out could really enter match point in a blink of an eye.
And listen, NA West also representing there, Victor V and Kanata. If we want to talk about a comeback, they have been doing absolutely incredible since we've moved to Slurp Rush, winning 2 games in game number 6, and now also coming out on top. To see them beating out the likes of Peterbot and Pollo, I don't know if that was necessarily going to be on anyone's bingo card right now, but just taking a look at the 2nd page right now, we do still have some big names there. Of course, we're starting to, I mean, we've definitely passed the halfway point now. I don't know necessarily if they're going to be able to do anything to climb up too much leaderboard, but still, we do have a lot of these teams that are still just trying to gain any amount of points for their club.
Yeah, and for Shark and Teeny, you can see it right there. The threshold was 350 points, which has been met by that duo. The next thing they need to do is just get a victory royale and they'll be able to become champions. It could finish in this next one. Talking back about the club championship, AGL, just Sky and Scroll have not been able to perform. Something that we're also talking about is sometimes when you get to the later stages of the finals here, you tend to see teams that got absolutely nothing to lose do a little bit of BM to those teams that have everything to gain.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, AGL, that's going to be kind of where my eyes are being peeled towards. And it's kind of crazy because Shark and Teeny by what feels like not winning this next game kind of keeps Sky and Scroll in it for their club in general, right? Because obviously Sky and Scroll are a little bit further down the leaderboard than Falcons are right now. So Sky and Scroll need as many opportunities as they possibly can to rise up that leaderboard, because the stakes, what it means for everything, even outside of Fortnite specifically, is so much.
It's possible. There's possibilities. We've seen teams that were all the way in the bottom half, if not the bottom quarter, being able to get out a win. I mean, it was, you know, Kanata and Victor V were not having a great performance, and then they were able to get like a 100-point game. This is definitely possible. Now, is it probable? That I'm not too certain about. We have just seen such domination from Shark and TD, and after that interview, it doesn't even look like they're nervous they're on match point. It looks like this is just a normal day of Fortnite, and we're all just playing their game.
It looks just like that, too. You were talking about teams that were able to bounce back, too. One team that comes to mind is T1. T1 has been performing quite well. Dharma and Demas, that's one team that we were keeping a close eye on when they were in the second page because of what we saw out of them on Survival, and right now we're starting to see exactly what we expected out of them here in Match Point Finals.
Yeah, the bounce back has been multiple times now where they didn't have the best group stages and then absolutely dominated the survival stages, and I was kind of interested in how that would translate finally into the finals, and it seems to be a bit of a mixed bag, starting off strong, then having a few weak games, but definitely seems to be kind of finding their footing a little bit more.
Yeah, again, I mean, Dharma and Demas have without a doubt showed us their ceiling, how well they can actually play, but the consistency has been a problem for them. That being said, I know they're kind of in range of that 350-point mark if they do have one of those really good games that we have seen from them throughout the week. So fingers crossed for T1.
Yeah, for T1, I mean, they just want to make sure they stay within the top 8 as well. Because, yeah, we're talking about who can actually win that club championship. But there's just so much money at stake as well for Aurora. For Aurora right now, I believe they're sitting in 10th place on the club championship. If they actually end up getting this win right here, they would jump up by 1,000 points. And that could mean a difference from, I think, $600,000 all the way up to $3 million.
No pressure, man. I mean, that is absolutely crazy. You know, I was saying that they weren't feeling nervous. Hopefully they weren't listening to you just say that, because that would add some nerves to me. But you know what? I think for Shark and Teeny, this isn't necessarily about playing for the club. I don't think this is necessarily even about playing for them. I think that they're just playing Fortnite, and this to them is just what they want to do.
Listen, Seven, I want to see them, honestly. There's reasons that I would like to see every single team win. I feel like for Shark and Teeny, the reason why I would like to see them win, I want to see just a little bit of a smile on one of their faces. That's what I'm kind of hoping for.
I think we have gotten a glimpse of it, right? We have gotten more emotion out of them in this last matches than we have seen in group stages. That's for sure, because remember what was happening within Shark and Teeny. Whenever Teeny was going out very early on, at least we were getting some kind of emotion there out of Shark, whether it was aggravated or not. And in this one, I'm hoping that if they do end up finishing here in the next match, oh, those tears of joy might come out.
Obviously, the emotions aren't the only thing that Shark and Teeny are going to have to continue to control. Whether or not teams are actually going to switch up their game plans. Obviously, Zeke had the opportunity to ask Shark and Teeny, hey, are you guys going to do anything to kind of combat anything that the other teams might be doing? They said no, they're going to stick to exactly what they have been doing. So technically speaking, there are possibilities for teams to kind of lean into what they already know about Shark and Teeny and just play against that. But if there was one team that was playing here today, if there's one team in the world in general that was probably the hardest to go ahead and try to counter-strat, it's probably Shark and Teeny.
Listen, you're talking about you want to see a Shark and Teeny smile. Have you seen a shark smile? That is absolutely terrifying, and they're already petrifying on the floor right now. I don't think we need to see any smiling giant rows of teeth from Shark right there. I think he's exactly where he wants to be. He is, you know, he's laying under the radar. He wants to be slow. He doesn't want anyone to give any attention to him, and I think for Shark and Teeny, this might be their game.
You see a smile from Shark, that will mean it might just be game over. As we're looking at some of the other duels, right, where we're talking about contestant at the beginning, and we saw a lot of that in this last one, right? Which is one duo that comes to mind that might actually end up contesting Shark and Teeny, knowing that they're now at match point.
Yeah, listen, obviously we saw a bunch of all-spawn fights kind of going on that game. Usually it depends on the bus path. But for one of the teams that did end up going down early, we didn't get to specifically see it, Vico and Malibuca. They could have been on match point equally with Shark and Teeny this game, but because they went down early, 0-point game there for them, unfortunately, they are still on 320. So again, one of those teams that can cross the threshold now, but still a lot of work to do in denying Shark and Teeny that win.
It could end here, or we could end up going one more match. Stay tuned, because it's about to get even spicier here at Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. Barney, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Gadia City Grid has been home to some of the most iconic moments at the 2026 Esports World Cup. I mean, it's been 7 weeks, so many games, so many stuff happened on this stage, and a lot of story to just remember. So many clutch, so many good memories here. It's gonna be weird to not be here tomorrow, you know?
It is, isn't it? So let us take this moment to first of all say thank you to all of the incredible people who have put their blood, their sweat and tears into creating this, well, into turning this vision into a possibility. So first of all, thank you so much to all the people that built this incredible stage, to the production for putting on this amazing show, to the broadcast talent for telling the stories, and to the players for competing so fiercely week in, week out. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, est-ce qu'on peut applaudir toutes les personnes qui ont rendu ce spectacle possible depuis le début de ces 7 semaines, s'il vous plaît? La production, dont il vient de citer. But Barney, there is one other, thing, not really things, but one more thing we have to say thank you. We have to say thank you to you, to everyone who is watching esports, to everyone reaching us here in the Guinea City Grids. I mean, the fans was insane, and we are all doing it for you because you're watching it, so please make some noise for you, mesdames et messieurs. Faites du bruit pour vous. Merci beaucoup à tous les fans qui rendent cet événement possible. We are doing all of this for you as well.
And so, as we approach the final moments here of the Fortnite Reload Championship, remember what you were part of here in Paris, and let's go out with a bang.
Maybe it's the last game, so people, are you ready?
I am here with 2 legends of the French scene. We got Leo the Crack, one of my favorite streamers. We got professional player Akira. Mumsy and Skyjump are the team right behind Teeny and Shark. They're the team that could catch them. Your former teammates, you've played with them. What do you have to say to them to motivate them?
Ces gars-là, c'est des bosseurs. Ils ont travaillé très dur. Donc les gars, faut les encourager à max. Allez, allez, allez!
You said they're grinders, they work hard, we have to get behind them. Leo, you know I like to hype a crowd up every once in a while, but these are your people. Every time Skyjump and Mumsy have done well, it's because this crowd has gotten behind them, so I want you to get this crowd ready for this next game.
Ok. Déjà, merci à tous d'être venus, de soutenir la maison ou de soutenir d'ici. On a la chance d'avoir 4 joueurs exceptionnels. On a Mumsy, Skyjump qui sont à la 2e place. Ils sont à rien de pouvoir gagner. Je veux vraiment que vous donnez tout pour eux. Jusqu'au bout les mecs. Allez!
It's time to see whether match point will be hit or whether Teeny and Shark will run away with it. Over to the casters.
The stage is set after 8 incredible matches of Fortnite here at the Esports World Cup 2026. We are on match number 9 with Shark and Teeny from Aurora Gaming being the first and only team here on match point.
If we don't see half the lobby dropping wherever Shark and Teeny are headed, there is going to be some devious gameplay afoot here, Jacob, because even if they make it out of the off-spawn position, the likelihood that they don't just get constantly cut off by other teams looking to try and prevent them from having any sort of a spark for this final lobby. Already Dirty Dogs heating up pretty heavily here. Chino, Pablo making their presence known. Khan on the ropes trying to see if he can escape, but there is no out. Chino will get credit for his first here, and they're still waiting. They want more. Muzz and Sphinx, though, finally not having to deal with Sharktini, but there's Chino right after the fact.
He just walked in there, saw both of them. Oh, I may have made a mistake. Just spent one too many feet forward on that one. Muzz and Sphinx going to do a good job of taking him down. You see Teeny towards the background, unbothered so far. So I don't think there's too much attention being drawn their way. And that's the decision, honestly, a lot of the teams in today's competition will have to make. If Shark and Teeny are in a position to win the game, everybody else has to decide, is it worth throwing my game away to take them down just in the hopes of us going to a match 10?
One thing's evident, Hari and Cammy know that they are on the cusp of achieving that match point status. They are banking on being able to attain it in this lobby because you don't have many other options when you already have a duo that's on that match point, period. So for Hari, Cammy, every single elimination, every single 3 points that they can build further and further up it just makes it all the easier to try and prevent Shark and Teeny for as long as they can from bringing home that championship trophy.
And you see Shark already going for an early game fight onto Z-Dog. A huge advantage already swinging his way. You see the slap splash is trying to come out for Z-Dog. Shockwave as well, but he's going to get caught out either way. But it's Sky Jump and Momsy who steal that elimination away. And even though they still have to wait for this game to finish, they are 11 points away from now being on match point. Taco, that's less than 4 eliminations.
And Sky Jump and Momsy, big part of the reason why they're here so early. They know this is Shark and Teeny, but with that shield crack, they're going to immediately look for the follow-up here. If they can secure the eliminations onto Sky Jump, it's going to force Momsy to play further back. Shark, Teeny get the one. Momsy will be able to escape for right now, but he still has to try and avoid going out anytime soon. Sky Jump should realistically be able to bring himself back into this one, but it is a tough blow to make that kind of aggressive front. Respect the vision, but they might need to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and at least it was Momsy who was not only able to stay alive, but you see him finding some med kits, knowing that's probably going to overstay their welcome deep into the zone. But if you kind of get a picture of the minimap, there's not too many teams on the outskirts just yet. There might be solos floating around, but for Sky Jump and Momsy, for now, it should be relatively safe as we continue to look around the lobby. 2 eliminations to start this game for Vico and Malabuka. They too need a resurgence here outside the leaderboard, but they are only around 24 points away as it stands, so they still need a couple more eliminations, or honestly, just to make it inside of the top 10 or so.
Bit unfortunate right now, though, for Z-Dog and Goofy. Ever since those initial eliminations that Z-Dog has suffered, Momsy Sky Jump definitely taking advantage of it. Creeping closer and closer towards that match point threshold. But even if they achieve it, they still have to play at least one more lobby. So it's about making it there and then preventing Shark and Teeny from having any level of success. And the problem is, Jacob, is that from second all the way down to 8th place, where Deemish and Darm entered this match 9 at 260 points, realistically speaking, there is a chance for all of these teams to potentially catapult themselves into that match point threshold. I'm not ignoring the fact that we have seen Deemish and Darm throw up 18 match eliminations with a victory royale. That's enough to overcome the distance.
Yeah, it's just the further down that leaderboard you go, it's almost a win needed scenario. If you wanted to be on match point after this one, join the likes of Shark and Teeny, the only team to be on pace. Peterbot Poyo, they needed roughly 87 points throughout the course of this game from here on out. Go ahead and land on match point. It could be through eliminations, it could be through winning the game. Definitely have given themselves options, but they've kind of fell below the curve, or at least where you would think a team like this caliber would stand, especially since they're playing for the Falcons and the club championship as well. You can kind of see a little bit of a different approach to this game. Not as many kind of fights going down, 50-50, solos just kind of get points. It just kind of seems like it's a little bit more calculated this time around.
Hey, Vico felt very confident that that last lobby was going to be the immediate match point threshold secured. And after they got eliminated so early on, Malabuka probably told them snap back to reality and lock in, because everyone else is catching up at a rapid rate here as Swizzy and Pixie looking to try and bring down Falcons, Peterbot and Poyo, but they will fall back momentarily. They had them a little bit on the run there though, but they're just seemingly more preoccupied with not getting caught out in any other third-party intervention. It's a smart idea to create a little bit of space here. But for Pete and Poyo, kind of readdressing the whole club championship series, that elimination feed already lit up with Sky and Scroll's names. As long as Peterbot and Poyo can maintain staying inside of the top 8 here, they will be able to contribute towards those club championship points and just help Falcons stay nestled inside of that first place position for the weekend overall.
Yeah, just kind of looking at the leaderboard, it does look like Sky and Scroll have been eliminated out of this game as well. HEAL just having a rough day, but we've seen Sky and Scroll have big comes back before, and I would think today could possibly be no different, but you still got a big team standing in your path. Shark and Teeny, who have seemed to have let the dust settle. They're not in any desperate situations like you see some others already at this stage of the game. Acorn and Bolts lurking around top side of Steamy. They're already inside of the zone. They're just waiting for somebody to make a mistake.
Problem right now, though, for a duo like Faded and Khan, is they're having to depend pretty heavily on securing some big elimination points. 3 duos having already been eliminated from this match 9 just means that that end game might not be so topsy-turvy after all. We might see it thinning out at a much faster rate here in comparison to a lot of these past matchups, but more specifically, Peterbot and Pollo and everyone else inside this top 8 period of the leaderboard, they're just going to be looking to shut down. The moment that Shark or Teeny light up that elimination feed, it's just going to be the green light for everyone else to try and follow up and collapse.
And I think Shark and Teeny as of now still way over in Dirty Docks. We might not see them for a little bit. 5th zone, it's where you typically see teams start to play a little bit safer. They don't want to get knocked. They don't want to get eliminated. Kind of get put in a blender, being forced to figure out how I'm going to make it to the next stage of the game. But for Skyjump and Momsy, rotating through Slurpee Swamp, you know they don't need to go ahead and use too many of their own resources. A lot of barrels that they can go and replenish the HP, the shield, anything that they need. They just need to be very, very aware, careful of how many other players are rotating in and around their current position.
At a bare minimum, 3 eliminations would guarantee that match point. So even if they should stumble here in game 9 and find themselves wiped out of the lobby entirely, so long as they cross 350 points, everything else is kosher. But then they are also depending on somebody else in the lobby to stop Shark and Teeny in their tracks and not allow that Victory Royale to break through.
And now we finally get to see where everybody is at. A decent spread for the most part, but the zone forcing players all the way toward the west, just below Steamy Stacks. So a lot of time to still get in position. Like Hari and Cammy, you see they're not too far away, but they are close by, basically rotating parallel to Vico and Malabuka. They got a hint of where another team is at, but I'm not sure Vico and Malabuka felt the same. But with the elevation of that bridge, they might be able to get a bird's eye view onto them slowly rotating into the zone.
Malabuka, Vico, too many whites to play with. They'll be able to full heal before they opt to utilize that launch pad. Make their way closer towards that edge of zone. Teeny, Shark, recognizing the fact that they were going to need to go cross-country for this one based on how this zone is pooling over across that western side of the map. Now it's just about making sure that they don't get snuck up on by another team already kind of lying in the wings here. Salva, Yasin could be the ones to put them down potentially. Shot's not going to connect there onto Teeny just yet, but pressure's on. Everyone else looking up onto these rooftops, but Shark and Teeny, they'll be able to hold their own for right now.
Yeah, I don't think anybody knows it's them just yet, but that would have been a good shot and a good moment to capitalize. Kind of take the only match point team out of the game, guaranteeing we at least go to a match 10, but they're going to stay alive, so the threat is looming around every one of these corners still. Peterbot and Pollo slowly but surely making it in, right in the center of the zone so far. Relatively even ground outside of the south side of the map where Logjam Lodging is actually at, and that's where Teeny and Shark have already positioned at.
Malabuka, Vico, also somewhat local to where Shark and Teeny are located currently, but Pete and Pollo, they need a big moment here in game 9. A Victory Royale would certainly be the cherry on top, of course, but Xane's last hope currently, Jacob. Things are looking a bit dire right now because Cammy, Hari, Vico, Malabuka, Skyjump, Momsy, every single one of them at least being across that 300 points spot to begin with, they're just going to have that much more feasible of a time of actually securing match point in advance.
Tough spot to be in if you're Skyjump. It's not over just yet. Momsy will at least have a chance to try to get back in the game, but he is definitely being put on the clock. Skyjump just kind of looking for any bit of resources. He's at a decent amount of distance between him and the next closest team, but that position's going to be given away. Momsy rebooting right back on in. You got a couple teams trying to go ahead and fire off in the distance, but not taking the green light just yet. But it does look like Vico and Malabuka, they might be trying to take the bait. They know somebody in there has absolutely nothing to their name. Shark and Teeny seeing it all play down as well. They're putting pressure down from above. And this is right after getting these eliminations, getting that knock onto Momsy, just making it tougher and tougher for their closest competition because Vico and Malabuka have just fallen as well.
And Vico Malabuka, they needed this lobby. They know that now their fate is going to rest in the control of what Shark and Teeny are able to accomplish. The frustration is obvious, but for Shark and Teeny, you can't just go on autopilot. You can't just think that it's a guarantee, it's a lock, because they still need to get the win. And who loves to play spoiler to that more than Peterbot and Pollo?
I'm not sure if they got the clue. If they got a memo, that's them underneath. That is the biggest threat to everybody in this lobby. Peterbot and Pollo. Team Falcons have positioned themselves accordingly, even getting a bit of information on Skyjump, Momsy, Kanata, and Victor B. The only other NA team inside of the top 10 thanks to that victory royale, but they just lack a little bit of attention there. Shots coming in from the side. Peterbot's shield gets dropped just like that.
That last mammoth shot had connected though onto either Shark or Teeny. Maybe would have seen the tide start to shift, a little rocking of the boat here. Cold Rapid under a lot of pressure currently though, but Pete, he's still not super healthy. Pollo's actually going to end up finding the bulk of the lobby focus, but Cold and Rapid just alongside them cannot avoid all of this suppressive fire. Cold will be claimed for it, and the lobby just continues to victimize some of these teams.
That combat SMG is just so daunting when it's spraying into your box. Yamso tries to go for a quick play, but he has to abandon ship. Peterbot doing a good job of just kind of closing the covers, trying to be as rare as possible. Placement points have not even started to set in, and he's one of two solos.
Mumsy and Skyjump, Shark and Teeny. Mumsy and Skyjump, one of the few teams still remaining in this lobby that could potentially be neck and neck with Shark, but do they realize just how close their number one opposition actually is? They're not ready to commit just yet to any sort of fight. Peterbot, on the other hand, he's just looking for any kind of refresh that he can muster up. Goofy not going to be the first one to go down though. Pete still trying to chase him out. He knows this is solo v solo right now. My best chance at coming up big time, and yet they'll be forced to depart and just sit and wait for the backside of the zone.
Yeah, it just gets tougher because he has to build there to protect himself, leaving with only one piece left. Peterbot right now hoping for some sort of blessing as he's lurking right behind. That's Khan, that's baited. There's a whole nother team towards left. He's definitely trying to give himself options. Momsy, Skyjump, finding some extra loot down below. 3 different med kits. That's not only going to allow for Momsy to heal up here, but possibly stagger himself back later in this same game.
Momsy needs every little bit of HP that he can get though, because single shot, that's all it takes for Disaster to strike. Only 5 points away from hitting that match point threshold, but Peterbot has fallen. That's going to be Falcon's duo no longer in the mix up here, as now Shark and Teeny have been isolated, looking down, trying to see if they can get some pressure onto Pixie, but adamant as ever to watch overhead, trying to make sure that nobody else is going to overcross them and overtake. They want the high ground more than anything else.
Yeah, but Skyjump, Momsy only 2 points away from being on match point in the next game, but they also have to bring it to a next game. Shark and Teeny are now on high ground. The only match point team are now positioning themselves to end it here in 9 games.
We've seen this so many times already this weekend for Shark and Teeny. Momsy and Skyjump, if you're gonna get activated, it has to be right now. Shark and Teeny cannot afford to be left to their own devices here on height, because we already know just how commanding they are when it's in their control. Fukun and Minifio starting to be forced even further down into the dirt. All the while, Shark and Teeny, the world is their oyster. Finally, they'll get chopped, but they already managed to prevent any sort of fall damage off the Flowberry Fizz.
Shark Teeny, they were able to catch himself. That's huge. Fizz, shockwaves. They regained their composure up above. Even with Goofy going down, placement points setting in. There's more teams looking to join them on match point, but they have to figure out a way to force another game, because Shark and Teeny looking up and contested up until now. Another team goes up. Shark drops to 37 HP. Teeny's going to fall. Shark needs to be the savior here for his team. He has to stay alive. It's Swizzy, it's Pixie. They're the ones that are looking to bring us to another game.
Swizzy and Pixie might have just saved this entire tournament here because Shark, even though he's still alive, Jacob, he's just so hurt. Only 10 bits remaining in this Flowberry Fizz. He has to siphon anything that he can get. But Pixie and Swizzy, another one onto Romero. Salvo will also fall. They are racking up the points. Shark can't get the shot to line up. Skyjump and Momsy just crossed the threshold. We're going to see a game 10.
Wow, wow, wow. Hopefully you guys at home didn't have anything to do today because we have a long road ahead. Hari's here trying to play for that match point as well. 339 points. He wants to be one of 3 teams to try to make it there in this next game. Swizzy and Pixie as well. Ton of points left, but Hari's dream of being on match point is cut short by Josh and Iamzo.
These guys have been playing spoiler for the past few matches, it seems like, and they're not intending on slowing down. Yasin also going to be claimed as now frontside control is purely at their favor, but Swizzy, Pixie, they're ready to drop. They've already gotten the connection. Darm's going to be pieced apart the moment he tries to go forward, but Swizzy lost so much HP along the way. Iamzo and Josh, they're trying to send it.
They absolutely shred the HP and shields of Team Havoc. And it's Elite down below, 2v2 situation. Resources for both teams are dwindling. Big shot from Swizzy on the side. That's gonna take down Josh. Iamzo with a 1v2. There goes the first knock, and it's him versus the world. Swizzy versus Iamzo, 15 HP, and it's not going to be enough. Iamzo closes it out.
It doesn't matter what's happened in the past because the future is now. Josh and Iamzo desperately needed this. It's not going to put them into that match point threshold, but they might just get a chance. We saw everything crumble for Shark and Teeny, and I would anticipate a very similar fashion, Jacob, for everyone else that is currently sitting on match point, aka Skyjump and Momsy, 2 different duos, public enemy number 1.
We haven't seen too many teams go up and actually contest the high ground. We haven't seen too many fights in the last 4 days when it comes to Fortnite on the high ground, but Shark and Teeny on match point. The lobby felt the pressure that they were in, and they executed to take them out, and now we have 2 teams on match point.
But man, kudos to Pixie and Swizzy. They made it close. For a moment, it looked like that could have gone a different way entirely, but just getting a chance to even break through what Iamzo and Josh are going on.
Then you're back, I'm going up.
No, I died.
200?
He has siphon, I think.
Nice!
Calm, cool, collected. Good information. Say, hey, he might have Siphon, might have more HP than you would think in that situation, but Iamzo, nonetheless, with a huge HP and shield advantage, of course, closes that one out. He's a little bit of a distance away, but not only securing a little bit more prize money if the tournament ends now, but getting that much closer to hopefully being on match point.
No, they definitely needed that because the Victor Royale points alone are going to really help swing them, have much more favorability in terms of just getting close towards that match point threshold, because at this stage, Hari, Cammy, they're also sitting right at 342 points. They're not trying to watch Skyjump and Momsy or Shark and Teeny walk away with this one, and neither is Vico or Malibuca, Lewa and Romero, Darm, Deemish, all teams sitting between 320 to 326 points. And as the competition continues to tighten up with the match point threshold standings, everyone that's not necessarily in that position, why not just look to be agents of chaos? This is one of the few formats, Jacob, where it is very rewarding for teams that have been left behind to get an advantage so late into the game, because they don't have anything to lose and everything to gain. But we'll have to see what happens here after everything that we've already witnessed. So make sure you guys go grab a quick refreshment, and we'll be right back.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
All right, we've hopped on over to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet because Trackmania is getting going, and we already have some really important updates. Talk me through what's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been a really big week for Trackmania. It's the biggest event in their history as far as prize pool is concerned, and also maybe the biggest event here at EWC today because of the club championship. Falcons have the gold. Carl Jr., he is playing up later on, has a really tough group to get through into that top 8. We've already lost one member from AGL, though, in our very first game. He crashes out. Binks, not a great performance from him. He'd be really disappointed. He was tipped to finish within the top 6, but he would have been picking up points for AGL. That was our consideration. They still have one more player. It feels like Falcons and all the other single-player games, they've got like 4 or 5 players. AGL have 2 here in Trackmania. We've got Gwen going up in his matchup today. Right this second, if he gets through, that's a top 8, that's placement. If he can go further, that is the big question, but people are expecting him to qualify here.
Which I think at this point AGL need, because on our stage they have found themselves at the bottom of the lobby right now. This could be their only saving grace. I mean, we're gonna have to see what happens. As more updates come out, we'll make sure we check back in with Chris as well and keep you updated on how it's all going.
What a last game that was. The most important thing here, Vivid, is we go again. Game number 10 is coming up. Sharkantini went down early, but what a game for Swizzy and Pixie.
Swizzy and Pixie, incredible stuff there, right? Kind of joining in the contention. I think it's like top 6 that they are. I know they crossed the 310-point threshold, but the reason why I wanted to talk about Swizzy and Pixie, because during that Game 5 to Game 6 breaks, I actually had the opportunity to talk to them. And I was like, hey, listen, are you guys looking forward to the slurp map? And they were like, no, not at all. We don't have a lot of good loot. Like, we have no idea what we're going to do. But then a good game from them right there. And honestly, they've been picking up steam.
Yeah, that was a really good game. Was it second place in that last game? Really solid for them. 5 elims there as well. But we have to talk about it. The elephant in the room. Sharkantini going down early right there. Big surprise.
So here it is, man. You remember when I talked about it after the last game? I was like, Sharkantini, it feels like they have a little bit of a freebie, right? Nobody can kind of pressure them off that win and kind of end the tournament early. But now we're going to start to get the ball rolling. Some of these teams are going to start to enter that conversation. Skyjump and Momsy.
Skyjump and Momsy. I know everyone in this room is hyped for Skyjump and Momsy. They have reached that match point threshold. Are they going to take this final game? Potentially the final game for them. Will it even be the final game? But we want to know. We're ready. I'm sure the players are ready. Are the crowd ready for this game? Match 10. Paris, make some noise!
Skyjump and Momsy!
Let's go to it.
We have all been blessed. We thought the tournament would end there, but we get a crucial match number 10 with Sharkantini leading the pack, 383 points on match point with Skyjump and Momsy not too far away, 378 points. Those are our top 2 teams that could win it all here.
Look, from a spectator POV, Jacob, I would love to see all 15. But with what's been unfolding before our very eyes, especially after that Game 9, and the way that Yamzo and Josh were even able to like kick it in to another level, everyone is doing their best to try and catch right back up to that match point threshold. And while the odds might be against many of our competitors, especially those who aren't within that match point security spot, you still need the victory royale. You still need one more good game in order to really seal the deal. And there are just so many competitors outside of that match point range that could hit it in this Game 10. So now it's just going to be about who finds Skyjump and Momsy, Sharkantini first.
Yep, and I really thought throughout the course of at least the early game, the mid game, there'd be a few teams trying to go on the hunt to take down Sharkantini. That way they have a chance to go another game. But Sharkantini land all the way in the back towards Dirty Dogs. The zone max pulled far away. That allowed for Sharkantini to stay there for so long and kind of dodge dangerous moment after dangerous moment, so they didn't have to deal with a lot of these teams.
Yamzo and Josh, though, not to worry about it too much, but first elimination highlight, Vico tough break, but hey, everyone is trying to make their presence known. I believe it might have even been Vico securing that first elimination, finally moving the needle from 326 total points overall to 329. So a few more of those eliminations, and Vico and Malabuka, they're not looking to wait it out any longer. They want to be inside of that match point threshold. All they need is 18 more points. That's just 6 eliminations.
6 eliminations. If they make it far enough, placement points as well. But Momsy finds himself getting taken down by Sky and Scroll. We're hoping to have a miracle run to end the tournament, keep themselves in contention of that club championship. But our team in first place, the first one to meet match point over at Dirty Docks. They find their first elimination on to Muzz. And this is almost a repeat of what went down in that last game. It was Muzz and Sphinx kind of stuck in the blender, unable to really catch themselves a moment to get out of it.
Feels like I'm in the Twilight Zone, though, watching Muzz just be eliminated in such stylish fashion by Shark there. Mammoth pistol shots are just so clean. It's normally Muzz that we're used to seeing have that kind of aim, but Shark and Teeny are really giving this entire lobby a run for their money. Skyjump and Mumsy, we know that they suffered an early elimination themselves, but Sky and Scroll, how long can they really keep Skyjump and Mumsy at bay before somebody else decides to intervene?
Muzz just having that hard time we were talking about, goes down yet again. They spotted Sphinx out in the sky as well, so trying to give him a rough start. Skyjump and Momsy, they get their get back, taking down Sky, making sure they get all the loot that was once theirs. And you can kind of see them already making their way on over towards the eastern side of the map. They are hunting to try to figure out where Sky is at, how they're going to get the elimination onto Reboot, but they're also inching themselves closer and closer to the area of Shark and Teeny.
Look, they're already on the perimeter of this eastern side of the zone, and sure, while picking up this elimination onto Scroll would be a nice little addition, ultimately, they're just looking to be the cutoff point. They don't want Shark and Teeny to get by. They are hoping to shut them down and be the only match point team within capabilities of securing a victory royale. But Scroll, the moment that he goes for the finish, Skyjump there, immediately ready to pick his teammate back up, protect the loot, and hold things strong. But now, another player coming into the mix at a rapid rate. Skyjump, he's in heavy pressure by Shark.
These are both our match point teams. They're going head to head right now. Shark and Teeny, they probably saw everything going down in the feed. They want to be the only ones with a chance to win it here. And it's Skyjump on the back foot. No shield, less HP because another shot is going to land. Momsy for certain has made it back into this game, but Skyjump has now been put on respawn.
And this is where it starts to get really dicey now. While I respect the gall from Skyjump and Mumsy to try and shut down Shark and Teeny, instead they find themselves on the receiving end of a lot of aggression here. And Shark Teeny, they're already scanning the skies. They're ready to follow exactly where they know Skyjump and Mumsy's honing beacon is taking them to off that fresh reboot.
Big rift in the sky. Well, if you didn't see that, it makes a loud noise, and they immediately are following it. They now know it's him, confirmed with that first elimination, but they hear more than just one player over there. A bit of noise. They don't want to continue rotating on over. Either way, Skyjump is going to go down again. The reason why Shark and Teeny didn't rotate is exactly because of that. The squad from Elite Esports was the one holding that mountain.
Very smart pullback there from Shark and Teeny. Just no reason to overextend. They're gonna leave it up to the rest of the lobby to continue just applying this steady pressure, and they'll loosely try to follow. Skyjump gonna be forced to head a separate directions, and booming base was clearly not an option, but with Shark and Teeny still able to split Momsy and Skyjump cleanly down the middle, and now also recognizing Faded Khan right next to that supply drop, also gonna be the ones just continuing to prevent Momsy from reuniting with Skyjump.
Luckily for him, though, Khan Faded don't actually push on over. So they work as a deterrent to stop Shark and Teeny from pushing on over, and they don't do it themselves, which is kind of giving Skyjump and Momsy a breath of fresh air here. And I say that kind of loosely because they are nowhere near each other at all. Skyjump, Momsy having to work as solos. Meanwhile, Muzz comes back in, trying to get a cheeky advantage onto Shark and Teeny, but he gets caught out once more, sent right back on over to the reboot.
Jacob, I don't know if you just watched what's been taking place here, but Shark is just not human right now. This kid's aim is just on another level. Every single shot just connecting effortlessly. He is playing so smooth right now, and I think it's all because you've got to wipe that last game fumble out of your mind. You have to start getting, you have to act like none of those problems are going to reoccur. And at this rate, if they're able to maintain such a strong footing in this lobby and can carry this momentum into the end game, we're gonna have to look at Swizzy and Pixie even more still to see whether or not they're gonna be the main ones to challenge for the high ground later on.
The second inside of that building, this finds Salvatore and immediately take him down. Sky Jump gets found out again. Lewa and Romero get that elimination. They spent so long on two different sides of the map as solos, just trying to go ahead and get as much loot as possible, and now one of them gets put right back to where he started before.
Keita and Pollo playing it safe with the bush. Ready to make their next move. Sky Jump and Momsy. That early game decision to aggress against Scroll. They had to have that time to elimination be much faster than what it resulted in, because now they're just going through it time and time again. If it's not Sharkantini, it's somebody else. There are just so many choke points, and they can't find any sort of break. No one is allowing them to touch back down safely. Lewa and Romero also utilizing that opportunity to just get one bit closer towards that match point threshold. Cammy and Hadi only need 2 more eliminations.
And the thing about that Team Falcons roster of Peterbot and Pollo, they will do what it takes to succeed, what it takes to give them a chance to win. If it means chasing down both of the teams on match point, it's something I feel like they do have it in them to do. It's just all about figuring out when and where those players are going to be found out. Momsy on the other side of the map, still trying to survive with the hopes of him and Sky Jump being able to pull themselves back into this game. And so far, he's been doing a good job of making that the case. But Sharkantini, they run into trouble. Leviathan's duo of Lewa and Ramiro. We saw them already take down Sky Jump, and now they're putting pain on the Teeny.
Teeny will get an opportunity to at least pick a little bit of Blueberry Fizz. Lewa and Romero, they don't want to keep that action rolling. Sharkantini will be able to create some space, and they might be very thankful currently that Lewa and Romero actually opted not to give chase here, not to go any further. Love the fact that Sharkantini, they're just playing with a lot of discipline here.
Yeah, and they kind of came from around this spot on the map. This is kind of where they've been kind of floating around since they left that Dirty Dock. So they know most of this location is uninhabited for the most part. So they're going to go back, double check, make sure they have enough heals because they are waiting for the zone to open. Another team's kind of closing the gap, trying to get on match point. 323 points. Darm and Demas just 27 points away. 9 eliminations, placement points as well. They have a combination of both. We could see a third team join them on match point.
Feels so bad just seeing Muzz get bullied at this rate. They've really been going through it, but sometimes that's just the nature of Reload. Peterbot and Pollo, though, kind of shifting this direction. Thinking back on the fact that the club championship still very much at stake here. While we know this is $1 million prize pool for the direct Fortnite competition, there is $7 million for a first place position on this club championship leaderboard for EWC finals. And since it's week 7, this is a crucial series right now for Falcons team overall, because if Pete and Pollo can put themselves back into that top 8 position, forget about the match point threshold for a second and everything else. Just think about securing the ultimate W for your org on the weekend.
Win for yourself, win for the org. Everyone gets to celebrate, but you still have to go up against this team here, Sharkantini. They are on match point. They're one of the most dangerous teams that we do have in this lobby. They know how to fight their way out of almost every situation, but it's them here as well. Sky Jump and Momsy, match point. hometown favorites. Anytime you kind of see them do anything worth noting, the whole crowd lets you know. And now they're looking back on the Z-Dog and Goofy, trying to pressure them further and further. They have an isolated fight if they do want to take it, but we are in this 6 zone. Going down here would be disastrous because in 40 or so seconds, Taco reboots will be disabled.
And given how the starting half of this lobby has already been for Skyjump and Mumsy, they make the wise decision to just play it a little bit more passive, a little bit more safe. If they can get those shots in, then sure, they'll take them. But they don't need to risk anything else because placement is the focal point. You can't tunnel vision on what might seem like an easy fight because that's how the third-party mix-up comes into the play. Peterbot and Poya, though, one more time. Pete trying to get a shot in onto Vico and Malabuka as they rotate on by. All these teams, though, able to benefit from some of the goodies surrounding Slurpy Swamp.
And just like that, reboots have been disabled. Max pull for Vico and Malabuka, but they're going to go ahead and make sure they're full HP and shield. They're going to keep their toes in that slurp water, at least for now. Sharkatini see an opportunity for their drop down, trying to get it for themselves, but a whole nother team steals it away. But no harm, no foul. They don't get caught out of position. And that's the interesting thing. Game after game, you see it Sharkatini. They're always elevating themselves above all the chaos that goes down below. Hari, Cammy, they're just trying to survive it. They need 5 points. Hari's going to go down. Cammy's going to go down. And again, back-to-back games, they fail to make it to match point.
Those final few points just so elusive right now for Cammy and Hari. And knowing that every single chance that they've had, just constantly like grabbing at smoke, it just keeps slipping right through their fingers. They just have to hope that neither Skyjump and Mumsy or Sharkantini are able to win this match 10. But for Teamish and Darm, they are also still looking to try and secure that match point threshold. They've done an excellent job.